that level a couple times, man, but that was risky to be in there on that jobs number. But look at that 80, that's twice now. And if you are looking for some trade ideas, I have this posted every single day. Apple long, we're up on Apple. Apple's my #1 stock. TQs will be it after this. Intel, we have 21 short. Palantir, we have 80 short. That would have given you multiple dollars a couple times. 62.50 is where we looked at for the Qs, 98.50 for AMD. So 62.50 on the Qs, maybe we get there. And if we get there, then it is an oh boy day. Right now, we are 125 handles in right now on this trade. So, you know, we don't sit here and cry over spilled milk. We just get right back in it. This is the kind of confidence and the trading that you have to have if you're going to be a trader like myself or like Obi. Look at Obi. You've traded one symbol today, right?
Yeah.
Intel, and it's looking at it.
Maybe not the best stock selection, but
no. But I'm not. Yeah. Look, Obi, I don't even know if you're up or down. It doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is that staying specific to this trading style, looking at the trade. Sticking with it and just not giving up. And I think that's what we did here with the Qs. We got stopped out, but then we had that wick bottom. I love trading, if we can, who's over there? Fabian, yeah, no problem. I love trading that wick bottom there. I'm going to take that every time, no matter what the symbol, to be honest with you. So that's going to be a good look. We'll get some more out here at 29s as it looks like we may be turning around a little bit. Yep. Let's see if we can hold those futures. For those of you that wonder, like, wow, this guy either talks a lot or has some caffeine situations, like Randy brought this to me like 20 minutes ago, and then it just gets cold sitting here.
Yeah, that's my issue as well.
I can barely feel my
What happened to that? No, you don't have that.
No, because I have it. It's over there.
There's no plug.
Niels has his there.
Yeah, he has it.
He doesn't. He was using it. I don't know what happened to it.
I think he uses sometimes. But.
No, and it's a plug reason, but we want to thank Obi. Thank you. That was a very kind gift, man. You always hear us bitching and complaining about the heat, and Obi got us these sort of portable warmers for the coffee, which I think have been working great. Rob told me I can't plug it in over here because it might short everything.
Oh, boy.
So...
I mean...
anyways, maybe I should just take it home.
I mean, we should have shorted everything here.
Yeah, we definitely should have shorted the market. Good call.
On that pop and drop. But yeah, I'm kind of just observing this this NASDAQ here, 19 halves, kind of, I'm watching that. That was kind of this level where we kind of held above, held below, a bit of an average area here. The market there, what was that on the screen just now? Tired of winning it? Yes, let's go. But yeah, Apple catching a little bit of a bounce off of 220. 220.02 is the low on Apple. Softy is pretty strong as well. Softy to the upside. We did break through that pre-market high, guys, and we've made a high at 383 halves, trading at 382 halves currently as of right now. But Amazon with a little bit of a pullback as well. Tesla, it did pull back all the way into VWAP and maybe a little bit more, but reclaiming and holding VWAP as of right now. There goes the market back below that 19 half right here. People talking about they shorted SMCI. Let's take a quick look at SMCI here. You know what? I already have it up, surprisingly enough. I had it up already because I was like, yeah, oh boy, that's pretty strong there, coming right back into VWAP. But let's see, if does it hold VWAP? This action is a little bit different than yesterday, but yesterday kind of a chop sideways. Let's see if we kind of just chop sideways for the rest of the day here on SMCI as well. Market taking a pullback right there. It goes back below that 19 half level, Sean. So yeah, bit of a chop here. Still trading within the opening range for a lot of names here, but some names more stronger than others. Just being patient and waiting for the next trade. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a cheeky dabble here on Intel because I am curious about that $20 level. Maybe I'm too anchored to it. I'll admit, I might be a little anchored to it.
Nothing wrong with being anchored. Nothing wrong with being anchored, my guy. Fabian, could you test my earpiece just quickly there for a minute? I think I might have just... We're good to go. Thank you, my guy. Wow, what a soft, silky voice there. Very, very romantic. I mean, you do have a face for radio, but you also do have a voice for one as well. So shout out to Fabian. That was kind of like a shot at him, but not really. I mean, the guy's super handsome. Ejected.
Oh boy.
Right there. Oh man, the things we do for this show. All right. Yeah, I didn't, we just not liking that market pullback at all. We'll get out another piece right there of the futures. Wow. Yeah, just the reason why I asked about the earpiece, because I want to make sure that we are connected to anything and everything Trump, tariff, all of that related, very, very key spots right now. I'm really glad that we've added the TQs. And for those of you that are wondering about the TQQ, it's just trading the NASDAQ. This is what the futures look like. I've done this before. So we have live level 2. And by the way, trading here at Real Trading, you have over 60 plus markets. So that's like, if you want to trade futures, and I'll go over the top traders from yesterday in a couple minutes once the market slows down a bit, but this is what the futures look like. So we can trade NASDAQ futures. Wow, nice move down right there in the futures. Look at this. We are collapsing right now in the CME. Yeah, so you could see, oh, and then a little bit of a bounce back. So quite different trading this as opposed to the way this looks. So I've always been studied equities, level twos, stock windows here at Real Trading for equities. So that's Palantir. This is what the TQs, I don't know why I just flipped back to Palantir, but this is what the TQs look like. Very similar to stock, because it is. That is what it is. It's an ETF basically, right there, triple levered against the NASDAQ. So that just goes to show you that I prefer that, the look of that, as opposed to the way the futures are trading, where again, each one of these ticks, just hard for me to watch it. It just looks a lot different than what I'm looking at and used to here with the NASDAQ. So that's my thing about that and why we trade it. Also the fact that we get rebates when you're trading. So I do think about it. Like I'm now trading, like the default is a little bit lower. We're like in the hundreds instead of in the thousands or anything like that. But it does make, even if you take 100 shares, and it's not that many shares, but if you take 100 shares and you trade it with gateways properly, you make $2 per trade just by getting the rebate, right, roughly. So that can add up. If you make 50 trades a day and you get $2 instead of paying $2, that's a $200 difference on the day, right? So that's the difference for me about trading futures versus trading equity. And I'm just talking about 100 shares there, not more than that. And when you start trading a little bit more, then you do realize that fees are pretty important. So I know a lot of you might be trading with YouTube. Hey, what's up, YouTube? Yep. With Robinhood or Wealthsimple or something, where here in Canada, where some of the trades may be free, but those trades are routed out, and we can talk about that for days, I feel like. But at the end of the day, everybody just do them, but that's why I'm choosing the TQs instead of the futures. So sometimes we do get questions about that, and I think it was, you had mentioned Chill Vibes in the chat. He was on SQQ. So SQQ is just the other way around. So this is a pro short Brazil. A pro short ETF. So it's just a little bit cheaper of a price there, but we'll give you the same return. So SQQ versus TQQ, right? I mean, today, obviously with the market being where it is, this is what SQQ is doing, and then the TQQ is as well. So I'm just having a problem with my level twos, Obi, but at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Is it similar to that kind of laggy thing that was happening yesterday?
Yeah, well, there is a new version that I did not download.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, like last night I wasn't able to log in, but yeah.
Weren't able to log in?
No, after like 4:30, 4:45.
Right. You won't be able to.
No, I usually like the data cuts off at like 5.
Oh, okay.
But I went back to my desk because I wanted to take a couple more screenshots of some of the trades from the day, and I couldn't log in. But thankfully, I had got most of the screenshots that I wanted on the day there, so worked out. But maybe X was down yesterday. I was like, maybe there's like a mass cybersecurity thing happening, but no, maybe I was just tripping there. But XPEV coming right back in to its VWAP. So again, I'm looking for this to kind of to see what it does around here. Strong push off of the open, pulls back, reverts to VWAP. So reversion to VWAP trade worked out beautifully there. And I wasn't really involved in that one. But currently holding this 26 level on top of VWAP. So let's see if we get that bid back in for that potential continuation here on XPEV. Other tickers that I am also watching are Tesla. Tesla's catching a little bit of a pullback down into its VWAP. ExxonMobil, I was looking for that breakout and breaking out. It is definitely not on the day with it kind of getting crushed. Coles also a bit of a mistrade on my part, as again, that anchored VWAP comes in and that continuation coming in real nice, both on Oracle and on Coles. Robinhood finally catching a little bit of a sell after making a high of day at 38.30. So let's take a quick look at Hood and see what's good here on this ticker. So yeah, strong kind of a wick there on the 3-minute, pulling us back into this VWAP area, 36.75. So that's that pre-market area. And again, I was talking about maybe some selling here in the 37.30s. That's where I had my alert. We went all the way to 38.30, so about a point away from that. But this consolidation as of right now, gonna stay patient and see how that kind of brings it in here. here's a bid coming in back into the market here, but that 19.5, Sean, let's see. That might be a little bit of an over/under indicator for me, just to give a little bit of direction. But how much do I weight it? I don't know just yet. But let's see how well this market holds up. The only one really that is holding the bid right now, Sean, is Microsoft. Microsoft is very, very strong. So let's go take a look at Softy. Would you look at that? 3-minute candles straight to the upside. Look at the 5-minute chart here as well. Very, very strong push that we got right off of that the Jolts number, and it did not pull back to its day low like a lot of these other tickers did off of that number there. So still holding, still consolidating near its highs of the day. Let's see if we can. It's attempting to hold prior day's opening range lows as resistance, but this uptrend on the day. Let's see if we can kind of push through that and break out on Softy. The only Mag 7 really that's holding a bid. But let's see what the small caps are up to with Adara.
Nice little rounded top here for the IWM yesterday. Lots of chop once those. We had to kind of push to the downside. Then we had some pre-market chop. Now here pushing to the downside for the IWM, much like the rest of the market. Right now, though, trying desperately to hold, excuse me, into that $200 level, which we did actually break below yesterday during the day. Here's the HSI group. This is HSAI. This one here up nicely near day's highs around $23. Announced that they secured a multi-year deal with Mercedes with regards to supplying LiDAR sensors. Then we have RAY. Could not find the catalyst here for Raytech Holdings, but nice look for this stock. Currently trading around $2. Last but not least, SYRS. This is a penny stock. I mentioned this one earlier. Still near day's highs. Very few red candles for this one on the 3-minute. No news here for Syros Pharmaceuticals either. They do have about a $6 million market cap and a 23 million share float, guys. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Adara, for some of those small caps. All right, so...
Too many moving around today.
Yeah, no. Okay, so just real quickly here. I just got back into Nvidia, but, you know, like we sold that move back on the market. Any kind of a pop up, like if we can get that, even though it's not going to be our ideal price, like you always want the market to go higher to get back to where we are, or shorter, wherever you are. But at the end of the day, you have to respect price movement. And you'd said that earlier, Obi. It's like, we'll just let price determine what we're going to be wind up doing here. And yeah, so that's kind of what I'm doing, trying to play off these futures right here. We saw how aggressive the moves can be when we start talking about tariffs and everything like that. So we are well aware that this tariff talk is not going to stop. Obviously, President Trump has been speaking this morning as we had that news about the steel and then extra 25% on. And that's because of what Ontario's been doing and what Canada's been doing about talking about the energy prices there and putting another percentage on that, or shutting down upstate New York and all this kind of stuff. So tit for tat, I hate it, but it is part of what this new administration wants to do, right? All right, we're not actually, I just realized that this price is a little bit off. That 200 period moving average, okay, it's still close enough. We're basically right there right now. 107, like 64 if we break that. I just thought to try Nvidia again down here. We're still up on the stock. I don't know if it is gonna work off of these levels. We should have just maybe averaged in a little bit there, but well, we did, but at the end of the day, this stop is only now into the 60s. So here it comes in right now, and there it's the stop again. So unfortunately, man, we just gave you a little bit of a long there on Nvidia that did not. Don't even tell me it didn't work there. And I'm gonna get back in 1 unit against 50s right now, just in case it doesn't go. This is why it's important that I always tell you if we're green or red on something, because we do take multiple shots on these stocks. Here it goes, breaking through 107.50 again. So we're long right now at 66.55, 66 halves. So it looks like we'll take a 20-cent hit. We can get out for flat right now, but I think it's worth a little bit of a bounce here if it does go, but it doesn't look like it wants to. So, all right, how did we just get stopped there on Nvidia? That's not even possible. What just happened there? Okay. All right, we'll go back in. I don't know what happened there. All right, let's see if we can get back to the upside here. Small position as we'll reload some Nvidia right now. The futures have come back in as well. So we're still there, man. We're still at our daily goal, but we have given it back. We were at 2 times at one point there, and that was during this huge move up. Which just is not happening anymore. We'll try one more against this bottom, but again, we're just trying to play price action. And yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to win on this one, right? I mean, the futures keep coming down here. Look at that. Look at that. Huge move. Wow. Huge move in right now, man, in the market. So, yeah, we're getting clapped out right now. But here we go, man. Let's see if it wants to hold. We're back into the TQs. We do have our stop down there at that low. If it holds it, great, but we're just flushed pretty good there on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, things getting nastier and nastier here in futures land, that's for sure. We're not giving too much back here. We're fighting Nvidia against 107. It looks like that's going to break as well. The day went from good to pretty bad if you were long. So we're going to just continue to hold out hope that it does bounce up, but we do have our risk management in place. So if the futures do crack, then we know where we're at. So far so good there, but yeah, not the longs that we had hoped for early, Obi. So let's get out of a little bit here if we can on these futures. We talked about playing plays back in. So we're long right now. We're long at 07s. We just took some out there at 15s. Having long eyelashes is a blessing and a curse, but...
yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, so, all right. There we go, man. Nvidia, nice little bounce there off of 107. We'll see if it can hold.
Yeah, so we are trending to the downside here on Intel, pulling back into those 19.5. So yeah, a little bit of trouble here, holding on to the long idea. No real bid coming in. So yeah, I was talking about price action, this, that, and the other, but I'm not even listening to the price action here. Is what I realized. I'm just like, oh boy, yeah, we kind of we were holding that $20 level as a bit of resistance. It kind of continues to hold as resistance. VWAP held as well, and then now we're pulling back into some prior levels below that prior day low.
Just go short everything.
We kind of, yeah, exactly. I'm just like, okay, so at what point do I want to just flip biases and kind of look for the push back down? And it seems like VWAP was the place to be, man. And right now, not really working out is this Intel long. So yeah, definitely the short was the play there. That shake and bake off of the jolts definitely gave us some signals to be like, all right, well, the bid is continuing to get sold into on pretty much across the board there, and that definitely needs to be a little respected. So I'm gonna continue watching that one there, but yeah, oh boy, Intel coming in real hot, all the way 19 halves now, Sean. So not the best decision. Oh boy, there's like 3,000 lots there on 19 halves. So those guys got taken out, I think, right there as we pulled back into those levels. So, oh boy, this market's coming to the downside here. You got any shorts on?
No.
Oh boy.
I mean, we had talked about that, right? And trying to look for, we're still long the futures. All right, so the one trade, we talked about Amazon. Amazon's actually holding out on this right now, up 0.5 right now. So up 0.5% at the 200 period moving average. You know, like this to me looks like a long. We like playing 200 period moving averages, but maybe the short's just getting started on this name if you sort of rethink about what you're looking at, right? Like, why are we looking long when the short is right here? Like, there's Nvidia, there's Amazon now breaking lower. Meta was trying to hold 6 bills again, I believe. It's right here, right now. It looks like it wants to give that up to the downside as well. So, yeah, man, and what's been a turnaround Tuesday here, we thought the futures were going to go, and then it was no. All right, so let's just look at the TQs a little bit more here, because we did have that big long and then we just lost it there. Looking at what we were talking about from yesterday here, I'm going to call this down here on a 5-minute chart. There it is. That's 58. So that bottom could be something to look at there. Bottom from yesterday that we bounced off of. Let's try. I mean, do we even want to try that? This is pretty bad right now, man. It's a nice downside play. That is for sure. And it's not looking any better, Obi. So I guess you're going to wait for 58 if you're going to do anything on the TQQs. I think we'll try that. We'll put a bid down there and then just get out if it does break that level. But let me just look to see what exactly that level was. We should be looking short though, man. That AMD 57.88. All right, we can do that. We can give this about 20 handles worth of room. So let's put a bid at like 58.11 and just see, and then we'll put our stop at 57, that bottom from yesterday, 57.84. So we'll try that on the TQs. We do know that we wanted Palantir short, off 80. So there's Palantir right here. I mean, we wrote down Palantir 80 once, twice, thrice, 76. Sometimes you let your bias a little bit take effect there, I feel like, you know, when you're looking at these names, like we should have been short Palantir there and we weren't. So just really stupidity by me on that one. We just should have took that short. We didn't. So yeah, yuck on that one. Any other bouncing possibilities?
Oh, I'm like the only one strong right here, like I said before, is that softy. That softy still continuing to hold hold its own there, and just consolidating at that 382, 383 mark on Softy. So that is pretty much a strong one there. XPEV did pull back quite significantly off of that. So, oh boy, is that reversion really coming in nicely as of right now. So 25.74s here, guys. So 25.74s all the way back in. So couldn't really hold that VWAP that I was looking for there on XPEV for that continuation. So it seems like that was the trade, and now beautiful continuation to the downside, almost back to its opening prices down in the 25s, 25.30s I think was opening price. Yeah, 25.25 I have specifically as the opening price here on XPEV. So that kind of coming in as of right now as well. Markets tanking to the downside off of that 19.5, maybe a little bit of a bounce off of that 19,300 as of right now, but let's see if there's going to be continuation. Like we said before, it seems like all the pops just keep getting sold into, Sean. So absolutely wild here. Let's see if this little bit of a bid can come in. But yeah, if there is a place to get long, Sean, I think it would be on Softy, because look at that, kind of very, very strong on the day. Very distinctly different than some of these other names here. We can look at Tesla. We can look at Nvidia. Look at that Tesla reversion all the way back in on Tesla. So that's absolutely wild there. So that's selling definitely still dominant on the day. Apple, we'll take a look at that one as well. So Apple comes back into VWAP, maybe now taking a little bit of a pullback here. So 222s as of right now on Apple, taking a pullback. But let's see what crypto is up to with Adara.
Crypto actually at a very interesting level here. There's a little bit of intraday support on Sunday for BTC here, just above that 80,000 level, around 80,000. Right now, we're back near that 80,000 level for crypto, which interestingly enough here, we mentioned this earlier, but tons of liquidations yesterday, unsurprisingly, as crypto dropped along with the rest of the market here. $939 million worth of liquidations across the crypto market in 24 hours. Bitcoin here, about $315.44 million worth of market cap losses. Let's take a look here at the daily chart here for Bitcoin. And this is the look. This is still very much a rounded top here for BTC. Now making its lowest low in quite some time here on that daily chart. Bitcoin here, marginally up on the day, still around the 80,000 level, but Ethereum here quite weak, down about 7%. We have XRP relatively flat, BNB relatively flat, Solana only down about 1%, Cardano up about 2%. So the performances here are much more divergent than what we were seeing yesterday with just consistent selling across the board in crypto. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, guys. Back to you.
Guys, also do like and subscribe to the stream, but also scan that QR code below, because Real Trading is back on with their campus programs. So if you want to trade real money and gain real experience, this is only available to those located outside the continental USA. But definitely hit hit the QR code there. And it's trading U.S. equities, so you can get involved, learn our platform. We often get questions about what platform are we on, what are we using to execute our trade, so on and so forth. So all those questions will be answered, and you'll be able to join us, with trading like I was talking about the futures, many of these plays coming through. There's over 60 markets here, but get started with Real Trading Campus. Again, curated lists. The platform is there for you, and everybody's ready to rock and roll. So yeah, we're really excited about that and be able to offer it to you. So, check it out. It's Real Trading Campus, different phases, guiding you through everything. It's not like, some of those other prop ideas that are out there where you pay a certain fee, and then they just let you blow your $500 and then you log in again and blow it again, and then so on and so forth. This is the real deal. So join us here at Real Trading, and make sure you do scan that QR code and get that ready to rock and roll. We want to thank Real Trading for, again, giving me a job and a career. I've been here now for 20 plus years, wore many, many hats, and by far the most fun we've had is right here with you guys. So, yeah, it's been a good one. It's been a good little adventure for us all, and we are just getting started. So, thank you for watching, and thanks, Obi, for always putting on a good show. We do have, obviously, we missed Sharif yesterday on the Midday. He's back today, so we're excited for that. Joe and Adara hold fort, but the boss man is here, so we're ready to go for that one here today at 11 o'clock. So even though there's only a half hour left in this stream, it will flip over to the other one, and you'll join Joe, and Sharif. So that's always a good time. So make sure you do that. And then Obi and I will be back for the closing show between 2 to 4 p.m. Then we have a market recap show after that. Plus follow us. I believe we're streaming a little bit on TikTok every once in a while. We're doing Instagram posts. We have some fun things going. We tweeted out some stuff with O'Leary and put that up on Instagram as well. So yeah, please make sure you are liking and subscribing. And we had over 10,000 people watching earlier, just about 10,000 now, and 1.4K likes. So let's see if we can get that up to 2,000. That would be pretty nice if we could do that, man. Yeah, pump those likes up, and then you'll pump up the market a little bit. My newest position, although we do not stay, addicted to the futures there because they haven't necessarily been treating us that well. We do look at Amazon. Yeah. So we looked at that bouncing off some levels. We do trade Amazon right now. So that's the name that I'm involved with here. And yeah, looking okay, right? Not looking bad, but at the same time, we'll have to wait to see what exactly is happening here with Amazon because it's bouncing off the 200 period moving average. And we've taken some outs in the 40s. That's the best we've gotten. So let's see if it wants to go a little bit higher here. AMZN, hopefully for the win. And looking for a little bit lower of a price. We'll average into 195.50. And then if we lose 195, guys, we are out of there on AMZN. So not trying to take too much risk here on Amazon, but at the same time, it dripped down. It's a long stock today, it looks like. It's up 0.7. If we can get some good prices, then we like it. So we've already got a little bit out there. We should possibly also go short on something.
I'm looking for the next trade, man.
Right.
Like, all right, well, I definitely lost on Intel. That $20 level, that level hold was worth playing against on the short, and it didn't really pop. I kind of showed us on that jolt. Like we did break that 20, and then it gets slammed right back in on the shake and bake, and then holds VWAP with lower highs. So this is what that chart looks like here, a little bit clearer. You can see right there, boom, 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 boom. Every single pop kind of getting sold into. So I'm definitely wrong on that ticker there as the market continues to push a little bit lower here. So Nvidia as well, you can see kind of breaking back below that opening range low here on Nvidia. So the market's definitely, let's see if we catch this bid, man.
Nice little move up there for Amazon, and how you can get a lot of these moves is simply by charting them. You can scan that QR code below there and get first month free from eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite experience with the eSignal platform and analyze, strategize. Some of these trades that we're looking at, they're coming off scanners. I think eSignal has very reliable data, very reliable scanners. I've been using them for many, many years. Lightning fast. It's not like you have to wait for these signals to come through. They coming in there. You can also chart things on the OTC markets. We may have Jeffrey Mendel coming through at some point here, maybe today. And again, you want to talk about, we had Michael Noss on talking about the strength in European banks, things like that. All of these are available all through the scanner. You can clearly see that on the screen. Make sure you do support eSignal, scan it out, see if you like the platform. If not, it's only 1 month, and then you can cancel it. So again, the all-in-one platform, connect to your brokers, and it's those scanners that really make a difference to us over here. So again, hit the eSignal like and subscribe to our platform, and make sure you do subscribe to eSignal. Here's a scanner right here telling me that, wow, AMD, let's get rid of that, Fabian, and then we'll go over here. Look at Intel showing up here, Nvidia, Palantir. These are the top scanners on the trade rate, and what that's going to show you are stocks that are really doing outsized volume, outsized trades coming through right now as the market's hitting lower. Tesla, there's my TQs, there's Palantir. This is why I get a lot of these names. IBIT we haven't actually looked at today. Down there now below 80,000 now for crypto and for Bitcoin. So another movement to the downside, man. Down we go on the market. Level 2 downside right now. Wave 2, I should say. Sorry, level 2 is what I stare at every day. But there it is. We do got an average price now of Amazon of 60. So we're 10 cents out on it. But I'm holding to 195, man, and it looks like it's going to get a little bit nastier down here near 195. So, oh boy, Obi, you looked at me and said, what shorts do I have? I said nothing and laughed. Yeah, we should have just been short Amazon. Like, just flip over your positions, right? All right, here we go. We're long into Amazon.
Yeah, no, that Nvidia, man. I have a question for you. How probable do you think that 100 mark can be today? Because we're trading at 105s right now.
Very.
111s are the highs, and Nvidia back down towards prior day low right here. 104.92s trading on Nvidia right now. So let's see if it can hold that 105 level. We talked about that 19.3 on the Nasdaq. That's broken down as well. Almost, what is this? Four red consecutive red candles on the 15-minute. 4 red consecutive 15-minute candles.
I like that.
On the Nasdaq. So let's see. How much more time is left for this candle to close? About 5.5 minutes ish, 6 minutes on this candle.
Brendan's
so
pissed.
we gotta wait for that one to close to see if this continues here. But yeah, I think that we were talking about this morning, and I kind of a fumble on my part, Sean, just being like, all right, well, sellers are definitely in charge. All the pops are getting sold to, and then I'm trying to get long on the on like whenever the selling kind of stops. So that's maybe not the best way to go today. But yeah, kind of maybe sometimes I got to follow my own plan and listen to what I'm saying instead of just being like, oh, okay, well maybe I want to take it back into 20 to see if we continue to sell off of that level there. So yeah, absolutely crazy market here.
I mean, Palantir short at 80 was following the plan. That's now $5 in the money. I mean, as we go. But here we go. Obi, we are now huge on, not huge, but Amazon's trying to go. So we'll wait to see if we can get some love here for AMZN back into the 80s. We did average that in. So good price action so far for Amazon for us. Let's wait to see. We get some out in the 80s there. We did buy that dip into 95. And again, I just want to say to everybody, the reason why we bought that dip was because Amazon was strong on the day. I'm not just trying to go long random stocks here. We already tried the futures. Clearly the futures aren't working out here today. I mean, look, the futures are fine, but we took too many dips on that one. And then when you dip, I dip, we dip. And that's never a great sign. So there goes the futures. Good thing we got out of it. That is for sure. So as
go to Sean's screen.
Yeah, we're on the wrong. Yeah. Almost the right one. Boom. Almost the right one. Me. Almost the right one.
Next.
There it is. Thank you, Fabian, for that one. But yeah, no, what we were talking about there was buying these dips into Amazon and then just getting them out as we started to rip back upside here, and then taking, what we're sort of talking about here and not being overly stubborn, right? I mean, we don't need to get the best prices. Like right here, I'm long at 33s. I'm taking them out at 53s. That's only 20 cents. My stop is going to be breaking down through 95s, but we'll take what we can get. I feel like this is like I'm back with my Nona there, and she's serving me some pasta, and I'm like, I've had enough. She's like, no, have some more. Right there. You take whatever's there for you. Maybe many of you haven't had Italian or the grandmothers there that just basically feed you everything at all times right there. But okay, shout out to everybody that's long right now. Let's see if we can hold some of these bids. DXY Starbucks is still dying. Starbucks was a great call. We called this at 115 as the short, not understanding why it was still up here. Now you can see Amazon, Starbucks really trying to take down $100. Never understood that one, but now it makes more sense as we pull right back in on China worries and tariffs and weak consumer. You never know where your bread's going to be buttered, but I do know that Adair is waiting at the big screen. Still my coffee.
We have this board looking distinctly different from yesterday. Yesterday, if you recall, the market sold off pretty heavily, but a lot of these sectors were green. Today, slightly red on the day, but a lot of these sectors very red. Communications weak, transportation, process industries, producer manufacturing, commercial services, consumer services, energy minerals, consumer non-durables, health tech, finance, and we go on. But of course, these tech names, pretty weak, but interestingly enough, not as so as some of these other tickers here. So Microsoft, Netflix, Cisco CRM actually green here for technology services. And electronic technology has Broadcom holding the fort green, though pretty much every other name in this ticker, especially the larger ones, are sharply red. So interesting look here, very different from what we saw yesterday. We're really seeing now what I think is interesting, selling across the market today, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we're seeing selling across the market. We've been seeing selling across the market. I think Sharif was mentioning there for Tesla has basically had 5 or 6 straight red weeks, which hasn't been nice. So we have to absorb that. And now the market just continues to bleed, man. We're already at the 200 period moving average on the NASDAQ, below it, quite frankly. Okay, there's Starbucks. Sorry, I meant to look at this again. Amazon. All right, so we take what we can get, right? And now we're starting to go a little bit back up to the upside. We did take some more out there, but here we go. Maybe Amazon does give us that juice. I'm looking for VWAP. I have a few more offers. I have them, 195.95. So if we can get close enough, this is making our day a little bit here. So let's just try to get a little bit more shares out. All right, here we go on Amazon. We'll see if we can get back into the 90s, and then we'll see if we can moon just a little bit higher than that. So yeah, so far so good here on a little bit of a pullback for AMZN. There it goes. Yes, sir. That's a nice one. Uh-oh, get rid of that. We have too many Americans watching. Right there, we'll drop down some money instead. No matter where you're from, you would probably appreciate cash.
Yes, no, this is absolutely wild here. I'm kind of just continuing to watch this Nvidia, and I think the idea of that 100 is definitely a little enticing here. 104.77s is the current day low, and we've been kind of accelerating since that consolidation underneath VWAP. That strong selling took us through that day low as well, coming into some of these prior after hours levels there. 104.41. I don't know what the low on or what the price action on Blue Ocean was overnight, but yeah, I got to see what some of the prices visited there were. Maybe just to get an idea, a perspective at what the ticker might have done overnight. But yeah, looking at the chip sector, man, we kind of talked about that SMCI being the only one that was really being bought up. Guess what? It's back down, and maybe not as down as Nvidia, because Nvidia has already broken through its day low. But yeah, look at this consolidation, 37 halves currently on SMCI. So we're going to be patient for that one to see if that one can give us something, maybe a lower high, maybe that VWAP for that continuation. But it is getting to almost the midday session here, 10:45. So let's see if this strong selling catches any sort of a turn here on the market. A lot of things very, very directional. I'm looking at some of the sectors here. We just kind of looked at the sectors with Adara, but yeah, everything pretty much getting sold off here for the most part. So gonna have that on watch. Nothing else too crazy. Missed the shorts off of the open, but let's see if we can catch a bit of a continuation during the midday. XPEV was absolutely beautiful as well. Kind of one of the tickers that missed my radar in the pre-market, but absolutely beautiful. Morning drive, opening range break, kind of a reversion as well, right back in, still holding above some of those reference prices. Very, very strong on these robotics and on the. Is it robotics or what's the proper word there? Humanoid robots. That's what I'm looking for. So humanoid robots catalyst there for XPEV, which makes me question, what is Rich Tech Robotics doing? Okay, maybe not so much volume. I know this one was kind of moving around over the past couple of weeks or past couple of months as well. A little bit of a theme that was happening. You go to a higher time frame, you can see the journey that it's been on. So okay, yeah, right here. So you can see a decent chunk of the end of 2025. We ran up like crazy, and it's been backside since about January. So the beginning of the year marked the top on this robotics name, and I know a lot of people were talking about this one, and steady lower lows and lower highs on this name. Bit of a backside move on Rich Tech Robotics. So XPEV catching a little bit of a different kind of price action today maybe on its own catalyst, but a lot of these tickers just straight to the downside. Even oil, man, XOM straight to the downside. Coles is printing 962s right now, so that held. We got below that $10 level, and some of these prices, Sean, like I said, haven't been seen. Well, these prices definitely haven't been seen since 1996. I don't even remember what I was doing in 1996. I don't know.
Yeah, I was almost graduated high school at that point. All right, so what was that? Some of our graphics are getting a little wonky, but all right. So, yeah, we're out of more than half of this Amazon trade. Let's look at something else. Let's look at Rigetti. You just mentioned some of the lower price names there, and some of the gapping plays and whatnot. I mean, we've looked at Big Bear AI. That's down at $3. Again, we'll have a look there, see if it's actually cracking lower. This thing about Rigetti on the quantum space, we've saw it hold that 6 before. And that's what we actually went long at 6 that one day. I'm thinking this looks like a decent bottom here for some of the quantum names. I mean, if the market is going to bounce back, potentially, you're going to get some nice moves here, which is part of why we went in. Like Big Bear AI is never going to work when, it's below $3. Like Palantir is getting crushed right now, right? So some of these AI plays and data-driven names that were all the rage, definitely not right now. Look, I have 500 shares $2 away from here. So, we're stuck $1,000 on this name right here, Big Bear AI, as we wait for that. It's a couple tires right there, right? So, downside play there. We've lost a couple Model Ys in the long-term account over the last couple months, but that's just what happens when you're trading and holding on to everything. That's sometimes not the greatest strategy, but at the end of the day, we're trying to play this for the long haul. The thing we've had some luck on, we talked about that, making 5 trades, 5 bets in a row here, watching out for some of the hockey plays and whatnot. But DraftKings has definitely pulled back. This is an interesting name for me too, because we had missed this boat before down here, right? We talked about $36, $37. Then when it went whoop, we were like, oh man, I can't believe we missed it. Well, all right, now you have that opportunity again to get right back. Okay, we just got a sweet trade there on Amazon. It came back into 195. So I'm taking some more outs right here. As here we go, man. Let's go Amazon. Let's go. Maybe we do get a nice play into the upside there. Get some out in the 50s. We just loaded. Okay, yeah. We just got some more downside right there. This is exactly how we crushed Palantir yesterday by getting in at the bottom, taking some plays out here, watching it move back up there to the upside, then just scalping it out. So we go bottom to 200 period. Oh boy, that's going to be a trade that we're going to have to get out of, which we just did. So a nice little move backside there on Amazon, trying to play that low. It looks like, how low can you go? Well, if it goes below 195, then we're out. So we already know that answer for ourselves. So let's scalp a little bit out. Next offers here in the 60s. Then we have one in the 90s. So there it is. Yes, there's our 60 fill. So that was pretty good. Now let's wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, how low can we go is a great question on the day like today.
We have an answer.
And not even on a day like today. We kind of talk about for the past 3 weeks, Sean.
Yes, sir.
We've been selling off quite aggressively. So I kind of want to take a look at that here on the ES.
Shorty.
Gonna let
it's
me
your
pull
birthday.
it up here. All right, cool. So we'll go to a weekly chart on the ES and take a look. Would you take a look at this? So expanding bars with expanding volume, and this week's volume, if we're gonna kind of continue in the expanding volume, we've still got about 3 days left on this for this week to finish. Whoa. And if this week is going to have more volume than next week, oh boy, I think that can definitely come in with some prior support breaks. This 5.5 looks quite interesting right here as well. Some strong bid. Was that August 5th? Yes, that's the August 5th bid as well. What was that low? I'm curious as to what low that was, because that was a little bit of a capitulatory move there on that day there. So low was 524.75. So let's say about 5,250, right? So around that 5,250 area, and we're trading at 556. So 550. So let's say 5,550. So about 250-ish points left to go there, or $250-ish left to go to get down to that low. But can we even get there? That's the question. Or are we going to get a strong bid up? We can see that this has been kind of holding this trend throughout a lot of down, downtrending price action that we've gotten in 2022. And maybe COVID drop as well. We're coming down to some of those support levels.
There's this one club that we really, really like. And, you know, I know Joe and I talked about we couldn't really figure out where the industry was going on Monday nights.
Yes.
But the market's going into dollar club level here again. So we're at $1.50 now in the money on this Amazon trade, and almost back to our high of the day for myself. Like, so out of all that nonsense that we did on the Qs, after everything that we've done, it's Amazon. It is your one. It is the only. It is the one that delivers packages to our house quite frequently. I got home last night, had a package there. A half hour later, we had another package. But anyways, my daughter bought this. It's a ring, it's a friendship, whatever these things are called, Rainbow Loom bracelet making machine. So right there. So it is Rainbow Loom, right?
Rainbow Loom?
Cool. But there's a machine that loads them. Yeah. So that's what it is. So there it is, man. So we got that made up for us. Yeah, but anyways, there it is, man. $1.70 now in the money for Amazon. We can breathe now a sigh of relief because we are right back where we need to be for our day, almost at our 2-time goal. Let's get another piece out there. Why is my phone company phoning me? I already paid that bill, or maybe I didn't. That's the one thing. You put I just put all the bills on automatic payment.
Right.
Sometimes they give you like a little bit of a discount, and then I literally never have to worry about it until I open up the Visa, and then I go, what the hell? But there it is. Nice move up.
Adds up.
Now,
strong bid.
Yeah, exactly. Now a strong move up on Amazon, man. Unfortunately, we don't have enough left, but we don't need a lot left. It's a big move there. It's now almost $2. It is now $2 in the money. Amazon, if it breaks, there it goes, breaking through 197. Again, a name that we gave to you, and a name that made a lot of sense to me going long. We talked about it being up on the day against a weak market. If the market ever rallied, then it was an oh boy situation for us right there, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Go Amazon. Nice upside play right here.
Yes, sir. So, tried the long, didn't work. And then tried the short, and then now that's not working either. So I'm a little disconnected, not really making the best decisions off of the open there. But again, where is the next trade is what I'm asking, and more than willing to kind of try some other ideas here. So don't forget to like and subscribe, because we're bringing you the action as it rolls in this market, rolling to the downside. So let's see what Adair has to say about that.
This is the US dollar here, and we're in a little bit of, at least as of this move down that we had today so far, it looks a little bit bear flaggish for the USD, but we do have strong support here in the 5-minute chart at 103.30. Let's take a look at the daily here. That was just the intraday look. The daily, we are on a 7-day losing streak for the DXY, and again, continuing here to push into the support at that 103.40, looking like what Sharif calls the hockey stick pattern. The sharp move to the downside, then a bit of consolidation near lows. This does not look, no matter what you call it or no matter how you slice it, it does not look like a great look here for the DXY. Canadian dollar to the US dollar here, also taking a tumble. This is on the daily chart. We know that we are going to have these steel increases here. 50% tariffs for aluminum and steel. Donald Trump calling Canada one of the highest tariffing countries ever. So keep an eye here on the Canadian dollar to the US dollar. Also here, keep an eye on this CME Fed Watch tool. As Sean mentioned, it's a very important one to be aware of, especially heading into a Fed meeting. 97% chance right now that we are expecting 0 rate change. So no cut, no hike for the market. And this actually went up a little bit. Yesterday it was 96%. 1 week ago, it was 92%, but then a month ago, it was 95%. So this number has been a little bit dynamic, but it's generally been at least 90% of participants are not expecting any rate cut or hike. We did get a slightly higher than expected JOLTS job openings print. We're going to get CPI and PPI Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. So lots of economic data to be aware of before we get the Fed, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we are very, very excited for the next couple of days. I mean, I could see, and I was thinking about this too, like, what is the positioning people want to be ahead of these inflation numbers, right? I mean, I think flat is probably the safest, obviously, but, like I said, if we are in that rate cutting cycle, I could see some people maybe gearing up to get a little long ahead of those numbers. So we'll just wait. I don't think that's a wise thing to do, is try to predict these things. Again, price action will tell us what to do. Come at 8:30 the next couple of days, and we'll be live and showing you those numbers right up. You mentioned Nvidia down to 105. Well, first of all, you're short Intel, so that could be another one there. And again, having the ability to go, you were initially looking long, now you're short. I mean, that happens. We always flip up on some names. So that 105 was a great call out for a hold. But there it is, right back up into the 200-period moving average. Many of these names probably worth a fade, is all I can say right now. We are out of. So again, we've traded about. We didn't trade too many shares here on Amazon in total, about 700 or 800. we only have a small piece left now, as I believe we probably have under 10% left of what we had at the very bottom there. So again, just like yesterday, we were planting some purple flowers. It's been working out for us. Red flowers. It's been working out for us there. There's the plant, there's the grow, all the way to the upside. Hold on a second.
More selling.
Short idea. Yeah, so BBAI now, somebody out with a short report on Big Bear AI, but that report, obviously, if it's just hitting my ear right now, it's, the algos would have hit that, and I don't see it really moving too much. But you heard it here first, potentially. There is a short report. If Adair sees it or thinks it's any relevant, she'll bring it. But it's not really moving around right now. I did not recognize the company that had that short report on them, but I just heard it in my ear, and I want to give it to you just in case those of you are looking at it. Big Bear AI. Right there. So yeah, there it is. So someone there, Aura Alpha in the chat says it as well. It could be old news. I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's not really moving right now. So that's Big Bear AI. All right, Amazon. I'm going to get out again. Oops. See, like my charts didn't change again. I'm going to log out and back into the new software, and I'll update you, Obi, to see how that goes. But 195, maybe if we break the 200 period, we'll just get out. We have such a small piece. I'm actually just going to wait for 194. I'm not going to reload it. Our reload's already done. We've done that numerous times, reloaded positions. And it's that third or fourth time, right? Like on Apple there, that just doesn't hold. Like 1, 2, 3, bang. So sometimes it's not worth it to hold it until as we say, into the grave. But, so we'll wait to see Amazon. My stop is still in. I'm just chilling, man. We had a couple decent trades there. So really happy with how this morning went. Could have been better.
Yeah, I mean, definitely could have been better. I could have made
fading
better,
early. Maybe didn't need to do that.
Yeah. Like I said, like I gotta, to be honest, we were talking about yesterday about kind of studying and studying yourself. Now, normally don't usually do this, but I'm gonna go back and kind of watch the morning stream and be like, I know I was talking about shorting pops. I know I wanted to get with the sellers when they did step into the market, and I talked about this with Sean in the morning as well. And then I go long, so I want to see what was I thinking about? What was I speaking about? Did I get a little too distracted? Did I get anchored to the idea of reverting back to 20 there? So I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, it could have definitely been a little bit better, but it's okay. We wait for the next trade. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Yep. And I think this market, if you're patient and you wait for it, definitely there's lots of opportunities to go around. I just gotta wait for your playbook to kind of come in and fall into your lap. That's more like it, instead of just trying to trade the noise. That's kind of what We'll be back. We'll be back.
Great show again. Trading the noise is the biggest problem. I have that problem. Yesterday, I punched out of those queues when I heard that there was the possible discussion with Trump and Xi. And then we found out from Adair that it was scheduled for 3 months from now.
Yeah.
And then, so the market went up, and then I looked back, and we could have been 300 handles or something in the money if we just had held on to it. So, yeah, man, that's what trading is all about. We want to thank Obi for the honesty today, for sure. And every day, that's what we try to do here on the show. Just give it to you the best we can, and I hope you did have a great time with us there, as Amazon's still that dollar and still looking a little bit higher. All right, without any further ado, man, it is the Midday Madness. We're glad to have the man himself back. It's Sharif. You saw him earlier today. You're about to see him now with Joe. So let's go, guys. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Options. And we are hanging out. It's a red Tuesday today, waiting for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We're going to shout everybody out. Taking a little bit longer than it usually does today. Shout out to Monty G, shout out to Fiddlebeck, and here comes the world's greatest mod. Shout out to the OG Darwin, shout out to Tisha. Yes, Tisha, I'm looking at DWTX. I bet you're looking at that one too. What else we got? We got Big. Okay, I see you there, Big. Vern, Trader B, Patrick Riley, Dear Oil. How about Hytham and Mary? Shout out to Vecna and Dwight. Zeke is in the house. Shout out to Charlie. Go Rats. Shout out to Rob Newland and 2 New York Cents. Andrew Chow joining us as well. Shout out to Jordy VWAP and Ayo Lewis, Rory IRE and Ronaldo. Jai Singh. We got X Baines and Amit. Paul Van S, Rob Newland, Cameron Lum, and how about Mohammed Mukati, Jordy again, Shane W. We got who else we got here? We even got Joe. Shout out to Joe. Nightbot and the Piper. Shout out to Mark Susi and Oscarito. Hope everybody had a fantastic morning. And I didn't see you guys yesterday. I hope everybody had a fantastic week. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, good morning, my friend. Yeah, we can go back to that. We can go back to that anytime you would like to. Okay, all right. Meme Madness. What happened to him? You look at the screenshot instead of taking profit. Yeah, happens. Happens. Very interesting. All right, guys, let's see what we got cooking up. Tried flipping the bias here on the Alibaba, so not working out too good. We went long, and then I'm like, what am I doing? Let's try to fade some of these pops, and then you get squeezed out. So that is Alibaba trade, and then we took some TSLA as well too, guys. So that worked out best for us here. I'm really mad at myself because it was my #1 game plan, and I wanted to be right in at the volume weighted average price. But I've seen this nice consolidation phase here, and then I'm like, okay, we're holding these levels. Let me get in at the bottom of the range, and then I added here, and then got the pop out. But then I got stopped out the remainder over here. So yeah, still slightly red on the session. That's okay. We'll figure something out. There's a lot of time left. I think it's time to fade some of these pops, even though it might be a little bit too late for that. We've been doing that for the past couple of weeks now. So yeah, be patient. Shrif, we got a lesson to go through. Anything you want to touch on?
Yeah, let's look at the small cap gappers that we got on focus today. We're looking at Ray here. So it's Ray and DWTX are the ones that I'm going to be focusing my attention on. Ray just got tradable. Took out that high. We had that $1.80, $1.85 trouble. We're taking it out now with the $1.85 at the high. DWTX as well. Great looking name. Great looking move. It's a holdover from Friday because I was holding this bad boy on the side charts from Friday because I wasn't here yesterday. Good look for it today, up about 41%, but it's rivaling Ray. Ray's up a lot more, up 102%, give or take. MTEC, good look as well, about 33 and change here. It's a VWAP hold. This is a hell of a looking bull flag. It's going to have to hold VWAP for me to stay interested. It's got a sellers though, galore up at that 1150 area. So MTech in focus. MYO, not much of a like a continuation play here, but it's got a good bull pennant under construction, so to speak, at the moment. Big move up, lower highs but higher lows, consolidating at VWAP. So let's see if this one holds. HSAI, I was really close to having a trade on this. So this one was a VWAP retracement. I might break my rules for this specific one. I like this $20 area. So if VWAP gives up the ghost at around 21, HSAI definitely in focus for me around that $20 area, will be in focus there. Pay as well, taking out the day's high as we speak. It's a bit more of expensive of a small cap gapper, but a gnarly looking bull flag forming here above the volume weighted average price. And we just took out that $30 level for the first time on the day. 30 1/3 now is the high of the day on Pay. So there's a lot of these ones running. The question's going to be though, whether they're able to hold up above the volume weighted average price and not give up the ghost as we get into the more illiquid time of the day. I'm talking about that midday time. Last but not least, and then we'll get to Joseph's lesson here, EXK, a bit of a tough one to say, but it's up 17% and doing the absolute most in a good way here, holding above the volume weighted average price. So all these ones haven't given up the ghost yet. And by that, I mean they haven't broken down below VWAP. So for the moment, small caps are looking good. Let's see if it hangs out that way by the time Joe's done his lesson. What you got?
Yeah, let's hop right in here. We're going to be talking some iron butterflies, guys. So, strap in. Shall be a roller coaster. All right, so the market seems to want to take a little bit more of a push up here. So we hopped into some Alibaba. Once again, we're going to look for the break of this range. So you can see I'm at 138.21. If we can go and test 139, then maybe we'll start to take some profits. I also want to add to this position to make it as big as possible. So here we go, guys. Let's hop right in here. The iron butterfly, and this is what we're going to be going over today. So it's an option strategy. It is credit-based. We'll go to Adara, and then we'll start the lesson.
Sir, about the interruption there, I just saw this coming through now. Snowflake actually near high of days. The information reporting that Google and Anthropic are discussing an AI security deal with Snowflake and Databricks. So Snowflake and Databricks both in talks here with Google and Anthropic for an AI security deal, SNOW, near days highs. Apologies for the interruption. Back to the guys.
Alibaba just now on that pop there, guys. So average now up to 138.43. Going to push for that 139 to 140. All right, so let's get right into it. The Iron Butterfly is a popular option strategy that consists of a combination of 4 options contracts, both calls and puts, that expire in the same cycle. All right, so same expiration cycle. It's designed for low volatility markets. Okay, so it's like, Joe, why are you explaining this? But it's good to know. All right, because we're in heightened volatility right now, and requires the underlying asset to close at a specific level and strike price. Okay, so consists of a net credit. This means it is a fixed profit strategy. So whatever credit you receive, whatever premium you receive, that is the most that you can make on this trade. Higher premium received than an Iron Condor. Okay, so take that into consideration. And why do you receive more of a credit here on the Butterfly? It's because you have to be more precise, right? We know that with an Iron Condor, we are giving the underlying asset the ability to trade within a range, and as long as we close within that range, we collect the full premium. It is the polar opposite with the Iron Butterfly. We need it to close at a specific strike price, okay? So it's not something that you necessarily hold until expiration. You more or less hold it to collect theta, and then when you get closer to expiration, then you just close the position, all right? So, all right, let's see. Consists of 4 total contracts, 1 short at the money call, 1 short at the money put, 1 long out the money call, and 1 long out the money put. This may seem confusing, but we will go over an example here shortly. The short at the money contracts can be classified as the body of the Butterfly, and the out the money contracts can be classified and called the wings of the Butterfly. And then that's why for all my options traders out there, when you have a broken wing Butterfly, you have a slight imbalance on the wings there, okay? So market neutral based strategy, low volatility market environment, theta works in your favor, and it is a credit based trade. The maximum loss is pre-calculated and defined and only triggers when positions closes above or below your long call and a put, okay? So here it is. This is how you would construct a broken wing here, or sorry, a Butterfly, not a broken wing. This is a fixed wing here, so everything is constructed correctly. So we have 2 short at the money call puts and calls here, and then you can see that we buy our protection to obviously to hedge our downside risk. So what does this do? You can see that we are going to collect $3.82 here on the call side and $2.89, and then you just subtract the debit that is also required. That is what you have to pay, leaving you at a net credit. So this is what it would look like. You would collect $3.19. So in options terms, or is $3.19, but in equity terms, you can classify it as $319. Okay, but you can see the probability of profit. We went through this earlier in the morning, and it is drastically lower. It's just due to the precision that is required in this underlying setup. Okay, the objective of this is not to close at the specific strike price, but to allow contract and theta decay to allow you to collect premium day after day. All right, so this is just a weekly expiration cycle, and that's what you want. So a couple days, you're going to be swaying out in here, but what the objective is just, okay, let the contract slowly diminish, and the chances of you closing right at that specific strike price are relatively low, but you can also just collect premiums as day goes on. All right, so pros: limited risk and defined losses, unlike short straddles and strangles. Profit from time decay, high net credits received compared to other credit-based trades. Cons: narrow profit range, accuracy is extremely important. High assignment risk due to the short options and the accuracy that comes along with it, and then requires close monitoring. So if you're not at your screen every day, it's not like the Iron Condor, it's the polar opposite. You want to focus on it, and if you have the ability to collect some premium, then it's just best to close those contracts. This isn't my go-to strategy. I know a lot of traders love it just for the fact that you can collect a lot more premium than an Iron Condor, but I like using the Iron Condor. It's a little bit more passive, and you have a wider range within to close within. All right, guys? So that is the Iron Butterfly. If you have any questions, be sure to put them in the chat, and I will go over them and answer them to the best of my ability. But Sharif, what you got going on?
Yeah, we're in DWT X right now, looking at working my way into the $11 area. Ideally, it holds up at this 11 and a quarter. 11 and a quarter is an area of interest to me, specifically because it is the 10 exponential moving average overlapping with a previous area of price action support. I'm talking about that 1020 AM wick into 1120. So did defend that, or did reject off that 11 and a quarter initially. So I'd like to see it ideally hold up there. But that's not the end of the matter for me. If it continues heading down, I like it all the way into VWAP. So I've set my resting, what are they called? DCAs into this. The next one to be filled here is at the third of a dollar. The one lower than that is 1107. So we're long 1183s. We're showing 64s. I was able to eke out some profits above 12 there before that move down before 12. So let's see how this one does. It's establishing itself quite well. It's above the pre-market high. It's got good volume. It's respecting previous areas of price action resistance, now support. So we'll see if this one holds up above, number one, the 10 exponential moving average, which is that quarter dollar, but ideally, ideally holds up 11 and a quarter, but my line in the sand is that volume weighted average price. The reason I'm looking at the side chart there is because VWAP on my side chart starts populating at 4 a.m. and that's the one that I use. So we just got added there at the third of a dollar. So now it's eking into that quarter of a dollar. We're going to have to be careful here. Now got 71s. Last DCA will be into 11. And if it doesn't hold 11, which is the volume weighted average price, that's the end of the trade. We'll take a hit there. I'm also looking at RAY. This one was up 100% last time I looked at it. It's having all sorts of trouble with that $1.80 area. So it's got multiple topping tails all into that 175, 180. The best we did on the day was that 185. And it kind of looks like it's setting up for a possible double top, with the neckline being around that $1.20. You can kind of see the closing prints all around that $1.30, but really the wicks go below that $1.20. It's not a trade that I'll be taking, the double top on a small cap gapper short below VWAP, but it is a sound strategy you can employ if that is kind of your cup of tea. Looking back at DWTX now, we're long 71s. Now it's showing me 64s, so probably behooves me to throw something out a little bit lower than the mid 80s over here to extract some profits. If this one pops back up, I'd like to have a resting profit taker that is to take said print. So we'll see exactly what this one does, giving up some of the earlier momentum it had at 13-14 high of day. Nothing else for me other than RAY, which I don't really want to jump into right now. I had an idea on RAY to trade it simultaneously with DWTX. The idea would be to take VWAP, but then I stared at it a little bit more. And I said, well, there was a whole lot of disrespect for VWAP, basically from 1025 to when we reclaimed it at 11. So why do I want to base a trade off the volume weighted average price if the ticker on the day has shown you kind of, it may or may not respect it. Like sometimes you get some wicks off VWAP and sometimes you don't. So that's not really the setup I'm looking for right now, but this one is closing in on the high of day, and there it goes through the high now, 190 HOD on RAY. It's got good momentum behind it. It's got a good amount of volume though. But now that I actually look at the volume, it's actually not that good for a $1 name, so I stand corrected. We have about 30.5 million shares traded on a $1.85, a ticker that's a $1.85. So not my favorite volume profile on it, but that could change absolutely. METC kind of doing nothing. This one might have to be replaced, and I might have to keep HSAI a little closer to the other trading screen. This is the one that keeps giving you that bounce off the volume weighted average price, and now you've got higher highs and higher lows. You're still south of that $23 area, which is where you topped out on the day, $22.92, but anything off the volume weighted average price for HSAI, I think I'm a buyer, so much so that I'm throwing an alert in and around that 21 and a fifth area, so that if we do retrace a little bit off that 22 and a quarter we're trading at right now, I'm able to be notified and then possibly get in here. Back to DWTX, no prints into the 70s. Best this one could do was pop up into the mid 60s. So DWTX position currently in trouble with one more planned DCA into that $11 area. It's going to have to hold 11, as I mentioned previously, Joe. So that's all I got at the moment.
Yeah. Jimmy, what do you say? You're good? Yeah, I'm good. Looking a little concerned at the start of the show here. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's I'm good, to be honest with you. I had a good gym session yesterday, and that's it. Hit some negatives, and yeah, here this morning, the time change may be a little still affecting, but that's all right. Let's see. I just popped out of BABA, anyways, to see what's going on. It faked me out, and now we're climbing a little bit higher, so a little tentative here. In the morning session, it's slightly frustrating, but that's okay. I'm going to avoid this name. I took enough attempts at it. If it wants to climb higher, which I think it will, because I checked the cam range this morning and we're sitting on top of R4, but we might have already done the traverse from R4 to R6 here. I don't have the structure, but it's looking like it is. So maybe we get a little bit of a fade here in the morning. But yeah, tough getting some stuff going for me as of the past couple of days. But that's okay. We'll sort it out. But Tesla's starting to climb higher and higher. Would like to be in at VWAP. This is the name that's been working for me the best, and I want to just stick to things that have been working and avoid things that haven't. So for me, that's been IBIT. I added heavily into position, didn't work out. So I just did I stuck to my 3-strike rule, and now I'm avoiding it. 3 strikes, 3 attempts there on Alibaba, couldn't get it going. So see you later. Adios, muchachos. We're not going to be looking at those names anymore, and that's okay. It's not that I'm mad at them or anything along those lines. Is I've took my stabs, following my rules and waiting for that precise opportunity in order for me to capitalize on. And I'm sure it will arise. And if it doesn't, maybe it'll come tomorrow and I'll be sitting here waiting for it to do so. But yeah, here we go. We can see that we're starting to get somewhat of a recovery here in Tesla. So TSLA up about 6.3%. That would put Tesla at half of that there, guys. So about 3.3% up on the day. Nice move during the opening drives, but then gave back the majority of it, went negative, and then now trading back above the volume weighted average price. Let's see if that elastic effect comes in the indicator, or we're literally just going to sell all these pops. The Qs are constructing lower highs as well too, guys, so take that into consideration. Going to be hard for these names to get the ball rolling if the overall market and Meta and some of these Mag 7 names don't want to participate, but we shall find something to trade. So I don't want to buy the bottom of this range just yet in case we get this VWAP test, and that's what I would prefer to get in. But if I do catch the bottom of the range or have the opportunity to do so again, then you can see our risk to reward ratio. My issue being is that we went on a nice recovery on the 5-minute time frame and on these lower time frames, but that volume wasn't standoutish. Even though we have this, it's kind of on the rise here, it's just not great enough. This isn't a genuine move in my opinion. I would like to see a little bit more volume, but I could be wrong as we start to climb higher and higher. Now sitting in the middle of this range, if you can see, and that's one thing. So you want to pay attention to the tape, and you can see how we're just constantly flushing here. So just hitting the bid and below the bid. And then when we're on the opposite side of that, when you see orders start hitting the ask and above the ask, we're not as reactive. So you need to take that into consideration and how that's going to affect the underlying asset. So yeah, I'm glad I got out of Alibaba. I should have locked in some profits at 139 there. I did not. That's okay because I had about a 50-cent move there. But that's okay. A little break-even trade. Going to look for the bottom of the range here on TSLA. And then, yeah, take it from there. Nvidia, nice recovery above the volume weighted average price. IBIT as well, too, recovering off of those lows. And Tesla still just hovering around this consolidation phase. So let's see if we can hop into the bottom of the range there, Sharif, and get
Yes, sir. Still waiting here on DWTX. Nothing doing. We're still putting in lower highs, so that's not actually correct. We're doing exactly what I hoped we wouldn't do, is to put in lower lows and lower highs. Still into an area I feel comfortable holding it into. I'm talking about that $11 area. It's not a random level. It is the volume weighted average price. Also price action resistance previously into this area over here, kind of the bull flag, initial bull flag at the open, boom, sideways consolidation below 10. We break through 10. We bull flag into 11, boom. This time kind of the same thing. We bull flag into 12, but we had excess liquidity that took us into that 13, 14 high a day. So we're still doing the dance here. Now we're getting pops. We're getting pops into that $0.0002, that low 60s, high 50s area, but that's not going to cut it for me. I'm long 71s, and I didn't get my DCA into at 1107s. So this one is still trouble for me. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I had an ill-fated trade that lasted all about 7 seconds here on MTEC. The idea was to take the VWAP retracement and to pop back up, but I had my stop a little bit too tight. I based my stop on the previous area trough, which was was that 10 mid-90s, having gotten in at 11. I got stopped out as soon as that 90 penny area broke. So super tight stop there. Probably not the best execution of a trade because, you know, you can definitely get areas of illiquidity, liquidity grabs, kind of the opposite of that, and then right into the downside we go, and then pop right back up. So I'm going to wait for $11 to get retaken here on MTEC before I dance with that one again. The other one I'm looking at, surprisingly, is Moderna. Moderna's getting decimated on the day, much like these overall markets, but there is an interesting trade for me here on mRNA, and it's a VWAP retracement trade. Now, this last little pop-up into 33, say in 2/3, didn't quite reach a level that I want. I'm looking for that 34, maybe 33, low 90s, high 80s retracement. I'm talking about in and around this area. That's where VWAP is on my chart, and Moderna has rejected VWAP very cleanly twice already on the day. So I'm willing to put my money on another third rejection here on mRNA. So much so that I placed an alert at a little bit below the volume weighted average price there to be notified when and if it does dip down there. So mRNA looking short at a specific area of the volume weighted average price. We'll have to see if that bad boy comes in. Still holding DWTX though, nothing doing there. Keeping an eye all the while on RAY. RAY is the big boy winner on the day, up 102%. $1.93 high. Takes out, in fact, that dollar trade and holds well above $1. This thing has a low of 89 pennies on the day. So did that dance with the $1 trade, and for the moment, it has won out. Now, the idea for us is to get in on a key area of technical support. I'm going to continue to feel that VWAP here is a little bit of a bamboozling level. We gave up VWAP quite aggressively on this move back down, reclaimed it. I don't know if we're gonna get that same price action over here, but VWAP on my chart, one low 60s, maybe 160 give or take. So we'll see if this one wants to pop back up, drop back down into that $1.60. You know, I'm just gonna throw it out there, man. Let's go ahead and wait at a 163. If we can get a fill in and around VWAP, maybe a little bit higher, all the better there. Back to DWTX, showing me 60s here for the first time in a while. I've been waiting here at 77s. No pop-up, sadly, into the 70s yet, but it's showing me 68s. All right, now we're getting 75s. There we go. We get a couple of prints to the high side. Let's see if we can get some more. Now the next area I'm waiting is the 80s level. So let's see if DWTX wants to give us something here. We're long 65s now, so not a bad look. In the money on this one. There we go to the high side again. Let's see if we can take out 12 here on DWTX. I'm willing to bet we probably don't take out 12 that easily. So I'm going to take out more here, just knowing that, you know, these small caps have been, you know, a little bit trouble lately. A little bit of trouble with the rest isn't actually that down today. It's the best performing major average. Oh, well, it and the NQ. So 0.15 in negative land here for the Russell 2000. So not a bad look, not a bad look. I thought we were down more than that. So here we go, 190 again. We're long 50, so we're 50 cents in the money. Gives me a bit of a cushion with which to work, and it kind of takes the pressure off a little bit here. So having planned DCAs definitely got me out of some trouble, but underline that word, planned DCAs into a level that I like. Let's see if it holds up here, Joseph.
Yeah, nice look there. So yeah, here we go. We're gonna hop in some TSLL here. So Tesla, looking like we're holding the volume weighted average price fairly well here, guys. What I'm referring to here on the 5-minute time frame is that you can see that we have these nice strong engulfing up moves and then a nice consolidation phase on lower volume. So what I'm looking for is essentially that ABCD pattern, okay? So basic stuff here, basic TA. So you can see A, B, consolidation C, and then D, you get the move, and then this would be the second leg here. So A, B, consolidation move, D to the top side, and that's what we're gonna look for, a target of 8 or possibly even the high of day. I know that Katina Man mentioned an interesting fact. He said, okay, last time Tesla dropped 13%, they had a nice 7% recovery day. We're now sitting at around 3%. And I'm not saying necessarily that's going to happen today, but I'm going to look for a recovery in this name. Down 45% with no significant pullback. Then let's see if we can get involved. I know I'm slightly going counter trend here, but that's okay. It's working right now. And if we have to add into the position at the break of this phase here, then I'm going to do so. But I need to see that momentum and that volume start to kick in here on the lower time frames. And you can see here on my right hand side of the screen that the tape isn't necessarily necessarily cooperating. So we want to see those clean flushes above the ask and at the ask, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing them hit the bid more or less. Okay, so keep that in mind and in consideration. So yeah, holding on to that. I like the TQs as well, but we got to continue to monitor what's going on with that. We are constructing lower highs as well too. So once we load up here, we'll be able to do a little basic TA. I don't know why you're not loading. Okay, anyways, we'll pull this up here and see what's going on. So it's a little more difficult with the 1 minute time frame, but you can see what I'm looking at here. So we have to break through this 60 level in order for us to climb higher, I believe. And if that momentum starts to kick in, then I think we'll be sitting in a pretty place, especially with Tesla, because it can drag the market up. A rising tide lifts all boats. And that's what we're aiming for here. I haven't looked at Meta or Microsoft or anything along those lines, but we need these big names to participate in order for these longs to be successful. We know that they have been getting decimated as of late. And then look what happened to the overall market. I talked about Apple and Google this morning as well too, guys. So just using that in reference, and these stocks are not looking good whatsoever. So going to hold on to this until otherwise, if we crack VWAP, then I'm going to get out of Dodge. If we can break through this resistance zone here in the Qs and on Tesla, then I think we'll be able to hit those highs of days, but it's not looking like it right now, Sharif.
RAY coming in here to that $1 2/3, and that's where we're waiting. We just got the fill there at 63, so let's go ahead and set some profit takers for a bounce up. But this could be trouble. So I've mentioned already the RAY kind of has had a bit of a mixed relationship right now with the volume weighted average price, respecting it at times and disrespecting it at other times. So waiting at 69s and then 75 here on RAY, VWAP retracement. In fact, VWAP and the 10 exponential moving average are all but 1 penny away from each other. So let's see if that adds to the sport at this name. So here we go, showing 68s. I'm waiting at 69s and then 70. So a dip trade into the volume weighted average price fills for us on RAY. Let's see if we can get anything out of it. Now, where's my out on this one? Well, I'm going to have to give this to about $1.50 because it's already shown its propensity to dip below VWAP and then retrace right back up. So I'm giving this a little bit of room, maybe against better judgment over here. We'll see if we can get a bit of de-risking on any pops up, and then we can kind of breathe easier a little bit. This one, DWTX, pops right back down into that 1120. Now we're break even on it again, showing me 1150s. We're long 52s. So this one not giving me the fill into 11. In fact, so much so do I like that fill at $11, given how it's been trading, bouncing up off that $11 area. Increased my size there at 1107. But I think this might be like an ill-fated trade if I don't get filled at that $11 area. So maybe I need to move it up a little bit to account for where we're actually bouncing off support, which is at, it seems to be 1120, give or take a couple of pennies there. So yeah, I might adjust that beak wetter. We'll see what we get there. Back to RAY, still showing me 68s. It did pop up into 69s ever so briefly. No fill there though. We'll see if this one wants to defend the volume weighted average price. I'm still watching METC here, with the idea being that it defends generally that $11 area and that VWAP area. Nothing doing on this one now. HSAI is working its way off that $20 VWAP bounce. It's now $1.30 higher and looking to take out that 22.92 HOD. So that could be an absolutely good one right now if we get this one at the right price. So that's my move right now. Looking at RAY, DWTX. DWTX though dipping back into that 20 penny area. So I'm thinking maybe to move up the order right now. That's all I'm looking at. We're involved in a couple of names. Nothing doing really on either. Just looking at the scanner up top to see if there's anything moving and new. And sadly, there isn't. So we're just going to have to deal with what the market gives us today. I'm seeing all sorts of leveraged names like SPCX, SMCL. There's also some others over here with Tesla related. Maybe we'll look at some Chinese ADRs if none of these small cap gappers have continuation to the high side. ADR is very strong of the day as a result of more stimulus coming out of China, Joseph. So if we're looking for strength, maybe there is something in China for us.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at earlier. I seen the ADRs pop up on my scanners this morning as well too. But guys, we're running to these key zones here in the TQs and in Tesla, I want to see if they can break and hold, and then I'm going to add to this position because that's what we want to do. That's the name of the game. We want to try to make these winners as large as possible, okay? So, yeah, here we go, breaking through them right now. This is a positive sign. If we can hold 60, we see the volume start to kick in here on the lower time frames. We might be able to sit pretty here on this trade. But again, all these pops are just getting faded, so be wary. And if you can get any form of move, start taking those profits in. We're not going to get those extensions to the top side, I don't think, guys. You can see what happened in the earlier drives, right? We didn't get the extension. That's okay. I'm going to add to this Tesla right now. I should have been in a little bit earlier, but now we just doubled our position here on TSLA. We're using unrealized gains. Can we continue this momentum? Are we going to construct a lower high, or are we going to go and test a high a day? This is what we got to be patient for and find out. Hold on to the size for as long as we possibly can. My target here in this name is going to be around here, 820 or whatever it may be. So this is what I'm doing. I'm essentially free rolling. Shout out to Obi and Jose. I haven't seen Jose in a while, man. Is Jose here? Yeah, all right, yeah, he's here, my guy Jose. So yeah, that's the game plan. We're in the money on this trade. Now we're going to use our unrealized gains to add more to this position without essentially risking any more. What does that do, though? It doesn't mean you get to keep the same stop loss. You now have tightened your stop, and my stop is in the middle of this range. So if we come back into it, it's not going to be looking too good. So that's all right. Let's see if we can get this breakout running into some key support levels here. If we can punch through this zone, then I think the next target is going to be around 80.20, and that's going to be my target here, guys. So hold on patient as much as we can, and just, yeah, that's it. Bless you, pro day trader. What's going on? Okay, we're coming back into the range. Not so much fun, but that's all right. 229. Good morning, gents. At Sharif. Number 229, is that Tesla 229 or something along those lines you're referring to? There, my guy ADL. I haven't seen you in the chat in a while. I don't know if I seen you last week. So yeah, happy weekend. Hopefully you had a good weekend, my friend. Let's see what we got going on the options chain for Tesla. Right? If we have some high levels of open interest on the call side, then maybe we can get that magnetic effect and slowly climb higher. But what I'm seeing, why'd I type in TSLA? We don't want that. We don't want TSLA, Sharif. We want Tesla. Okay, so let's see what we got cooking up here, guys. 240. All right, March 14th expiration cycle. We do have some open interest there, about 10,000 open contracts. 250 this week as well, too, guys. But that also can be acting as a call wall. So a lot of traders can be short from that 250 strike price, and it seems to be the case. Let's see if we got any possible support here. 220, that was showing up yesterday. So that is the highest level. We tapped into that, I believe, in the after hours yesterday. So not looking good. I'm pretty sure on the next pop, I don't want to sell at the lows here, but at the next pop in Tesla, I am going to liquidate that long-term position. I don't want to deal with the stock and what Elon's got going on. When good news comes out in the name, etc., we'll know. We'll be able to identify it through price action here, and that's what I'm going to be patient for and wait. But again, I'm just going to lock in whatever unrealized I have at 220 or whatever the next pop may be. Hopefully 235, 240 would be more ideal, and then just get out of that position. In total, holding on to this here, Sharif. So let's see if we can break $8 here on TSLA.
Yes, sir. Makes sense. Makes sense. Good luck. Taking some more profits here on RAY, popped or dropped, into 55s added, just took out there some at 60s. It's this one which I'm quite unsure about right now. DWTX is, well, it's not breaking down below 11, but it's definitely straddling 11 with lower highs. So what I'm concerned with right now is a flat bottom break that comes through that $11 area. I've kind of seen this story before where we get these outsized moves only to drop down lower. The outsized moves I'm talking about is this 11 and a quarter defend, and then we pop up into 12, thinking that we've made higher highs above that 11 and a third initial pop. So that kind of is the bamboozler there. It kind of gets me interested, and then I don't take out the majority of the position south at 12, and then all of a sudden, now we're putting in lower highs, looking to flat bottom break. I'm going to continue to hold this into $12 because I was able to, $11, because I was able to extract substantial amounts here into that 12 pop, but I'm still holding a piece that could get me negative on the day, so got to trade this one carefully. DWTX, multi-day play. This one was on my chart from Friday, and then I come back in today. It's running again. I wasn't sure if it was running yesterday. Probably should have done a little bit of charting there. RAY continues continuing to hold above that 20 exponential, but south of VWAP. So I was able to take some out here. Next little beak wetter for me is going to be around that 163 area to front run VWAP resistance, which is on my chart anyway at a $1.64. So that's what I'm looking at right now. The other small cap gapper that I've really got on my watch list is going to be HSAI. It's a fantastic look to the high side off that $21 VWAP bounce, but I've got no entry on this. The only real entry that I can really think about right now is to take a micro pullback off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and then, you know, the bounces there are quite anemic. So I'd like something a bit more substantial to the downside. I'm talking about maybe a $21 retracement to kind of defend this previous area support. Now, ideally, you don't want to make it down all the way back into that, 20 and a third. You want to make it back into about 21. The reason being is because you want that higher low, right? You don't want to necessarily be fighting with lower highs like I'm doing right now on DWTX. So that's kind of my look on HSAI. Nothing printing on this one. RAY printing up real nice over here to the high side. Where are we long? We're long 54s. Now we just got 63s. How many more shares do I have left? Oh, okay, I've still got a little. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go like this, just to de-risk a little bit. Added substantially at this 154. Now we're long 154s. Let's see if we're able to eke up. DWTX just added me. So finally I got that $11 ad, but it's going to have to hold up here. This is where kind of the make or break moment for the trade is, because we're at VWAP. We're at that whole dollar level. We're also at previous price action resistance. So let's see what this one does, Joseph. We're long now 11.17, having added substantially into this position at $11. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing here. I'm just looking at the overall market to see what we got cooking up, and it's just moving sideways, so not too pretty. Let's zoom out and see what we have on the 15-minute time frame. Are we starting to put in a base to possibly turn around? And if we are, I'd like to see this sideways type price action, right? So you can form that base, you can form support, and then look to get a little bit of a relief rally here. Let's zoom out on a little bit higher time frame. We'll go to the 1 hour, and this downtrend is still fully intact here, guys. So we need to take that into consideration, but what we want to see is a slight nice rounded bottom or a nice base formed here, consolidative, and then that's when you can get those rebounds, and that's what we're looking for. It's not looking too pretty right now in the TQs, so I'm surprised that we continue to sell, and I'm really curious at what max pain is in the overall market, because look at this. This looks like COVID type price action. I remember when I first started trading in 2022, and we'll zoom back that. We'll go to Adair in 1 second. I just want to finish this. So this is when I started, literally January 1st. I come back from Mexico. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to get rocking and rolling full time here in trading. And then this was my first year, right here, guys. So I guess I was born in the fire, born in the dark, as what they say. And then a nice 2-year bull run. But here we go. You like that saying, from Bane there, Obi, in Batman. But let's see what Adair is up to, guys.
Yeah, just keep an eye on all of these stocks that are associated with autonomous driving or driving in general. So we're talking Uber, Lyft, Google, and Tesla here. Waymo reportedly here expanding access to its robotaxis across Silicon Valley. This headline coming out a couple minutes ago. So Waymo here with expanded Silicon Valley robotaxi access, guys. Back to you.
So yeah, that's the game plan. So that saying from Dark Knight where I guess Christian Bale is like, yeah, or Tom Hardy was like, yeah, you only merely adapted the dark. I was born in it. And yeah, I was born in 2022 is when I started, but we're starting to get a little bit of a move here, Shreve, on Tesla. Let's see if we can crack 8 here.
Nice. All right, here we go. We're just adding it to this position right now. On this bad boy, let's see what happens here. We're going to throw out a stop below this area here. There we go. Well, we're probably going to get stopped out any moment on this bad boy, so we'll see what happens on DWTX. This one's doing okay, though. RAY popped up into that $1.66, so that was the best print that I could get, basically, was on that level. We're still south of VWAP, though, on RAY, so this one is causing me a little bit of trouble. Sadly, we did get stopped out on DWTX, so this one ends up being a loser for me. Big move down there, and I added aggressively at that $11 area, so I was actually positive on this one until I added, basically triple the amount that I had initially at that $11 area, really hoping or feeling that it was going to hold up at that volume weighted average price. It doesn't. It's now below price action support and sadly no longer tradable under my system as it's broken down below VWAP. So that flat bottom break doesn't manifest in the aggressive animation that we show often with a flat bottom break going through that support level, but it did end up breaking down quite aggressively. So a bit of a tougher look there. So we'll focus on RAY. Still got some shares on this one. Looking for that $1.69 pop up there. It seems to be finding resistance at $1.68. There we go. We'll take out a $1.70, and now we're waiting at a $1.74. Let's see if this one wants to reclaim VWAP. Still holding some shares on this bad boy. Let's take a little bit more out here. We'll get the print there on RAY. Oh boy, this one, DWTX, looks like a specialist breakdown with two bottoming tail candles back to back on this monster, all kind of being bought up aggressively into that $10.50 area. It wasn't an area that I had earmarked as support, so I won't feel bad for getting stopped out there. I added substantially into this one on the way down, so it's not like I didn't give this one the old college try. So we'll give DWTX the fail on there, more like the execution fail rather than the price action fail. I gave this one too much credit at that $11 area, and we ended up paying through the nose for it. So a bit of a tougher look for me. Here we go. Now showing 74s. There we get the print on RAY. Nice pop up there. So about 20 pennies in the money on this $1 some odd name. Let's throw out some more beak wetters because we've got none at the moment. I'll wait at 77s, and then I'll wait at 82. See if we can get a pop up and test that high day at around 93 pennies. I'm talking about RAY, guys. It's the number one small cap gapper in the market right now, trading about 97% higher than it closed yesterday. But you know, it's done a suspicious amount of volume, I would say, for a dollar name. Less than 40 million shares traded so far. So the bottom can drop off at any time, or so it feels. PSTV is making its way back onto the scene over here as a small cap gapper, one that we traded last week or the week before. I recall the ticker, just don't recall the name. So let's throw out the ticker there so you guys can follow along. Shout out to Bovin for pointing this one out. It's got resistance at $1.75, but it's been putting in a lot of higher lows. So I like this one for the opposite of what we saw on DWTX, which is a flat top break. So you're getting incrementally higher lows. Not a whole lot of respect by PSTV for the volume weighted average price. Again, I use this example often, but it looks like the line of best fit VWAP here, where it kind of goes through the middle of the price action, neither acting as resistance nor support. So use it sparingly and use it with caution. I'm talking about VWAP. There it goes through the high of the day. PSTV taking out that $1.75 into that $1.77. Ample amount of volume on this one. So if you're sizing into this $1 name, you should, underline should be okay. Just started printing volume. I think we just have a little over 15 million shares, with the majority of the volume coming in at around 10 o'clock, but then coming in again right after that 11 a.m. area. It keeps making higher highs every time I look at it. PSTV now to $1.80. So probably one that really needs to replace DWTX here on my side chart or on my trading screen, because DWTX all sorts of breaking down now. No respect at all for price action support. No respect for VWAP. This one is on the way down. It looks like to 10. I'm talking about DWTX. What you guys see on your screen, though, is another fantastic looking name, PSTV at that $1.80, $1.75. I'm going to punch into this one kind of like I did with RAY. I'm going to get in at the 10 exponential moving average. There's more respect here for the 10 than there is for VWAP. As I mentioned, VWAP on PSTV kind of looks like the line of best fit. So let's go ahead and not use that. Let's use a 10 exponential. I'm waiting at a $1.71. Let's see if we can get a dip there, trading right now at a $1.77. Let's go back to RAY. Did we get any prints there? Yeah, got that 74 print, but that 77 print on RAY, still an elusive target, still putting in higher lows and higher highs ever since breaching VWAP at 11:30. That 11:35 minute candle has been followed by 3 subsequent candles with higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if we're able to ride this trend, Joseph, up into that 193 area. That's the high of the day.
Yeah, nice look there, my guy. So Diggity in the chat was saying, hey, Joe, we've seen the VIX start to turn around here. That could be a positive sign for the longs. and I'm going to take a look at it from a daily standpoint. And as I say that, the market's starting to pull back in here. So yeah, I mean, the VIX is starting to pull in as well too, guys. Now south of 29.50, we put in at that peak there. So I'm waiting for that 810. I'm going to grind this out. Hopefully the VIX can continue to climb lower. That's going to be a positive indicator for us in these longs. But it's just really unfortunate that these grinds are just met by immediate selling. I'm trying to hold for 820. That would put us around the high day here in Tesla, and I want the same to recover. I want to get out of it in the long term. So again, if it comes into fruition, then I'll do so. But again, a nice grind here. Unfortunately, see, the thing is though, on this game plan, so you know what I'm sticking to. I always somewhat have the same risk to reward, what I'm risking to, and I'm playing the break of the volume weighted average price. But as we sat above this range, this is where this ad should have been, or significantly sooner at 79er, at 7.9, $7.90, sorry there. But I didn't get it. So I'm gonna hold, I gotta hold till 820, and if we can crack through that level, then I believe we might be able to go and test the high day. I'm actually not gonna partial out any until we hit those targets, or I come back to my break even, and then I'll just get out of the trade and then look to get right back in. All right, so Tom McLean, the negative gamma JPM put wall with the pullback on the VIX makes market makers a fortune in put losses. Okay, that's very interesting. Good. I've looked at. So what cycle are you looking at there, Todd? Because I was looking at JPM as well too to see if there was any outsized levels there, but what I'm seeing is 220 on the out the money side is about 1.4 thousand contracts. I don't know if that's enough. I remember I traded JPM, was one of my first options contracts that I ever owned. But again, relative to the rest of the open interest, I am assuming that's what you're looking for. And if we climb any lower here in JPM, that would be a level that you might want to look at a bounce for. But we only got as low as 227.21. So you're just talking about negative. So 230 would be the next level of open interest there on March 31st you're referring to? Okay, let me pull that. Okay, I only see the 28th, so I'll pull up that cycle. And there's a little bit less there. So I'll hop back into this Friday expiration cycle. So what we can have is some possible options pinning as well too here, guys, with that 230 and that 220 strike price. So we'll take that into consideration. I like JPM. I think it's obviously one of the best banks on the planet. And it's just been absolutely walloped here, Shreve, with the fears of recession possibly on the horizon, down 20% as well too. This name might be a buy. We're back right at November levels, even a little bit farther back because we gapped up on that earnings report. So coming back into last year levels is JPM and a lot of these big financial names. So I like this name. I want to own it for the long term. And then maybe that's what I'm going to do. Once I liquidate this Tesla position, maybe we hop into JPM. Is it the time? I don't know, especially with the tariffs and everything along those lines. We got some big macroeconomic reports coming up this week as well too, guys. So we'll just be keeping an eye out for those, but looking forward to getting out of Tesla.
Yeah, interesting look there. All right, RAY, we taking prints to the high side here, took out 79s. Now I'm waiting at 80s and then 82s. Does seem to be some selling here at 80s. There is some size posted there. A lot of it just got taken out. 81s now printing. Let's see if we can get up into 82s. Can't get to 82s quite yet on this monster. Good look though. Still got some shares on the way, so let's layer our orders above 82s. I'm going to wait at 85s and then 88s on this one. So let's see exactly what we can get on this monster. Good look, good strength, and we'll see if there's good continuity. We're still below the high of the day, well below actually. Printing at $175, the high is 193. So ideally, if we do take out the high of the day, it could be a good look. Let's see. We're involved in this one. PSTV, I got in at the 10 exponential, like I said, scalped out into $174. Now I'm layering my orders on this one. Let's see if PSTV can continue to put in those higher lows. It's been defending the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 essentially since a quarter after the hour. I'm talking about that 11:15. That was the last time we were actually below the 10 exponential. We were also below VWAP at that time, so it looks like the winds of change came in for that bad boy right around that time. Actually, it had tried to attempt a break of the volume weighted average price unsuccessfully, that is at 10.55, dropped below it, and then was able to kind of pop back up again. So PSTV up 35 and change on the day, but well below the high at $181. Let's see if we can scalp out on this one, already layered my orders to the high side on this monster. Let's go back into RAY. So this one finding resistance at $1.80, and that's not a surprise. Even though we have that topping tail candle that took us into 193, and an analysis of where the actual resistance comes in, I'll submit to you the majority of the resistance is at that $1.80, at most that $1.85. So the fact that we're rejecting 180 is a little bit unsurprising to me right now, but that doesn't mean that we can't take it out. Doesn't mean that the buyers are not going to step in aggressively and push out the shorts to take out that $2 area. Let's find out. We've got quite a bit of room right now between where the price action is and where I got in. So I feel quite comfortable letting it trade at these levels despite the fact that we still got shares on. So let's see what this one's doing. PSTV, bang to the high side. 3 outs on this one. Now we're waiting at $1.79. Then above that, $1.82. So PSTV continuing to hold that 10 exponential. But as I see this one, it doesn't spend its time in any one level for all that long. I've said this about different small cap gappers in the past. I'm saying it today about PSTV. If you're going to trade this one and you want to be in and out at the levels that you want, not what the price action kind of allows you based on the speed of the tape, put your resting orders out there. That's the only reason I was able to get printed at 77 is because I had a resting order there. I wasn't even looking at the screen. So the next beak wetter is going to be in the high 70s and then low 80s there. So PSTV doing its thing. RAY kind of still hanging up below that $1.80, so nothing for me to talk about there. I see you, Pethic. PSTV again, what I miss. Is there any news? It doesn't need to be, my man. It's a small cap gapper, it runs on momentum. I rarely even look at the news items anymore for these small cap gappers, and I kind of don't care. So we'll continue to watch this one, see if it can pop up any further. Here we go. PSTV now very close to printing me at 79s. We just showed 78s there. The previous high of the 5-minute candle is exactly 78. So I know that there's going to be resistance at 78 there. So that's a bit of an issue, especially since that's a previous candle high. I know for a fact that people were stepping in there with the sell order on PSTV, up 40%. Good luck. Let's see if this one wants to run up a little bit more. Since I've been talking about it so much, let me tell you a little bit about it. PSTV, it's got a 5.19 million share float and basically a negligible short float at about 1%. So not a whole lot to talk about there for this one. So yeah, it looks like we're running aggressively here on the size of the float, that is, because it is quite small at 1.79. So there it is. There we go. Now we get the print at 79s. Good look. Now I'm waiting at 82s on PSTV. We're very close to the high of day. 81 is the high of day. So by definition, throwing my beak wetter profit taker at that 82s necessitates a high of day break. I'm living dangerously today, baby. Let's wait for that 181 break and see if we can take out anything there. So keeping an eye on the scanner up top. Nothing to my liking right now except for HSAI. It continues to incrementally make those higher highs and higher lows off that VWAP dip. And so silly was I for not punching in on this one. This was before the start of the show, and I kind of have a habit of not taking positions until the show starts, but this one should have been an exception to the rule because it was a great setup. So many consolidation areas on this one that I would feel super comfortable taking this one as a long below VWAP. Look at this consolidation area here at 18.5 on decent volume. That was a pre-market high. And then look at this consolidation area here at $20 on monster volume. And then we got an even nicer consolidation area at a more predictable level, I would say, at that volume weighted average price with a double bottom there at 21, and that's where I failed to get in. I will look to do better next time. Bang to the high side on PSTV. We take out the high day, so we get that 182 print. So we're still holding on to shares on this one. So I'm going to wait at 185 now, and then above that, I'm going to wait at 188. So if we continue to move up here, you better believe I'll be extracting profits, but my out will be the break of my entry, which is at $1.71, Joseph.
Yep. Let's see what we got going on here. I want to go over these IBIT trades that I had in the morning as well, too. It was sitting pretty just below R3 in the pre-market sessions when I ran my scan this morning. But you can see that I got extremely aggressive waiting for this break of the high a day here. So we entered here, right? So we got in right here, added to the position, added again, and then as soon as we broke the volume weighted average price and I didn't see any relative strength on the time of sales, then I just got out at the break even. I'm like, oh, okay, we hold this level. We had the inability to construct a new low. So I'm like, let me get right back in. again, rejects VWAP. Then this one I actually take a loss on. And then here we go. We put in this double bottom here on IBIT. I enter, and then I enter again heavily, and then we get stopped out. So 0 for 3, and it looks like we might break out here in IBIT, and we are currently, but I've taken my 3 stabs at it, and I don't want to take any more, all right? That's my game plan for 3 shots. And why am I limiting myself to 3 trades, right? Even though something is working, because I have data to back it. Usually if I'm correct within my first 1 to 3 tries, and then the accuracy rate drops drastically north of 3 attempts. So I'm not going to do that anymore. I took too many attempts on the TQs yesterday, didn't work out. So I'm just going back to what the statistics tell me. And that says north of 3, you're not as accurate, Joseph. So that's it, 3 attempts on IBIT. Now looking like we're projecting the top of this range as the overall market slowly starts to pull back in. I'm glad that I got out of TSLA because we are now heading back towards the volume weighted average price, but that is that a 3 attempt rule. And not necessarily for winning trades. If things are winning, you're 3 for 3 or something along those lines, but you're not getting that extended move, take that 4th trade. Keep those risk parameters tight. But if you go like 1 break even and then you take 2 losses, for me, that's 3 attempts. That's no go. And I didn't catch the bottom here on IBIT either. And I wasn't looking for, there wasn't anything overly definitive in order for me to be like, hey, I need to take this long other than this outstanding volume signature. And you get this engulfing candle, but there was no indecision candle print, price action print. And then for me, that's not a part of my setup. So that's that, guys. And that's just sticking to rules, basic risk management, and even account management and risk management, all right? So that's something that I'm glad that I worked on today, and let's see where it takes us. It's going to work out or it's not, and if IBIT decides that it wants to trade higher, then I'm not going to complain about it. We're about 3%. We were down 10% on yesterday's session, but that's okay because there will always be another opportunity. So let's take a look at TSLA and see what we had going on here. Just going back to the fact of free rolling positions, and that's what we did here on both of our entries, okay? So you can see we were in earlier on the day, working, we broke through this resistance zone, add to the position, and then that's when we start to take out partial. So I just doubled the risk right there. And the same thing on this name, break through the resistance, we add nice little consolidation phase, but we couldn't construct and we couldn't hit that 820. So when we come back into that break even range, I'm going to get out and see if we can find something for a better price. And if I can get in right at a VWAP and I see some indecision prints, then I'll do so. All right. But I right now going to sit on my hands, going to hold my horses to see what's coming up. We do have some of the big names trading above the volume weighted average price, but the Qs are weak here, Sri.
All right, man. PSTV continues to make higher highs. We just took out 88s, high a day, 89s now. Back into the 70s we go. The print at 93s is going unfilled, but let me tell you, my out will be the break of the 10 exponential moving average. So here we go. We're coming quite close into my entry, and I'm going to flatten out here. If we get anything below that 68 print, we're long 71s. Out the majority of the position, but it's going to have to hold at the 10. It's shown its propensity to hold the 10. So if it doesn't hold the 10 here, I don't want to fight this and then DCA into this in the same manner that I did with DWTX. Negative on that name. Don't want to do that with PSTV. Unlikely to go negative at all here on PSTV, given how many shares we've taken out versus how many we have left. But it is defending that 10 exponential for now. Underline that for now. So it does dip in to the 10 after making that high at 189 and then bounce back up. So I'll leave my out exactly where it is for the moment. This one, Ray, we take out, what did we take out there? 81s, right back down into a little bit higher than my entry right now, showing me 57s. I'm long 54s. This one's holding the 20. Now this has had an interesting relationship right now with the 20, a bit of a bizarre one right now. Not that, these small cap gappers respect the 20 exponential moving average all that much, but there are these outlying cases where they do. Here's the case. So we kind of almost get into the 20 right there where we're not at the 10. We're not at VWAP. So I'm more inclined to believe we held up at the 20. We kind of did the same. That was a 3-candle hold up from 10:30 to about 10:45. We kind of did the same thing right over here at 11:30, a 3-candle hold up at the 20 and then retrace back up. Now we're doing it again. But where it looks like we might break that $0.50. Now I've had to give my stop below the $0.50 here, knowing that the $0.50 could be an area of support on these small cap gappers. We're showing 54s. That's where I'm long. I'm looking for this to kind of do the same thing it's done before with the 20 exponential and find buyers that move it back up. I don't like it enough to add into this position. I don't know if it's going to continue to move up, especially since the previous high that we just put in is technically a lower high. So the high of the day right now is $1.93, but our last attempt to take out those highs fell short at $1.81. So it's not a glowing endorsement for me that the higher high and the higher low situation is intact, right? We've got the higher low situation intact for now. We certainly don't have the higher high situation though, because this one failed to break that $1.93. So RAY in focus is going to have to hold up at these areas. So PSTV, RAY, I know I keep saying the same stocks over again, but they're the ones that are doing well. So we're going to keep talking about them until they don't do well anymore. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still holding up here, RAY. Let's see what else is moving. I didn't get my VWAP retracement, sadly, on Moderna. So the best it could do was move up into that 33 2/3. I was waiting more along the lines of 34 or 33 high 80s. We did have this area of a prolonged consolidation as a top for whatever reason at 33 1/3. That was not the area I earmarked, hence I did not get into the trade there, and I don't feel bad about it. I had to have my area, a specific area that I liked. I'm not going to punch in willy-nilly, and that was at the VWAP retracement. And the reason was, well, it had shown you it was inclined to pop into VWAP on the retracements upward. So the fact that it didn't this time, well, we just try to put the odds in our favor. What I'm talking about is big move down right at 930. We find a little bit of support. We get into VWAP. We reject. We attempt moving back up again at 10 o'clock with a big nice candle there from up 33.40 all the way up into about 34.25. So almost $1, about 80 pennies. And then we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candle red retracement to the downside. So I was expecting something to come to VWAP again. None came, and that is all good. So involved in these bad boys, not much else to talk about other than HSAI. I don't think this alert here at VWAP is kind of really relevant anymore. Given how this one trades, I think I'll probably have advanced notice of it if it does come back into that $21 area. It's kind of thickly traded, especially since the volume dropped off, kind of funny enough, right at 11 o'clock, right when we started the show. Looks like the algos turned off there. So HSAI, definitely in focus, but not at these levels. Pay is an interesting one. So I don't like typically taking these off areas unless they're the 10 or VWAP. In this case, I like this $30 area here on PAY. And the reason is, it was kind of the consolidation area top for the initial bull flag. Like, we may not get a second bull flag here. It doesn't look like this one, there's enough momentum to the high side, but we definitely got an initial bull flag off that 930 pop, then sideways consolidation. And then you could tell we were rejecting $30 over and over, basically from 955 to when we broke through it at 11. So an hour of $30 acting as an area of resistance. So having said all that, now that we got up to 31.13 HOD, if we do drop back down into 30, I could certainly be persuaded to add and continue to add into the volume weighted average price, which is at a little bit higher than 29.50. This one's shown you its propensity to respect these moving averages and to continue to put in higher highs and higher lows. So PAY up 24 1/3%. I could be an adder here at 30 all the way defending into about 29.5. Adara, what's up?
So much is happening right now, so we're going to talk about it here for a moment, guys. We're down on the day here on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ almost flat on the day, but I think what's really interesting here, if you saw on the sector watch, yesterday what happened was we had a lot of weakness in the market, significant weakness in the market, but a lot of sectors were actually green. Now, today is actually the opposite. We're only slightly weak in the market, but almost all of these sectors are getting hit pretty aggressively. So it's a really different look here for all of these names. There are some names that are still strong, and this one is NFLX. Netflix here, up about 3%, no catalyst, but it's been quite sold off over the last few days. There also is a catalyst here that's just coming through here with Microsoft reportedly open to deploying natural gas with carbon capture technology to power some AI data centers. So carbon-related AI story here for MSFT, as reported by CNBC. We're going to send you back to the guys in just a moment. Just be aware here, no more economic data necessarily on the day. However, we do have after the close now, it looks like it's going to be coming through at 5 p.m. We are going to be having Trump's business roundtable. Then at 1 p.m. here, so during the day, we're going to be getting a note auction, the 3-year note auction, and also have a new post here on X for TTV Research. These 45 tickers are the only green names on the NASDAQ year to date as of yesterday's close. So less than half of the NASDAQ here is actually green on the year. Meta's the only green Mag 7 name, and even then they're almost flat here. Palantir, one of the year's biggest winners earlier, also almost flat in the year. So if you want to take a look at this graphic, check it out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. I mean, Sharif, I don't know how you feel about this, but I tend to find that usually a couple days leading into CPI and PPI, you get this choppy type price action. And I guess sellers are somewhat, I don't want to say they're exhausted, but they were in full effect yesterday. So you need new participants to continuously step in here. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for these prints here, these macro prints. So we got consumer price index on Wednesday, and then we have CPI, core PPI on Thursday. So that will bring some more volatility to the market, and that's exactly what I think we need, is a little bit more stability and maybe some more volatility here, as the VIX was spiking as high as 30 yesterday. I was watching it. So yeah, interesting stuff. Looking forward to that. I'm not shocked at this sideways type price action, and we haven't capitulated, which is, I guess, a positive sign for the bulls. But if the bears, like Big Spala Burdett, are enjoying it, then that's just what I'm going to wait for. I expect this to kind of trade sideways for the remainder of the day. If we break 765, then I'm going to get out of this trade. And then there might be some more potential downside in this market here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Mr. C, thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat, my man. I can cover one of these for you. ELF. So ELF, a bit of a tougher look, obviously, since this double top that kind of manifested there in the early to late part of, or early to mid 2024. I'm talking about that February high into 220. We attempted it again in June and in May and again in July of last year. So a gnarly looking double top there into 220. The neckline I perceive to be in and around that 160 to 150 area, kind of give or take there, with the blood coming subsequent to that. What I love about this pattern was once we broke that 150, 160 neckline that I perceive to be the neckline of the double top, look what happened when we got to that 100. We popped up. We bounced off 100, obviously, because it's that $100 level. But lo and behold, we make that 150 attempt to retest previous area support, now resistance on ELF. So it's a fantastic looking move down. Obviously not fantastic if you're involved in this name in the long term, but that's the way the beast is. If you don't like the price action of these stocks and the volatility that comes with it, this is not for you. Probably find something else to do. So $60 looks like got defended there a few times, 64, maybe low 60s at around 61, possibly on the 4th of March. This one is below all the moving averages here. I mean, it's below the 20, it's below the 10. I've got nothing good to say about this other than it's a possible short candidate into the pops. So ELF, I especially like it as a short at $100. That's about, almost $25, a little bit more, $28 from today's high. But if you're looking at the local area high, it really is around $78, $80. If you get above $80, then I'd be setting an alert out for a short at $100. That's obviously, taking into consideration nothing fundamental has changed with the company. So that's my look on ELF, an ugly chart, but, possibly maybe some moves here back to the high side for a $25 winner, maybe at that $100 area. I won't be involved in this name, obviously, but wishing you the best on it. ELF, an ugly looking chart off that 220 double top from last year. Guys, I got stopped at Array for the remaining amount there, feeling awfully silly. I mean, I had my stop below the $145 that moved it up to kind of shadow the price action, thinking that we were definitely going to hold that 150 area. We did not, so I got stopped out at a $149. Now it's all the way back up into that $164, popping into that $170. So yeah, we execute okay on this, but give back a little bit over here as it does stop me out through that $150. So RAY still in play though. It's still, trying to hold up above VWAP. We'll see. The area of importance for me here on Ray is that $180. It's shown a whole lot of selling, a whole lot of resistance at the $1.80 area, despite the fact that the high of the day is that $1.93. So if we can get above that $1.80, I am definitely interested. So much so, I will throw an alert at that $1.80 level so that I'm notified if we are able to take it out. This one, other way. Here we go. PSTV also got stopped out of the remaining amount for this one. This one I don't feel as bad having been stopped out of this one because this one gave up a critical level. I'm talking about VWAP. I'm talking about that 10 exponential as well. So definitely couldn't hold this one against me all that much. We were long 171, got stopped out 164 for the remaining amount. So far, we have the best print on the day up at that 189 area. We'll see if this one can get back above and start putting, those higher lows. Now, I perceive this one still to be kind of doing that higher low situation, especially if you're basing your area lows at this $1.46, and then we're a little bit higher at that $1.55. Now the higher low is at that $1.60. So technically, you're still putting in those higher lows. You're no longer at a moving average. You're no longer at VWAP. You're not at price action support. You're having to rely on this upward trend line, which I feel a whole lot less confident in, since it's just a random manifestation that I threw onto the chart. So keep an eye on PSTV, see if it wants to head into the high side. Yeah, shout out to you, Mr. C, for that. Got nothing else, guys. HSAI is coming down a little bit, though. So that one was one I was focused on. I'm kind of happy it's not continuing up here. Looking for that $21 dip. I could certainly be persuaded to maybe front run it at 21.25 and work my way into that $21 area. HSAI has been a strong one on the day, up 38% and change. Was up higher at that $23 area, but coming down a little bit right now. RAY is not done either. But again, as I mentioned, I'm looking for that $1.80 area there on RAY. Let's flip to the MAG, see what the MAG is up to on the day. I really haven't had a look to see what the MAG is doing. Let's bring in E-Signal and look at some of these MAG 7 names in addition to Uber and Netflix. Who looks the best and who looks poop? Let's have a look. So Meta, a little bit below VWAP right now at that 604 area. Yeah, it's kind of putting in a bit of a compression pattern with lower highs, but also higher lows. Softies decidedly breaking down now below VWAP after using said VWAP at that 382 area as an area support. Bamboozles everybody by making that higher high into 386, and then all the hell broke loose to the downside. We are now trying to hold on for dear life at 380. We just wicked below it right now. So Softy looking at giving up the ghost. Google already gave up the ghost, breaking down. In fact, Google is using VWAP as an area of resistance. You can kind of gauge that, except for the opening range print, obviously, into that 9:30 to 10 a.m. area. It's more volatile when the trade slowed down, specifically at 11:40. We did reject VWAP. We are holding, though, for whatever reason, this 163 and a half low. That was the low that we held yesterday, I believe, into 11 a.m. It came into fruition several times into the, I want to say the afternoon session, and as well in the aftermarket session. We also dipped down into that 163, 164 area. So we'll have to see if that flat bottom gives way on Google. Amazon kind of doing the same, a bit of a similar look here to Softy, where it pops up well above VWAP, tries to take that 200 Bezos shelf, and now we're on our way down well below the volume weighted average price at $1.97, and looking to take out the morning low there at 195. That's looks like it's incoming fast and furious right now, dropping down into 195. So AMZ and Apple absolutely getting shellacked, breaking down below 220. Apple now taking out this area low here that we printed at around 10 a.m., which was around 220. We're giving up the ghost now, guys. 219.5 Apple, well below that 220 area. Tesla as well. Tesla and Amazon look very much similar, where they have these skewed double tops, with the opening range top being higher than this last attempt. So Tesla's opening range high there at 236, the best it could do during the later time in the day is 232. Now we're down at 226 at the volume weighted average price. So Tesla definitely getting a push down. It's Nvidia here is the only one that I can see on my side charts that's actually above the volume weighted average price, and it may not be that way for long. Here comes Nvidia into that 108.5. That's where VWAP is. It really hasn't respected, though, VWAP on the day. It's been awfully volatile with that 111 high and that, oh, wow, and that 104.75 low. It's kind of somewhere in between now at around 108. We'll see if Nvidia can kind of hold up. It's really the Netflix story, though, guys. I got to tell you, Netflix is having itself a fantastic day. It obviously got shellacked with much of the market yesterday, but today it's it's definitely above VWAP, and it's a lot closer to the highs than it is to the lows. It's hard to trade because of its price. It's trying to attempt a 900 break there. The best it did on the day was that 902 and a third. So NFLX, not a bad look right there. It's really Netflix, Meta, that look okay. Tesla is still technically up on the day, 2%. So is Nvidia, up 1.5. But the chart patterns, I don't know about that. We'll keep an eye out on that. Nvidia is defending that VWAP area though, so that's an interesting look right now. We got a 3 or 4 candle hold up here on the 5 at VWAP. So it's about 15 minutes we've been defending this 108 1/3 area. I wonder if anybody's buying Nvidia at this volume weighted average price. Kind of an interesting area to have to price action defend, especially since you're not really seeing that on many of the other names. So that's a look at the mag right there, guys. Let me know what you guys are trading in the chat today. I'll be looking at these small cap gappers, but every now and then we'll have a look at the mag, Joseph.
Yeah, so I was looking at Apple not too long ago, either on the daily. Gore have mentioned this as well, that we're running into some key support levels. I talked about it this morning during the little option segment. It's not going to be looking for those two, good for those two big names, Google and Apple. They're both heavily invested in each other, with Google amounting to about 25% of Apple's service revenue, with Chrome being the primary search engine of the iPhone. So take that into consideration. Maybe it's not too good of a look for these big cap tech names, because it doesn't seem that Donald's administration wants to go any easier on them than the previous one. So let's see what's going on with Tesla. We got out of that trade. I want to grab the bottoms here because we are running into some support. So I'll hold that off, and it's a good risk to reward as well too, guys, because we have a base of around $7.60, but I think that train is gone. I do like the 5-minute indecision candle on TSLA and Tesla, so that might hold off as well too. Unfortunately, this signature did not, and we breached it to the downside. So any form of pullback here, and if we can hold this range around $7.65, I'll look to get involved in Tesla once again. And if I'm wrong on it, then that's okay. I still have a couple more stabs on this name. I was correct on it, but 219 and heading south here is Apple. One thing to note is that extreme volume candle coming into the downside here, guys. So that can just be more sustained. This could be igniting as we run through some key support levels. What do I do when I see that? Us continuing to sell, I look at the options chain. What is the next level here on Apple? This expiration cycle, we're sitting at $210, guys. So that'd be another 8-point drop here in some of these big names. Not going to be good for the overall market. So yeah, we're just going to have to find some relative strength or look to join it. I know Sandra in the chat was saying, Joe, I took that bear call spread on Apple this morning, and she's pretty much collected the majority of the premium that she can, around 40% or so, which isn't necessarily the majority, but a high level of it, and on day one. So I would personally look to close that contract if you collect 40% of the full premium received. There's no point in holding on to it for the remainder of the 3 days and for the remainder of this session as well too, just in case something decides it wants to squeeze, but it does not look like it wants to, continuing to the south side, gapping down as well too. So not a good look here on AAPL, guys. We're looking for the bottoming signals in this market. I like this 5-minute signature here on Tesla. We might look to get involved. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is up to and what you guys are looking at. So 5-minute inverse head and shoulders on what, Thomas Tesla, maybe possibly. I see what you're looking at. 220 was a major put wall for negative gamma flip, says Pug Life. Yeah, and that's what I was looking at there. So you can see that put wall on AAPL. We're gonna hop into some Tesla on the retest here. If we can pull back a little bit and hold this base, then that's where I'll look to get in, around that $7.70. But I want a better price, obviously, than my first entry. Third time's a charm. Inverse head and shoulders possibly as well too. But we're gonna go over some of the top performing stocks. 191 million shares traded here on Nvidia in the session, 102 million on Tesla, and still slightly bleeding, but holding up relatively well, especially after that 13% loss. Yesterday, Soxel with 88 million, and then TQs with 80 million as well. Going to top sector performance, we don't have a single green sector here, guys. Everything in the red. We got the tech sector, the best performing, and we're still negative 6/10. Energy sector sitting in second place, negative 6/10. And the utilities in third place, they're down 1%. So not a good look. Consumer staples sitting in third last, down about 1.3%. Healthcare down about 1.4%. And then the industrials down about 1.6% there, guys. So not a single green sector. There may be some individual green names, but the overall sectors are not performing very well today. And understandably so, you can see that we're down closer to 13-14% in the overall market, which is a nice haircut here. So not too good of a look at the lows. 13 0.39%. And look, we had these levels marked out from before, guys, and then now we're just running into them and respecting them. I didn't do that just now. We had them previously marked out, and I mentioned this might be the next level here around that $450 target. That's going to put us around a 15 to 16% retracement here. It's closer to 17. So again, a pretty not the best haircut. That would have put us at September of 24 levels. And then, yeah, continuing on with that. So waiting for this bounce, waiting for this oversold bounce. As of right now, price action is not telling us that we're going to get that, but we're just going to be patient. Possible bottoming signal here in AAPL. I like this hammer at the lows here as we engulf on the volume signatures. Let's see if we can get a bounce here in AAPL.
All right, I'm looking at HSAI. It's been defending $22 for a while, so we'll keep looking at this one to see if we can get that 22 bounce and a possible bigger move up. It's been a while since we've been below 22 at around 11.10, give or take, was the time we took that $22 level. So let's see if it comes back down. It's certainly got selling at 22 22 and yeah, 22 and a half, 22 and 2/3. It's been a range. Here we go. Looking at taking that 22 and a half. I'm not going to punch in at these highs. I will insist that this one dip in to a more reasonable support level before I get involved on this bad boy. It's got a 4-penny spread, which isn't that bad for a $20 some odd name, up 40%. Let's talk about the details on this one, since we're going to have, likely we're going to try to take a trade on it. So HSAI got a float of around 73 1/3 million shares. Not much to say in the way of a short float, though, either, about 1.5%. So not much doing here. You don't really have the ingredients for kind of a good look for this one. But this one was an earnings, looks like an earnings winner yesterday. They reported March 10th in the post market, and they're up nicely today. So that's likely the reason we're running up, not as a result of a smaller float or a larger short float. So that's okay. That kind of puts up the kibosh on some of my plans there, is we likely won't have a parabolic move to the high side. This one as well is keeping an eye on, let's try to load this monster over here, EXK. So this one, it's got a lot of support at this 4 1/5, 4 1/4 area, with the high of the day being 433. I was thinking possibly to punch in at that 4 1/4. It's just not giving me enough for it to be worth it. I don't have to, nurse this trade or have to worry about this trade when the range essentially is 13 or 15 pennies. That is just not going to cut it for me on this one. So yeah, I want to mention it because it's a good look. It's a big move up and a consolidation sideways, defending that 4 1/5, that 4 1/4 level. It is being respected, but that's about all good that I can say about this one. Otherwise, you're not really getting much in the way of a high side move. So that's the situation. We're going to continue to wait here on HSAI to defend that $22 area. It did pop up into 50s, but true to form, like it's been doing all day, when it moves into that 22 and a half, it does find a bit of a sell. So that we'll take advantage of, hopefully, and then we'll get printed at that $22 area. Maybe you don't have to wait that long. Now dipping down into about 22 1/3 right now. So HSAI, not a bad look. I see SMCI's up big, which is not a bad look on this one either. Let's talk about it and let's see how we could possibly trade SMCI up 7%. So been obviously a bit of a down move lately on SMCI, but let's look at it, more from an intraday perspective. Definitely a seller at 40. You don't got to be a chartered market technician to see that. The implied balance high rejects 40, then we work our way up, and the high of the day is 39.99. Surprise, surprise. So we'll see if this one wants to take out 40. I personally like it at that 50 exponential. Now, it didn't defend VWAP. It didn't defend the 10 or the 20. The only area that I can say it actually met price action support was either the pre-market high at around 37.50. We kind of topped out there all morning and then attempted it again at 8 a.m. Never to be able to take 37.50. Lo and behold, we get up to 40, come back down, and then we test that exact 37.50 level. So it might not be the 50 exponential, which is the red line on my chart that we found support at here between 10.25 and 10.50, but it might be that price action support from the pre-market at that 37.50, which found its support. So I will wait and I will have an alert on SMCI at around 38.75. That's VWAP. If it doesn't respect VWAP, I'll be looking to that 38.50, 38 and 2/3 area where the 50 exponential is hanging out. If we can get a higher low there, this might be an interesting long on SMCI. Even if you don't break that 40, if you get long 38 and 2/3, 38 and a quarter, 38 and a half, just making the assumption that you get back into that 40 or 39.99 technically, and don't even take it out, well, that's a good $1.50, $1.25, $1.33 winner, depending on where you got in. So SMCI, not a bad idea right now. At that VWAP, at that 50 exponential, I'm talking about that 38.75, 38.50 area. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition. But if you're looking for a long, well, this one might be one of them because it's definitely bucking the trend today, up 7%, much like Netflix is as well. Netflix, I mentioned earlier, up almost 4%, above that $900 level right now. So it's also bucking the trend. So keep your eye out on those. If you're long, if you're insistent on long or your brokerage, if you don't have a margin account to be able to short with, whatever your reason, if you can't get short on the day and you're looking for longs, look for relative strength on names that are definitely bucking the trend. I'll submit to you Netflix, one of those names, SMCI, one of those names, and in general, I haven't looked at them recently, but in general, Chinese ADRs are also bucking the trend today with XPEV, BABA, and the like, all decidedly strong on the back of that Chinese stimulus coming out of, you guessed it, China. XPEV up 13 and 2/3%, NEO 10%, Zeekr 12 and 3/4, Li Auto definitely underperforming the bunch, 6.5%. Then you got like JD, Baidu, PDD that are, all around 1% or lower. BABA definitely bucking the trend as well, 4% for the monster BABA. And then you've got a bunch of innocuous names that a lot of people don't really know about, so we're not going to mention them, Joseph.
Yes, buckshot here on some of these trends. We can't just break through this resistance here. It's really fade the pop here in some of these names, guys. So not a good look. And we have some big macro data coming up in the next 2 days as well. So take that into consideration. You can see that the Qs are moving sideways. And one thing that you need to take in, is the fact that, hey, volatility is up, right? So our sideways price movement, the eastward price movement, is going to be in a wider range as well too. You can see that we're trading in this $10 range, but we've essentially gone nowhere. Okay, we haven't gone anywhere. We're just hovering around the volume weighted average price. You fade the tops, you buy the bottoms, and you just look to range trade in this aspect until you break out, until you see that volume really start to kick in. I think that we're going to continue to be eastbound here in the overall market. So we need some of these big names to break out, and then that's when the overall market is going to start to participate. And then at that point, we might have the ability to sit on top of the volume weighted average price. But I mentioned again, tomorrow we have, I believe it's CPI, and then it might be PPI tomorrow and then CPI Thursday, I believe, or in whatever order. But again, that's going to bring some more volatility into the market. So make sure that you have those stops in place if you're swinging or whatever it may be, or even sit on your hands until those report come out, and then you will be able to gauge sentiment from that standpoint as well too. So being patient in this overall market, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're a long bias trader like myself, there's nothing wrong with sitting on your hands for a while and wait for those news events, those positive catalysts. Eventually something positive will come into the works and help drag this market up. It's just the fact that we have to wait until it comes out, and it may take longer than what we assume it will, and it usually is the case, right? Like you gotta look at it like this. So if you have a strong company, you expect them to rebound relatively quick, but if they have the DOJ after them, they're thinking about breaking up Google Chrome. You have to divest from that. You also have a quarter of your service revenue coming from one company, with Google giving you $22 billion in 22, and then now they're not going to be able to do that. Then it's going to take a big hit. Look at AMD. AMD from those highs at 225. has not even come close to recovering. I don't even remember the last time I traded this name. It's been months, as a matter of fact. And now we're just hovering around 96, whatever it may be. But we put in an all-time high in March of 24. Literally, almost, I think, a year ago this week, or a year ago Sunday, is when AMD put in that all-time high at 226 and hasn't even come relatively close. And the fact that if you think that it's going to go back to those levels, if we've been trading to the southeast for over a year, how long is it going to take us to recoup and double this stock? Right? That's what we say, the stairs up, escalator down. I don't see anything positive coming out of this name. Hopefully you're not bag holding. But 133% from where we're currently at. And that's saying, hey, we're not going to go any lower. So it's a tough look here in AMD. And these guys were supposed to be number 2 in the AI race. And look what's happening to this name. So not too good of a look there on AMD, Sharif.
Yeah, man, nothing doing for me over here. There's nothing going on in my world. We're just going to keep waiting for HSAI to come in to that $32 level. Otherwise, I'm not taking any trades. So if you got anything you want me to look at for you guys, throw it in the chat. I'll do some TA for you. If you're looking at swinging something, you're looking at getting into something long-term and you want some levels, maybe throw that in the chat. Otherwise, I got nothing on that I like and I won't be trading until I like something. So throw that. F-Cell says all swans. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Fuel Cell, I remember this one during the pandemic. Is it even still on the NASDAQ? It is. Okay, probably one of the umpteen reverse splits that it probably had. Yeah, there you go, baby. Right there. That's why I was thinking that November 4th big boy reverse split. But it doesn't change the chart pattern, guys. It's still down and to the right. So Fuel Cell, obviously one of those names that's involved in, you guessed it, clean energy. Let me just throw that on there. So give you the details on it. So there are baseload energy platform solutions through fuel cell technology, obviously hydrogen. Yep, they have the hydrolyzer, just like kind of Plug Power and Nikola were trying to do. So it's a bit of a tougher look. Clearly, guys, you know, definitely looking at those. This is the weekly chart. These are the pandemic highs when this thing was running from like 80. This is all not split adjusted, mind you. It wasn't that price back then. We were kind of holding that, I want to say that $100 area, and we popped up all the way up into almost $900, all the way back down. It's never really broken the downtrend pattern of lower lows and lower highs. So there's not much good to say. Sorry about that, about F-Cell. It's going to need something else. Obviously, what they're doing is not working, and it's going into the market right now the way that we are. You kind of feel like these more speculative names may get beat up even more. So I don't know if this would be a good entry on FSL. I don't know if you're holding this from before or what your situation is. Bit of a tougher look there. I do apologize. Naveen wants me to look at Dash. Let's have a look at DoorDash. All right, that's a much better looking chart. This is the weekly. Let's flip. Oh, wow. That's a hell of a nice rounded bottom there on Dash. So this is on the weekly, guys. Okay, I did not have a look at that. Let's do a bit more TA here on a more nuanced basis. So where is the neckline, would you say? $200 definitely yells at me in terms of the neckline area, despite the fact that we broke above it. So the 2-week hold at the neckline, above the neckline there is not a bad look, with the second week being red. Obviously, I do like these bottoming tail candles into that $170, showing you that buyers do like this. So we're probably holding that higher low. Let's flip to the daily now. On Dash, yeah, not a bad looking chart at all on Dash. It's just kind of hard to tell you good entries at these levels, but I do like it at this 170, no question about it. Look at this 165 defend. Generally, it looks like it is defending that 50 exponential, or was at this moment, or at from this area over here, which was December 18th to when it broke above it, January 16th. Sadly, you're below that now. You're below the 50 exponential, trading at about $183, well off the lows though. 175.95 is a low, so almost $10 worth of range today on Dash. Still an inside candle ensconced by yesterday's price action, but that $170 looks like it's defending well. You have two bottoming tail candles off that $170 on the daily, and you have it on the weekly, so that extends us from last week. So I do like that. In addition, you have this $170 defend from earlier in the year and late last year. So I do like Dash here at a $170, but again, it's going to be really dependent on the overall market. If the overall market starts moving down, down, that $1.70 level won't matter, and you're going to have to deal with these losses. Now, keep your eye out on the 200 as well. If the retracements get a bit deeper, since we gave up the ghost at the 50, the next level I'm looking at is going to be that $1.60 area. That's the 200 exponential, and it's shown you its propensity to respect the 200 exponential, essentially from all the way from May 1st of 2024 until we broke above it in August. So kind of did hover around the 200 exponential for a while. So you can kind of call this Wyckoff's accumulation there, where you had a prolonged area of sideways action, and then you started making higher highs and higher lows. We'll see if that continues. Let's see what Scott Tomlinson, no ticker there. Vinny Vici, I just mentioned Netflix up to $900, up 3.86%. So not a bad look there. I'm in Marvell. Let's have a look at MRVL, see what that one is up to. This is the daily on Marvell. Clearly, it's been suffering much like the overall chip sector has been suffering. That $1.30 almost got into a $1.30, multiple rejections into that high 120s, like 126, 125, 127, and then all the way back down here below the 50. Below the 200, and the only thing kind of keeping you up here is price action support. You have a prolonged period of defending here at the $65 area. That takes us all the way back into January of last year. And before January of last year, we were using 65 as resistance. So this is an important area here for Marvell. Now, you have this outsized area, but we all know what that outsized area is. That dip below, that is Black Monday, the unwind of the yen carry trade back in early August. So I kind of look at this area over here with a bit of skepticism and look more to the previous areas and subsequent areas, all of which defended 65. So I do like $65 here on Marvell. But again, I want to caveat all that by saying that I don't know how I feel if you have an overall market correction. This is all predicated upon, healthy retracements and the continuation of a bull market. I don't know if that is the case anymore. And I'm going to make my case why. So Donald Trump kind of was elected to bring down the debt, get government spending under control after 4 years of shenanigans. Having done all that, he started off by trying to get the spending under control. And that's what the whole thing about Doge is. But that's not the only thing usurping government funds. The prohibitive interest rate that they have to pay on their current debt vis-a-vis the higher yields on the treasuries, 4% on the 10, I think it's 3.9 now on the 3, 3.8 on the 2. The point is, I think, given what Scott Bessent has said in previous interviews and what seems to be the market manifestation, is that the Trump administration is going to focus on the bond market. And the reason they're going to focus on the bond market is because bond prices are inversely correlated to bond yields. When bond prices go up, bond yields go down. Why is that relevant to government debt? Well, they got to service that debt, and the amount of money or the amount of debt that they issued the past 4 years to fund, 5 years, I should say, to fund government spending means that they've accrued a whole lot of debt payable at very high interest rates. So if they focus on the bond market, they're able to pay down. It's like you having a car loan at 8.99%. And then you go to your car loan company and you say, well, look, rates have come down. You either bring down my interest rate or I'm just going to go somewhere else and have someone finance it for me at a cheaper price since it's an open loan. You're trying to bring down your monthly payment on your debt, which is your car loan. That's essentially what the U.S. government is trying to do. They're trying to bring down their interest rate on their debt vis-a-vis treasuries and bonds. And the way to do that is to make sure that bond prices go up again because they're inversely correlated with bond yields. If you have that kind of situation, then there is a good chance that money funnels out of the equity markets into the bond markets. In addition to that, you have the Europeans now wanting to fund the war in Ukraine to fill the void put in by the Americans. As a result, they're also issuing, the Europeans that is, new treasuries, new government debt. What has happened as a result of that? yields for European treasuries has gone up. That means people are selling those bonds. Well, where's that money going to go? Is it going to stay in the sidelines like Berkshire Hathaway and stay in cash? Most likely not. Most likely will find its way into the US bond market. If that happens, then you don't have that money going into the US equity market. The whole point of this little spiel is to tell you that we really need to consider this kind of preconceived notion that Donald Trump is fixated on the stock market. It may be different this time around in Trump 2.0. He may be fixated on the bond market. And if that's the case, it's trouble for equities. Spiel done.
All right. So yeah, we got into this Tesla here, guys. We got the pop, but then it just faded right back into the break even. So we didn't want to make a winning trade, a losing one. We added to this position. So you can see I got stopped out here, but then I wanted to add in this area, but the tape wasn't telling me to do so. So I'm like, all right, I'll just hold on to what I currently have. And then I just added another half there. But unfortunately, we just came right back, sold into the volume weighted average price, constructing another lower high on the day. So if we were to draw our trend lines here, to see where we're going on, we're just continuously rejecting them. So you got to pay attention to them and you have to respect them, especially in this market environment. You got to sell these pops, and especially running into resistance zones, there's no buyer stepping in to push us through those zones. So you got to look at the tape and look to fade those pops. And it seems to be the case. I should have took a little bit more out here, only took out 10% or so. And then now we're heading back to the south side. So yeah, the Qs, again, doing the same thing that I mentioned before in that downward trend, constructing those lower highs there. So yeah, a tougher look here. Let's see if we can form somewhat of a base and a flat bottom at these key levels so we have multiple touches. But again, if we come into this area, we need to be very, very patient and see how price reacts around here. Okay, so we are forming this shelf. It looks like it wants to head back into this range here, guys. And if it does, look for a potential bounce at that 468. Now, speaking of the Qs, let's see what we got going on the options chain to see if there is any definitive support and resistance levels. Any levels of open interest that we want to look at to be like, hey, we're going to bounce here. So we see that 470 has about 9,000 open contracts. And if I were to go down the chain, 468 is that next level. And then 465. Okay, so we got 7,000 open contracts at 468 strike, and then 6,000 open contracts at that 465 strike. Are we going to go to those levels? I don't know. You got to get through the first one to get to the next. So let's see if 470 can hold up here in the overall market. Jimmy Donnelly, now is a good time to get a cheaper entry on VZ. You referring to that? Yeah, I know you were trading that for the past couple of days. I can take a look at VZ to see what it is up to. And see if this, okay, yeah. So, Jimmy, a little bit of a tough look here, my friend. So giving back a lot of this move that we put up here in the past couple sessions, actually giving it all back here, Jimmy. If you think this is a good time to entry, then I hear you. Obi even mentioned this morning, XLC, the communication sector is actually performing pretty well. And I think it's being led by Verizon and AT&T, I think possibly, but we'll pull up XLC because we know that Google and Meta are not trading very well, but not looking good either on the daily. It is still hovering around those highs. Oh, wow, okay, we'll eat those words really quick. So let's see from a percentage metric how much we are down. 9%, okay? So being led to the downside by the likes of Google and Meta there, guys. Okay, so here we go. We're getting that squeeze here in Tesla. I'm out of this trade now. We put in another 1 minute doji, looking to run into this resistance zone. Let's see if we can crack through this level. I missed my entry now, and I'm not going to chase it. The only reason I would get out here is to try to find a better entry price, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It's now gone without me. So these pullbacks are relatively deep. You can see on the 5 minute time frame that we are moving to the east. So I'm going to look for that to sustain. We got a flat bottom here and lower highs on Tesla. So we're going to need to crack through that level and this resistance zones with volume in order to break through and continue to the northeast, Sharif.
All right, keeping an eye here on HSAI. Did come into 22. Sadly, didn't get filled. It didn't come down low enough. I think I was waiting at 5. I think it came down into 6s. Let me just verify that. 7. So we missed it by a couple of pennies there. HSAI, it's been locked in a good range here for the better part, I want to say, of a few hours now, with 22.5 being the high end of the range and 22 being the low end of the range. All the while knowing full well that the area support over here is $21. $21 is VWAP. So if it drops below 22, I'm not going to hold it, quite frankly, because there's a big chasm between price action support at 22 and technical support at 21. So we're gonna let this order fill. I'm gonna let it fill. If it does come down, knowing full well that it's gonna be a very tight trade, it will have to hold the area. I will not be DCing into $21 on this. So let's go ahead and throw out the out for this one. I will give it to kind of like the 80s or something like that. Let's go just like that. And then we're gonna see exactly how many shares we've punched an order for on this one. So there we go. We got it filled. Now we know exactly how many we got. So yeah, so we'll throw that out there. Let's see if this one wants to hold. So we're long at 05. So let's go ahead and set up here some beak wetters for a move up and see what comes of this trade. HSAI, strong name on the day, but we already know the market is kind of a little weak, and that could put the kibosh on the trade. So we'll find out exactly what it's all going to be like very, very shortly. All right, I'm long here, RAY. This did take out the high of the day there into 193. Sorry, it didn't take out the high of the day. That's still 193 that we popped into at 11:15, but it's above 180, and there was a whole lot of resistance at that 180 area. Here we go. We're long 89s, showing me 94s. I'm waiting at 96s, so essentially what I'm looking for is a test of $2. Now, if we get a rejection of that $2 area, I won't be surprised, but we're going to give this one the old college try. Let's see if we can get a move up. We already got a print there at 93s. Now I'm waiting at 96s, showing me 95s now on RAY. We were trading this one earlier, much to my disappointment, because, you know, I kind of got, what's it called? Stopped out. That's the word I'm looking for, at bottom wick. So I had my entry. I had my trade. You know, we executed on it okay, but maybe this moving up of the stop was not the best idea. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on now. Let's go back to HSAI. We get a pop up there. We take the print. Now I'm waiting at 20s. It's showing me 12. So there we go. We take all the levels out there. Good trade on HSAI. Let's hang out a little bit higher now. We're going to wait at 29s. See if we can get anything there. Where we long? We're 05s. Okay, not a bad look. So HSAI, a very clear over and over and over again, $22 defend. Let's see if this one continues to work out. RAY coming down aggressively, though, into that $1.70 area. Let's see if it holds up at the volume weighted average price. Oh boy, good thing I took it out there. Right back down into VWAP it goes, Joseph. This one is rejecting that high of the day area, but all the while still putting in higher lows. Still putting in that higher low area. So if you were to draw a trend line, each successive low a little bit higher than its predecessor. Let's see if this one pops back up.
All right, then. All right, you got something cooking up there. Bang. We'll put the bang up there. Okay, so guys, this is what I was referring to, guys. You can see this downtrend line, right? And then we run right into it. We couldn't even crack this previous high, and then we just flushed to the downside in Tesla. So we went higher for a couple of minutes, and then we just flushed it, engulfing that whole range that we traded 3 minutes higher, gone in 1 minute. So 4 minutes it took to climb, and then it was all essentially all gone in 1 minute. So yeah, it's a little bit tougher of a look. My good buddy Greg B and I were talking the other day, and we're just like, yeah, man, it's really hard, especially like the velocity of this was just so quick, and it's like, okay, you're just waiting for that oversold bounce in the overall market and in some of the names in your long term. But at what point did you really have a chance to get out? If you broke through the support, maybe you could hold on to that, but then you get somewhat of a bounce the next day here as we crack through, but then acting as prior resistance, and then now just heading to the south side. We have levels marked out here. I do believe that 450 is in the works, especially with the trajectory that we are currently on there, guys. So tough look here in the market. That is fast and furious. What day was this here in July? What happened there in July? Because that was a 15% correction in the overall market, and now we're sitting at like 13. Do you remember what happened that day, Sharif?
Sorry?
In July here in the market?
That was the top. That was
just a regular top. There was like no specific. It wasn't like that. Yeah, 16% there. So yeah, I mean, on no news. But the thing is, though, we recovered half decently quick here in a couple of months, and then we constructed a new high, and then we just moved sideways. So yeah, tough look. But one thing to note here, guys, that we can be like, hey, we found the bottom, is that look at this volume. So you can see on as we head on this descent, you get that standout volume that says, hey, this is stopping volume, we're ready to turn things around. And we don't necessarily see that just yet here in the overall market. You can see that's an engulfing green candle, but we still have red prints all the way down here. And then we're not even getting bid back up. So what I'm thinking, this is my game plan here, guys. You can confirm or whatever it may be, but this is what I'm thinking is gonna happen. We can continue to sell, maybe run into a little bit lower. We'll head into the high 60s, mid 60s, but then we get a bounce into 508, which would be really nice, and then you reject it again. So something that was acting as support on a larger scale, we're gonna act as possible resistance and head lower. And with this retest, I'm going to be getting out of everything. It may take significant amount of time, but that's okay. I wanna refer to Apple on the daily as well. Guys, we're at October of 23 levels. October of 23. Oh, sorry, that's AMD. Sorry, guys. Yeah, well, that's still not a good look. Apple here. So here, running into this base, key support level. We know that what's going on with them and Google. We break through it. That's not going to be a good look. What is the next target? South of 200. Well, first we'll go to this one here first, around 214, right? We'll mark out that level at 214, and then we have this as well too, right? So 196, we crack both these levels. This is the next target you're going to be potentially looking at. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys. There you go.
Just put out a new infographic here on X. Check this out at TTV Research, featuring one of the men we've talked about the most here in the world and certainly in the market. This is a very beleaguered looking Elon Musk staring at this price action on Tesla. So what I wanted to do here, because I just discovered this morning, as of yesterday's close, Tesla is the weakest name on the SPY year to date. 2025. So weakest name on the SPY as of yesterday's close. So I want to take a look here at its performance again, down about 40% year to date and in a 3-month and 1-month basis. So we're still up on the year and we're basically flat in a 6-month period. So that is Tesla here on a variety of performance metrics. Interesting graphic if you want to check that out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
He looks stressed out in that picture there, Adara. So a good choice there. What do you got going on, Tree?
Nothing. Keeping my eye on Ray, so I've got my plan DC on this one at $1.64. That's probably the wrong level now because I see it's $1.65. So I'm going to move that one up when I have the opportunity to. We're long 77s. I've layered my orders for a pop back up. This one's shown me its propensity to kind of put in higher lows. What I'm looking for here is a flat top break. So we've got that $1.85, $1.90. Well, I want to say more of a $1.85, $1.80. That's been acting as a local area of resistance all the while, though. It's been putting in these higher lows. So in the exact opposite way, when we see lower highs with that area defended support, now we call that a flat bottom break. I'm looking for this one to flat top break. Now, we might not get that on a day where, you know, there isn't that much aggressive buying. So I may need to be a bit more or less ambitious, I should say, with where I expect the areas to pop into. At least, though, I'm looking for a test of 2. The best we've done on this on the day is $1.93. I have hard time believing that we can actually get into that $2 to test it. So I'm layering my orders. As you can see there in the high 195s, we'll see if we get them. We got another higher low just now. We dipped down into that volume weighted average price at $1.70. We continue to put in that higher low. Took the print there at $1.82. Now we'll wait for that next print if we can get it at $1.84. RAY is kind of the strongest name on the day. I mean, I don't know any other stronger name. That's above $1 right now, up 105%. Again, though, I hate to keep saying this, though. Be careful on a day like this because when you feel the chart pattern is setting up really well, the price action is good, the volume is good, the book doesn't have too much in the way of sellers at specific levels, and you've got all you want in terms of ingredients. The main ingredient, though, market sentiment, right? That's kind of the main thing that you need to really be attuned to. If the market sentiment is negative, then getting those parabolic moves up becomes much less likely. And so you need to become much more reasonable, much more, less ambitious with where you're gauging this price might get to. So that's what I'm trying to think right now, keeping my mind on this one. RAY, the only one I'm involved with right now. It's the only one that's setting up well and worth involving myself with. HSAI came right back into my entry, and I said, you know, I'm not going to do this with on a day where the market's super negative. I'm getting out flat on this one. I did well, believe it or not. We actually took almost 40 pennies to the high there, but it did drop back quick as you like. So that's the situation. RAY, taking out all my levels there, right into 185. Please, as dang punch with this. Let's throw out some more orders on this bad boy. We're going to throw up 86s and then 90s. And the reason I'm going to throw up there, even though we've broken up above the level, as I've mentioned, 80, 85, it's been a hard row ho on this one. So if it happened once, it probably happens again. Throw your orders, be reasonable with your beak wetters. Now it's showing me 84s. I'm waiting right now at 86s and 88s. 86 is showing up on the ask. It's got a cross for me to get filled. So we'll pack our patience there, see if we can get the movement up. There it is. Now we get that. Now we're waiting at 88s, showing me 88s on the ask. Still not getting filled though. It's got a cross. There it is. We get the fill again. So nice move here on RAY. Let's see if this one wants to test though. That 193, we've been below 193 literally all freaking day. Okay, since we put in that top at 11:15, it's 12:55. You think it would test it? Maybe not. Maybe we got to wait for that power hour when the big boys come back on. But I'm happy with how I traded this one. The only thing that I really could have done better on is stop placement with respect to this area out over here. In addition to that, since I was waxing poetic about the higher lows and the possible flat top break, why oh why was I not adding into the retracements of this upper trend line? Let me make my case. So this is what I perceive Ray to be doing, putting in higher lows, right? So I've drawn a little bit of a trend line there, and for the most part, it's respected that trend line. So then why was I not adding on the retracements? So that's what I could have done better if I really had to choose something, was to basically be a bit more aggressive with the ads. And, you know, that's basically... I don't think I would have traded it any different other than being more aggressive with the ads. Here we are. We're at the high of the day right now. We're boom. There we go. We take out all the levels there. Very happy with this trade on RAY. We just printed 198 high a day. Now I'm going to wait at 205s. Let's see if we can take out two. It made sense that we actually break above $2. We haven't quite yet. Now the high of the day is 2. I'm going to wait at 211 actually. So I only got one more out on this one. I don't mind refreshing the position. Let's see if it drops back down into that $1.75. I'll be an adder there if it doesn't take out that $2 level quick as you like though. I'm going to wait at the lofty level of 211. So it's going to have to clear 2 by some distance for me to get printed on this one. Otherwise, I'll hold on to my position and I'll look to add. If it comes back down to that $1.70, $1.65, that's where he's been putting higher lows. Let's see what comes with this one, Joe.
I'm in this trade. I'm in this Tesla again, looking for the break of the volume-weighted average price. I was just confirming on multiple charts to see if we had, if I can confirm this volume signature here, and then it just blows right past it. So not even respecting it whatsoever. Going to get out of this trade here again. Was looking to go a little bit heavier because I like the conviction within that setup, but we just went past it to the downside. So that's it. We got a short. So SPY is coming into some key support levels as well too, guys. So not a good look here in the overall market. Breaking through them here at 554 is that level on the S&P. Breaking through it now, trading at 553. So ugly levels there, guys. Let's see what we got going on the options chain from that standpoint to see if we have any form of a base to play a bounce off of, or we were just gonna have to play the continuation to the downside. 550. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna head to 550 on today's expiration cycle there, guys. So 0 DTE 550 with 12,000 and a half open contracts. We're net traded as low as 553.61. Gonna be some more downside in the market, says the options chain. So yeah, here we go from peak to the bottom here, guys. 10%, so that's not even that hefty of a pullback, but it just doesn't look very pretty from a technical standpoint. Trading in a range, you got to go wider stop, less shares here, and just give yourself some breathing room because the volatility is quite intense. The VIX is up again, so we're probably north of 2790. We did tap into 2830 on the VIX. So not a good look there. Heightened volatility running through some key support resistance levels. Here you can see from a daily standpoint and just blowing through that. So going back to December 17th, which I'm pretty sure that was a Fed rate decision day right here, guys. So there it is, heading back into that rate decision type volatility. And then this was August, so that was that yen carry trade. So I don't think we go all the way back up to 65. You need pretty much a big event. These events have only happened a handful of times in the VIX when we spike up over 80%, about 4 times. And then after that event, you do get that all-time high in the market, but I don't see it hitting it anytime soon. Let's see what Adair is up to.
Just be aware here, we're going to be getting here in about 15 seconds the 3-year note auction. We're likely not to get this result right away, but it is worth noting that the market will be processing it right about now. So we're waiting here. I'll put up the market. That's just Nvidia. We have the market here on watch as we await the 3-year note auction. When I see these results, if they move anything, I'll let you guys know, but they're not always going to be market moving. It is worth, though, being aware that that auction is occurring, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that one. Yeah, we're just moving sideways, so I'm going to look to buy the bottom of this range here on the TQs. If it holds up around 468, I mentioned that we might tap into 550 on the SPY as well, too. So just be aware and make sure that you have those stops in place just in case it drags down the Qs and some of these other names with it, Sharif.
All right, man. I'm really quite pleased here with RAY. Popped up into my beak wetter at 212. Top wick, and then it drops right back down to 2. Here's the deal, though. Does it now use this 190 area as an area support? So it was rejecting off it to no end essentially all morning, as we talked about that $1.93 acting as that area resistance. It clears it by some distance now up into 214, technically the high on RAY. Do we use previous price action resistance as support? So there's no specific level. I want to say $1.85 to $1.95. The reason I say that is because sometimes we were rejecting off that 180, 190, 185 area, and then we had that 193 high of the day. So right now we're right above $2 again. So it kind of feels like the dips below $2 are being bought up. I don't want to give back too much on this trade, especially, with the bamboozlement of these small cap gappers being a real and ever-present danger. Maybe the money fill here is in the low 90s with a break maybe below that mid 80s area as an out. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait here. Let's go 196s, give or take. We're going to throw a small order over here at that mid 90s, and then I don't mind adding into 190. In fact, I don't even mind adding into about 185. But that's going to be the line in the sand, and it's going to be for small share size here. It's just about executing the right way on this. Once it clears a level, does it then hold the level? And if it does, what am I looking for specifically? Here we go, showing me 96s. I'm waiting at 97s. There we go, 96s, still no print. Now we get the print. Let's see what we do here, though. I'm not going to be DCing aggressively into this. It's going to have to decide what it wants to be when it grows up. We're long 96s. Let's wet the beak there. All right, now we're moving up. So let's wet the beak there. We're going to wait at 205s right now. And then above that, we're going to wait at 209s to front run these 10 penny areas. Let's see if that area was the right area. Boom, we get the fill. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more right now. So seller at 05s of note, no size posted on the gateways. You can kind of see that. So we know we got a hidden seller right now at 04 and 05s. Look at that. There's no size here at 04s. Look how much we're rejecting. We take them out momentarily. They reinstitute their position. Now we're dealing with the seller at 05. Again, no posted bids there. 07s now. So we're moving up incrementally here on RAY. Do we get a break of that 214 HOD? We've definitely got hidden sellers at every level. I'm talking about 04s, 5s, 6s, 7s, hidden sellers everywhere here on RAY. No size posted on the bid, and I literally have every gateway that we do have here at Real Trading, so shout out to them. And so I'd be able to see it. It's not like I'm without gateways on this. So we're going to continue to watch here. RAY, good strength. It's up 133% in a market that's awfully negative on the day. It is a small cap gapper, so this marches to the beat of its own drum. I will be getting out if it breaks 194. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go like this, and we're going to look to defend that area where we got in. We either get printed to the high side, or I will not get printed. Simple as that. So we're going to wait over here. Let's see if we can take out the high of the day. I will be waiting at 18. So we're either going to get stopped out below that 195 area, oral print at 218. Let's see which one comes first. But good strength today for RAY. Here we go. Showing me 9s now. And another hidden seller at 9s. Look at the amount of sell orders above $2. It's not at that 201, not just at that 202, but they're layering their sell orders 10 pennies higher than that whole dollar area. That's a whole lot of aggressive shorting that's taking place at these levels. And I won't be convinced it's profit taking. It's not the way you profit take. You don't layer hidden orders at every penny. So I'm kind of the opinion that the shorts are battling with the longs right here at this $2 level. We'll have to see who has more commitment, conviction, and money to push this either up or down. RAY, Joseph, up 133.
Yeah, well, that looks pretty good there compared to the rest of the market, Sharif. Trading higher. So, yeah, good look there. We got stopped out of this Tesla, now breaking through some support levels, heading more downside, guys. So, yeah, tough look. We're going to do the Playmaker poll here. Sharif, you ready for this, my guy?
Sure.
All right, let's tap in here. Thank you to BVB for reminding us. What is our entry price? I got
553.78.
78. All right. And
are we long or short today?
We're long today, my friend.
Oh, wow. So we're taking profits at 555.75.
Oh, wow. 570. We say they will put in. Yeah. All right. We're in there, and
then we're getting stopped out 552.
552.
75.
75. All right. There we go. We're in at 105 there, guys. There is the Playmaker. We're going long today. We hit a 2-to-1 with Adara yesterday, Sharif.
Hey.
So good look there. Documenting this, I got to catch up on some stuff. I'm going to be doing that this evening. So there it is. We're locked in. We're going long here on the SPY as we run into some support levels here, Sharif. So I don't know how good this can be, but if we're going to play anything, we want to play these zones. We want to be able to buy at support and sell at resistance in this current market environment. The thing is, the selling at resistance has come drastically better into play, especially on the names of Tesla and some of these heavy cap tech names. We know the Nas is heavy weighted tech, so really, really tough look. We're going to look for some signs of strength, but when I went over the top performing sectors, you could see that everything was in the red. So what do I got to do? I might have to transition to some of these small caps here, Sharif, because I don't see any charts like the one you just showed me on Ray or whatever it may be here in the S&P and on the Nas. So yeah, being patient, running through this support level. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another test, but let's see what Adara's up to.
Just keep an eye here on Microsoft. It's basically near today's lows. This is an interesting catalyst, though, not necessarily for today, but something to be aware of. OpenAI apparently launching new tools for developers to build agents. We know that agentic AI has kind of been the next frontier, so keep an eye here on Microsoft. Might also be worth it to keep an eye on something like CRM, which also has its own agentic AI type plays, guys. So OpenAI launching new development tools for building agents. Back to you.
For that, Adara, looks like Baba still has a severed artery here, guys, bleeding to the downside. These Chinese ADRs were performing significantly better than the S&P, so I was looking for some relative strength. But here we go, continuing to bleed, about to run into some key support levels as well, too. But we're not going to get too worried about this because it's not too hefty of a pullback. We're still hovering around these highs, so maybe we're just going to have a couple inside days, fill this gap here, consolidate within this range, and then hopefully it can take another leg to the top side. Sharif was talking about that stimulus coming into full effect, and it looks like it has here in Alibaba, KWeb, and FXI.
Yeah, fantastic look for these ADRs today. We just took it out there on Ray at 18s. Very happy with this trade. Good move up here on RAY. I'm even happier with the add because that's where I've always kind of lacked in the past. I don't add into winning positions, especially when they come into technical areas of support. I was talking about this $2 area acting as an area of support once it got cleared. That's exactly what it's done for now. Underline that for now. These are small cap gappers, and the winds of change can come awfully quick on them. So for now, it is a 218 high a day on RAY. I submit to you, though, it's using 2 now as a level of support. And if you looked at the 5-minute candle setup, each successive 5-minute candle has a higher high and a higher low above its predecessor. Well, not necessarily higher highs, but definitely higher lows. With this candle, this doji candle here being a candle of indecision, I'm talking about essentially from 1250 onwards. It's been higher high higher low, higher low, higher low, and higher low. So you're getting that continuity. You're getting that consistency in the chart pattern, in the candlestick pattern. So right now, we're talking about this 190, 195 area being a flat top break. And you're not getting the aggression of the flat top break like sometimes we see with the flat bottom breaks, but that's because stocks go down a little bit faster than they go up. Joseph said this earlier. They take the escalator up and the elevator down. That's kind of the old adage on here on the floor. And so don't expect that $2 break to act in the same way as maybe like a 150 break here would have been if we got the flat bottom break on RAY. It doesn't mean, though, that it won't continue to trend up, just not in a parabolic fashion, at least not today. At least doesn't feel like it today. So it's up 144%, which is definitely the best looking name that I've seen on the day, and far away, too. I mean, the number one gapper right now on my scanner is RAY. It's up 147%. Second to that, literally second to that, is DWTX, up 28.5% since the bell rung. Okay. Now, obviously, you can find some higher percentage winners on the day, but not since the bell rung. And that's all we want to know about. How has it been doing since that bell rung? I don't really care about what it did from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. or to 4 a.m. to 9:30, right? We definitely want to see strength in regular market hours. RAY is giving you that. It's at the day high right now. It's at 219. We're done this trade. I don't mind adding, though, if it comes back down into a predictable level. There it goes again. Now up into 2.25, 223 high a day on RAY. Just about how we set up next on this. So last time we took that $2 area defend with the money fill being at the $1.95. Now, what's the next trade here? I mean, as Obi likes to say, is it 205? Do I got to wait for 2? Or do I got to punch in at highs? Or do I look at previous candle low? So what I mean by that is, so if you're of the theory that we're going to continue to put in higher lows, maybe not necessarily higher highs, because you might have a candle or two or of indecision like this one, but if you're going to put in higher lows, then front run the previous area low. Here's what I mean. So right now we're trading at 222. And we're in this current 5-minute candle, right? The one at 110. This is the previous 5-minute candle, that 105. Well, what's the area low there? The area low is exactly $2. So you would front run that 203, 205 to basically take advantage of the candlestick pattern that we got right now of higher lows above each successive candle. It's not foolproof. I mean, you're not going to make higher lows forever and ever more. It will be a time where that trend breaks. It's not about that. It's about putting the odds on your side, right? That's kind of what we're doing here. We can't really see the future. We can just try to put ourselves in the best statistical position that we're able to. So RAY, I'll be looking to get in likely at that $2 area. Again for smaller size, though, because I don't want to be giving anything back. Shout out to Big Spy. I was just talking to him there in the chat. And he sent me some messages on the gram. Looks like you're doing real well, Big Spile, on your area shorts. Obviously, we're wishing you the best. And to be able to kind of fulfill your dreams there, I know you were just telling me some stuff about that. Kill it, my man. Make the money while you can. Take it and run, baby. Shout out to Big Spile.
Yeah, take it and run is right, Sharif. If you can get any form of pop in this market, just get out and don't look back. Don't regret it. If it continues to move higher, that's just bonus round at this point. So looking like Los Polios just said, hey, Joe, look at Nvidia. It's going to pop. I'm like, oh, it's popping. What happens? It fades right back into the level it just was. I'm looking for a potential bottom here on TSLA. What happens? We get a little pop, just fades right back in. So am I going to play the break of this support? Maybe, but what I want to do is I want to try to short the top of this range here. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient. All you can do is just put on a smile and hope for the best, I guess, if you're looking for the longs, because they're not really coming too into play. It looks like it wants to head a little bit more south. I mentioned that we might run into 550 today on the SPY. We have high levels of open interest. All right, here I go. Let's get this pop out. If we break the support level here on the Tesla, that is going to be the final try. That means we would have taken 3 losses on it, but we went 3. So we'll go 3 for 6 essentially at that point. Still slightly red on the day, but nothing that we can recover if the market decides it wants to pick a specific direction, or I can catch the top of a range and sell it. So let's see what Big Smile says. Unrealized is just a fugazi. Okay, well, all right, not a lot of sense there, Kyle, but that's okay. Yeah, it's a day trader's market. It is. The volatility is here, but I'm cool with low volatility in just Northeast trajectory, right? I like that. I don't necessarily need to go through these ups and downs of anything to have a good time or be a day trader to be exact, but the volatility is here, but we are again moving in a sideways market. TSLA still positive. That will put Tesla about at 1.8% on the day, and some of these other big names are you in Tesla, Katina, man?
Amazon long 195.
He's in Amazon long 195. Let's see what's up with the Zonian here. Take a stroll down the river and see what we're going on. 195, so about 23 cents in the money. Really strong opening drive here. I know he was involved in this name around just before 11 o'clock, I think it was, and just playing the tops and the bottoms of this. But you can see this 5-minute opening range, a nice indecision candle. One thing that I'm noticing, if you have this hammer in the pre-market, look for it to hold, and then you can get these nice genuine moves. You can see that this is essentially as good as it gets from a bullish standpoint candle. You have that 5-minute opening range break, the hold of key support levels. You punch through the pre-market high as well too, right at that 5-minute opening range, and then that momentum is sustained throughout that until we tap into about $200. So good look there on Amazon. Let's see if it can recover one of the stronger Mag 7s here, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on some of these cybersecurity names. I don't know why they're really strong today, but the fact of the matter is they are strong. So let's have a look at CRWD, very strong name, up 6 and change on the day. Here we go, CRWD. So CrowdStrike, good look for it today. Let's just scroll down on the side. We're up, we were up 6%, 5.88 now on CRWD. This is also coming into an interesting area here, 326, 325. You have price action support at 326. Sorry, price action previous resistance. Let's look for it to be support. I'm talking, but the top end of this bull flag over here with VWAP being that 325. You also have Palo Alto Networks about 1 or 2.5% and change. This one definitely not as strong, but coming into a predictable area here at the $178. That's where VWAP is. I'll submit to you that we broke down below price action support, previously resistance. I'm talking about that 178.50, 179 area. I perceive that to be the top end of the range. It did really hold up there, and then down we go into that kind of $178 area. If I was to trade one of these cybersecurity names today, likely would be CrowdStrike, just because it's respecting price action support a little bit better than PanDub. I like this at 327 low with 326s at best. The money fills may be in the 326s. You might have to wait, though, to that 325 to come into that volume weighted average price. You haven't gotten that, though. But what you have been getting is consecutively lower lows and lower highs since we put in that top at about 334 and a third. So it's a bit of a downward channel now, but into a predictable area. I really like this here look on CrowdStrike if it holds up here. Now, I don't know if this has been moving with the market. I'd have to overlap this with the NQ and the ES to see what the situation is. But the point is, I like this whole kind of bull flag consolidation area top into high 326s, 327s. It's there right now. Let's see if it holds up. What's up, Adara?
There's a little bit of potential context here for that move in cybersecurity, Sharif. So I mentioned this catalyst. It came out right as we flipped over to the midday, more or less. But basically, the information reporting that Google and Anthropic are discussing some AI data security deals with companies like Snowflake and Databricks. Snowflake specifically talking to Google about potentially making Gemini models available for customers for building AI applications. So we do have some AI-related catalysts here for Snowflake, I guess Databricks as well with regards to cybersecurity. That's the only catalyst that I could think of for these names. I just wanted to mention that. Back to you.
Yeah, good look there. Did you want to finish something there?
Yeah, with respect to Crowd, that's all I got to say really about Crowd there. Now, obviously, having said all that, you're going to have to deal with the price of this one, the spread, so make sure you are comfortable with that, right? It's a lot easier to trade something when it's a lot cheaper. You don't take as much of a hit. Usually the spreads are a bit tighter, so the cost of doing business drops a little bit. The cost of doing business here is going to be a lot more. Because I haven't looked at the spread, but I can just tell you from history, it is quite wide. So up 6 1/4 right now is up much higher. I don't know, this is probably 8%, maybe even 9 at the highs there, 334.37. We're back down at 328. Good look right now for CRWD. Let's see if it continues. Back to RAY, and this trade popped up all the way exactly into 233. So we got a 233 high of day. Lo and behold, we're coming back down into that $2 level again. Now, it acted as support before. Does it act as support this time? I'm talking about $2. The 10 exponential, maybe a couple of pennies below that $2 area. So it's been respecting the 10 exponential, as I mentioned, since basically reclaiming it after that consolidated phase at around 12.15. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a buyer here at $2. I don't mind a deeper retracement, possibly into that $1.75. And that way, it will continue to hold the trend. The trend is this white, let me thicken it up over here so you guys can see it a little bit better. This trend line that we've been drawing, that's been basically connecting all the price action lows. I mean, we got away from it over here. We got away from it over here. So it stands to reason we get away from it over here. And if the pattern is to continue, then we come back down, we test that $1.85 or wherever the trend line is at the time given relative to the price action. So I don't want to be quick to buy off $2. Again, I get it. It's an interesting price action support, but I happen to like this trend line. It seems to be respecting it a bit more than price action. So I'll wait for a $1.85, a $1.80, but it's really going to have to hold this trend line here for me to stay interested. So RAY, we've had multiple trades on it today. I'll continue trading it until it tells me that it's no longer tradable. That usually means it's dropped below VWAP. So keep an eye out on that. PAY. So we talked about RAY. PAY is one that I've had on the side chart literally all day and said very little about because it's been doing nothing. Now it is at a very interesting area over here. Now the volume's light on this one. Okay. Is this halted? What the? Just double check here. What the hell's going on? No, it's not. So I'm not sure what the hell's going on. Why isn't it updating? PAY. So let's take out BTAI and we'll throw PAY because it's not updating. All right, whatever. Maybe that's just the way it is. So anyway, okay, so this one looks like it's very spready. That's why it's not moving. It's at a very interesting area. It's price action support over here. This 29 3/4. That was kind of the top end of the bull flag. We made a big move up from 930. We found some consolidation before we made higher highs. That consolidation area top looks to be about between 29 3/4 to $30. We're at that level right now. In addition to that being price action resistance initially, now let's see if it's support. You also came into the volume weighted average price. VWAP is the white line on my chart at 29 3/4. Let's see if this one holds up there. I'm unlikely to trade it just given the spread, but if you are looking for a predictable level on a retracement on a strong name, it's up 21 1/5 right now. This might be the one. I won't be quick jumping into this one, but I'll keep an eye on it. PAY at VWAP up 21 1/5, Joseph.
Yeah, here goes, literally the minute I jump into TQs to look for the hold on the base, Apple takes another leg down and then just starts absolutely tanking. So got to pop out of this one already, guys, and I just hopped in. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, so that's it. I'm not going to try any more of those. Yeah, really tough session, to be honest with you. Yeah, not a good one. Tough game, but that's all right. We'll figure something out. What am I in? TSLA. Sell it. Just sell everything. Yeah, it seems to be the narrative. I think that's it for me. Yeah, broken through that support there, guys. Gonna hop out of this trade as we break through all of these support levels and then continue to move to the south side. So, yeah, it is what it is. Can't cry over spilt milk. As you said, there are huge SPY puts at 550 level. Does usually hit such levels if a big put or call? Yeah, it does. And the SPY is heading towards them. Look for a bounce around that 550 level, even just a little bit north of that. So I'll be chilling out for the remainder. Couldn't get anything really cooking up here on Tesla. So you can see that we had this nice trade earlier in the session. That worked out. That was our best one on the day. Holding up through this consolidation phase and then punching out as we climb higher, and then we get stopped out break even. That's okay. Another attempt, work out, take some break even, attempt another one, stop out. Yeah, so that's it for that on TSLL. No more attempts for me throughout the session there, guys. So Yeah, gonna be chilling out, chilling. Taking a look at what you guys don't sleep on Neo, says King. All right, let's take a look at Neo. I'm telling you guys, I'm hungry. I don't know what you guys tell me in the chat. What did you guys have for lunch? We didn't have the what's for lunch segment, so I'm curious to what all you guys in the chat were eating for lunch. I know what I'm thinking I'm gonna have, especially when I get home this evening. Some nice steak fajitas. We're big steak fajita people, big Mexican cuisine, and neither of us are from Mexico, but we love all the Latin America. And here we go. Market continuing to climb lower here, guys. Let me know what you guys had for lunch or planning for dinner, because I'm curious, and maybe you'll give me some good ideas. Because you know, when you're in the gym all the time, you got to eat rice, you got to eat chicken. Sharif eats eggs every morning, and rightfully so. But once in a while, I like to switch it up. So let me know what you guys had. So we had some ramen in the chat. No eggs, says Dwyer. Okay, that's it. That's all we got so far. Taco Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Tacos. We're leaning more towards the fajitas. Fried bread taco. No, we're going to try to stay away from the fried stuff here. We want to keep it relatively healthy. But it seems that Taco Tuesday is the winner of the session here, Sharif. Well, but see, the thing is, Dwyer, they're not at $20 a dozen here over here in Canada. They're about $5-6. What do you pay for a dozen at the grocery store, Sharif? About $5-6 for a quality pair, right? You know what I mean? A quality set, right? So we're not. Hey, we'll switch a lot of things. If you guys want least expensive eggs, we'll take the better economy, and then we can switch out for that. But I don't think you guys would want that type of trade-off. Fajitas rock, yes they do. Protein pasta, we like this one. Chorizo tacos, baked salmon and veggies, we like that one. I got some salmon in the freezer. We might have to fry that up with some nice rice and vegetables. Let's see what Dara is up to.
Yeah, we have to keep an eye here on this market. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, speaking right now. She said that the market's that the U.S. is in, quote, a period of economic transition. She also said the stock market numbers are a snapshot of a moment in time. Another thing that's worth noting here is apparently the S&P 500 is now 10% from its record high, which means it's set to enter a correction. So S&P 500 in a correction territory as we get comments from White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt about a period of economic transition, guys. Back to you.
Same. Pathik says the market is forcing him to eat ramen noodles lately, so a little bit tougher of a go here. We're all right here beside you, brother. That's some good stuff. 15 eggs, only two. Okay, a couple quid there over there in the EU for 15 eggs there. Sharif, what do you got going on?
All right, we're in PAY, got in at 95, scalped out there into 05s. That's as good as it got. Now we're out of the money by 3 pennies. So it's going to have to hold up above 60s. This is a VWAP retracement and a price action support trade. It's the only reason I'm in this. I'm not happy with the spread. I'm not happy with the volume. But today, slim pickings, to be quite honest with you. So we'll see if PAY wants to hold up above the volume weighted average price, up 21 and change. I was able to get the print, as I mentioned, at 05s. It's showing me 05s again. Let's see if this one can continue onward and upward. Now, this is the one that, I kind of got wrong here. I felt maybe even when we topped out at 233 high a day, we come back in and we test 194, and that's as good as it's going to get on the day. I was wrong. You can't be right on this one so many times. At least I can't be. So 195 area low, that was the money fill. You got $2. That's another good fill as well. And then all the way up we go again to test the high teens. It looks like we might be going into that 20 area. I'm talking about RAY, predictable higher lows and higher highs. Somebody in the chat was not very happy with the fact that I was talking about RAY so many times. And he's like, this really looks like a gamble. And why do you keep talking about it? So, to the untrained eye, it might look like a gamble, but that's probably because you trade either large caps or don't trade at all. In any event, these small cap gappers have a style of trading. They have a very consistent way of giving you profits off price action, support and resistance, and trend specifically with these ones, as opposed to, previous area levels like we do on these large caps and whatever. So I wouldn't say that this is a gamble. Is it more high risk? Absolutely, it's more high risk. It's not an established company. If because of its small float, if a bigger seller comes in, can absolutely push it down. But I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a gamble, nor would I be confident as you were in making these type of make sweeping pronouncements about that kind of thing. So if I were you, I'd be more willing to learn than to make these pronouncements. Shout out to you. Thank you for your very valuable opinion about small cap gappers. So I'm going to continue to watch here. PAY, we're still dancing around this $30 area. I put my stop below the area low, so that's like a 29.64 area. So if that makes a new candle to make a 5-minute low, that will be the end of the trade for me. But I've already de-risked a little bit on the way up. Day trader cut. We just hit 10% from the highs on the S&P. We are officially in bear market. Yep, it is a hard row, so get ready, baby. Pretty Panda, Sharif. What's hit 100 first? SQ or TSLA? I got no idea. City Boy, 305. Get facts, my man. There we go. Naveen, MSTZ, target 26. Let's have a look. STZ. What do we got over here? Okay, so what is this first and foremost? Is this a thing off MSTR? MSTZ, let's find out. Yeah, 2 times inverse MSTR. That makes sense. So, looks like we're moving down. Let's go to the 5. What's our situation here? I don't know. I don't know how I would trade this. Well, we're above VWAP now, above this area high. So if you flip it, that's really the look on MSTR. I like it. I like the look right now. You're above this area high. The break-even point of the day for this bad boy is 26 2/3. Great looking double bottom. Great looking double bottom. Great neckline break there. Whether or not we continue on our way up and take out the highs, it's just kind of hard to say because we're so consolidative. You got good areas of technical support at the low there at 22.5, but I don't know if we continue to move up. I think it's going to be market dependent. Obviously, if Bitcoin continues to tank, and by extension that MSTR continues to tank, well then you'll get this one popping up above 26.17. Hard for me to know though. So harder to gauge there. What else we got in the chat? Throw out your tickers there in the chat since I'm basically only looking at PAY and RAY. I don't mind looking at some of these stocks for you guys. So if you want me to look at something, absolutely throw it in the chat. Would have a look at that for you, Joseph.
Yeah, Jimmy, this is my thoughts on VZ. I know you mentioned it. You like 428, 42.86, but this is how I'm going to look at it, right? So we'll zoom out from a daily. Actually, we'll go to the 2-hour here. So we went on this nice run here, Jimmy. You can see that we kind of went parabolic and nice. But then if this name was extremely strong, and let me know what you think about it, because this is just my 2 cents, right? So we went on this nice move here, essentially parabolic to the top side. But I feel if this name was relatively stronger, we wouldn't have came back to the bottom of the zone. Can I be wrong? Absolutely. I'm only looking at this from a technical perspective. But if I were to be looking at a stronger name, especially on this run right here, I would be happy with about a 20 to 30% pullback, right? Okay, we're just gonna use a different metric. So about half of this move roughly, but we engulfed this whole move that we put in for a 2, 4, 6, 8, about like 20 hours of trading here, gone in 2 hours. And I'm thinking to myself, if it was stronger and gonna be genuinely strong and continue to do so, that we would have held up a little bit better than coming back to the bottom of the range and then now running into the support level. I could be totally wrong, but the chances of us testing this phase right here, this system, multiple times and without breaking it is probably low. So I would lean a little bit more to the short side on this, Jimmy. Just let me know what you think about it and how you feel, how you guys feel about this possibly as well too, because we've gone through this on multiple equities, whether it be the market or even individual stocks, is that when we cracked those really important levels, we continued on that path to the downside. And I'm looking at VZ in that same kind of lens there, guys. So let me know what you think about that, Jimmy. I'm curious about your 2 cents because you were right on those days that it was trading higher. It was actually one of the best charts in the session that I've seen. And then you had back-to-back days with that type of price action, all right? So let's take a look at Bitcoin. I know Sharif was just talking about it. Are we hovering around that 80,000 still? Or are we south of 80,000? 81, we'll call it. 81 and change here, guys. Looking for somewhat of a better bounce. Again, we were looking for these to hold as well. Are we going to tap into that 70, the mid 70s? Possibly. We already have 76 with a low. and I think it traded as low as 72. So at some point, so not a good look. Let's see what Adair is up to.
Caroline Leavitt here of the White House still speaking to the press. One interesting comment, I would keep an eye on Tesla here potentially. We're at a kind of key level here, that 225, saying that Donald Trump will be viewing a new Tesla. We know earlier today he said that he will buy a brand new Tesla, quote, to support Elon Musk. Apparently the Tesla is being viewed. Also worth noting here, now we have some comments from the Ontario Energy Minister saying that they cannot accept this interruption in the free flow of goods with the U.S. So really some, I guess, concerns here more about tariffs, also potentially Tesla on watch. Caroline Leavitt still speaking, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adira. Yeah, DJT, a couple people in the chat were talking about this thing has continued to sell. I think this is a sell the fade, absolutely sell the pop at any point. A high of 54, down about 65% off of that recent high there, Sharif.
Absolutely, yep. Still involved in pay over here. Still holding that $30-ish area. Now it's 4 candles that have defended at the volume weighted average price. I'm trying to pack my patience, trying to not to take it out too quickly, knowing that there could be a nice move up at least into that $half area. That would fill the majority of my orders, and then we can leave a piece for the dream possibly into 31s. All the while knowing that even though this is a predictable area of support, I'm talking about $30 on pay, that we were preceded by incrementally lower lows and lower highs. So we had a downward channel that we may not be able to recover from. VWAP, $30 price action support or not. So that's the look right now. We're printing 30. I'm long 95. Is not really a whole lot to report on there. There is something to report on, though, with respect to RAY. We now have a double top at $2.33. That's not the end of the matter. You got 2 topping tails into 2 1/3. So right away, you know there's a seller of note in and around there. That's number one. Number two, I still wouldn't write this trade off. Even though we've double topped, topping tail candle into 2 1/3, you're still getting incrementally higher lows on every successive 5-minute candle. So the bulls, believe it or not, still in control of this bad boy as it looks to take out that 233 HOD. Whether it does or not really depends on whether the bulls can overwhelm the seller who has been at 233 essentially since we touched it initially at 110. So the better part now of 25 minutes using this 233 as a local area of resistance. But when you look at the lows, that is the main part of this story. I would say the lows of every successive 5-minute candle a little bit higher than the previous one, which just shows you that the trend is still intact. That trend is to the high side, obviously, being up 150%. So I'm not going to get into this one too quickly, but if it does take out 233, it becomes an entirely different trade. In the same way that we talked about if it took out 2, it became a different trade. Why is that? Well, we know that that seller of note is there, I should say, at 233 for a long time. It's the same thing as we said about that seller that was there from $1.85 to about $2 and kept this one basically down below $2 all morning until we finally took it out. So I will be looking for that 233 break. If we get that 233 break, I likely will treat it in the same fashion that I traded it at to Adair. What's up?
It is worth noting here, we still have comments coming through from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, specifically about the stock market. She was asked how the tariffs are likely to affect the market given what we've seen this week. And she said, well, we're just going to have a great, I guess, turn long-term in America. So Caroline Leavitt not really addressing the concerns here that people have about the market as both the NASDAQ and S&P 500 in correction territory now, guys. Back to you.
Farm Trader says something interesting here, Sharif. Tesla accused of gaming.
Yeah, that's an old story.
Yeah, that's an old story. Last week.
So I got the story. If you want me to cover it.
Yeah, cover it real quick.
So what happened was Tesla basically reported their cars sold in Canada. And there was an inordinate number of cars that were sold at dealerships that had never reported that kind of sales volume before in that short a period of time. So a guy by my same last name, Adrian Gabriel, who's a CTV news anchor, did like a special report. He went to one of these Tesla dealerships and he basically said, hey, can you tell us anything about this spike in Teslas that all took advantage of the rebate program? And interestingly enough, took advantage of the rebate program right before its expiration. Kind of like you guys, our rebate program for EVs is coming to an end or winding down. And so a lot of these sales took place right before that. So he went to investigate to see whether he could find anything. So he couldn't find anything. There was really nothing reported other than the sales volume taking place at a precarious moment in time. So what I said to my old man, because my old man and I were talking about this, I said to him, number one, the EV tax credit, right, I believe goes to the end user, not the company. So that's number one. So how could it be the company using the tax credit to its advantage? That's number two. We know when you buy Teslas online, if you get it through an online purchase, like if you put the reserve, which many of us do, they assign that purchase to a dealership. They don't just hold it corporately and centrally. So when you have an influx of purchases online, they're assigned to the local dealerships that you have wherever you live. So my thinking was it could have just been a spike online and then they just attribute it to the dealerships. Nothing really came of that report other than specifically an inordinate amount of orders at a time where right before the expiration of the tax credit. So I thought that was super interesting. But yeah, that was a story from last week.
What do you think it was? Some big dog stepping in and buying a bunch of Teslas at a discount or what?
No, it's just people buying.
People buying? Okay.
Well, again, I'll kind of explain it again. So if you buy a Tesla on right now, which dealership do you think gets credit for that Tesla?
The one that sold it to me, no?
Well, you bought it online.
Oh, online. Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So they attribute, they assign it to a dealership local.
Okay.
Right? So he was saying there were 2 dealerships or 3, I forget.
That just kept getting assigned all these. Okay, all right, I see what you're saying.
So I need to see more about that. He didn't find anything. He went to the guy told him, get the hell out of here, we can't give you any of this information. And he walked out with it like a dog with his tail in between his legs. I mean, he didn't find anything other than to tell us the fact that there were a lot of orders right before the tax credit.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I didn't get anything out of it.
I mean, what can you get from it? I'm just trying to think, kind of gather my thoughts here to say why just at the deadline, why is everybody just coming in and buying all these Teslas all of a sudden, right? I don't know. Can you sell it aftermarket for a little bit more?
The EV rebate was expiring.
Oh, okay. So that's why. Yeah. So it's expiring. Okay.
All right.
I was listening. I was clearly listening, Mike. But I'm just curious. I'm thinking. Okay. So I understand that it's expiring, but now that it's coming to expiration, everybody has to jump in and buy this EV. Why don't you buy it?
It's like
you've had it like years.
Product on sale.
Right?
You're going to get a lot of people buying towards the end of the sale.
That's fair.
You know what I mean,
that's fair.
I don't know. There's no proof one way or another. I want to make that very clear that he wasn't exonerated. It's not like, he explained himself and everything was in the clear. But the other side of the coin is you haven't made the case for any impropriety either. So it's kind of like you're just caught in a situation where you don't know what the hell's
you have no control over the dealership you're referring to, right?
No, I just mean you and I.
Okay,
Looking at the story, we don't really know.
We have no idea what's going on.
Exactly.
So I'm curious too as well. I don't want to dive into this too much time. We only got about 20 minutes, but why was it only 2 dealerships that were allowed to have all these sales, considering you're buying them online? Why wasn't it distributed a little bit more equally? And then
that's what I was saying to you,
and then it wouldn't be as suspect.
So right now, I log in, I put like a $250 order, let's just say on the Model Y launch edition, all right? So who gets that sale, Joseph? Is it corporate? Is it central? Or is it a dealership located near my home address? So if I'm buying it online, they assigned it to a dealership locally. That's my understanding of how things happen. But you can always juice the numbers, bro. I'm not trying to defend the guy. I'm just telling you, out of that story, I got very little in terms of incriminating evidence.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, you can dive in that pretty easily, I guess, too. Just see who bought what and where. So there we go, guys.
Well said.
iBit starting to pop up a little bit here, guys. I'm not going to look to take the long, maybe fade the short. We are holding this trend line here. If we run into it and then we see any form of resistance, then maybe we'll look for that fade. But I know Dara has some stuff over at the desk.
We got a pretty telling, Q&A here right now. Still hearing from Caroline Levitt. We've got a lot of questions right now for her about the market. And so one journalist asked, how much will the market have to fall? What will it take for Donald Trump to address the situation going on in the stock market? Because in case you missed it, President Donald Trump has repeatedly said he's not paying attention to the market. And Caroline Levitt said that he will be unwavering in his commitment to everyone, including Wall Street and Main Street, and that he's a president they should bet on. So really not, again, continuing to not address the concerns with regards to the market. So basically, long story short, we don't even have a number of the extent to which this market could fall before it gets addressed here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, still waiting here on pay. It's been a while since this one did anything, but that was kind of what I was looking for here, to be quite honest. Kind of sounds silly, but I was looking for proof that this white line on my chart was going to be an area of support and resistance. I can never really know until the price gets there and actually trades off there. For the moment, we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles all hold above that 10. Don't even worry about the tickers. We're not going to do a poll for 15 minutes. They're at 15. Sorry, at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 candles actually at that volume weighted average price at 29.75. It's been holding, so there does seem to be a buyer there. Now the problem is we're getting declining volume. Now if we get declining volume, can we really move up with any vigor? And that's kind of my concern about this one. So I like the fact that it held up at the volume weighted average price, an area that we earmarked as area support, given the initial top end of the bull flag, but you're not getting that incremental volume that heads to the high side to allow for the price action to move up. So I am a little concerned with this one because it can be a flat bottom break. We've seen this story before where we put in lower lows and lower highs. We find a consolidation area where we hold up for a period of minutes, 10, 20, 30, whatever. And then the selling comes in and pushes it down. So unless and until the volume kind of moves up here on PAY, I will kind of be concerned a little bit about this one. So we'll pack our patience and see exactly what comes of this. RAY continuing to respect the 10 exponential moving average. However, it's not as directional nor as strong right here above $2 as it was below 2. Look at the amount of topping tail candles we have here, all into that 2 1/5, 2 1/4, 2 1/3. There's a lot of aggressive selling. So we know for a fact there was seller at 233. No doubt about that. We've seen a double top there with topping tail candles, but now we're kind of getting that same look at this 225, 220 area. The only really good news is we're kind of putting those incrementally higher lows, right? So that's the only thing. It's respecting the 10 exponential, but I kind of feel there's a lot of downward pressure on this one, RAY. Let's see what comes in. If we move up, I'll be pleased as dang punch, but won't be taking the trade until it takes that 233 area, Joseph.
Yeah, nice look there, guy. We're running into some resistance zones. Are we going to fade this pop? Nice engulfing candles. If we open up below it, then maybe we'll look to get involved. But I said I'm going to be hands off for the remainder. There's only about 15 minutes left, and I just stabbing away at the old accuracy there. So we'll be calm, cool, and a little bit more selective here on the day, guys. We got 15 minutes, and with that being said, let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. We will go over it. Sharif said he's going to go over some things for you. I'll go over whatever names you want us to. Give us something new. Give us something exciting, something that we don't look at necessarily every day because we want to expand those horizons. So yeah, let me know. Holding this level, of course, here when I'm like, hey, let's fade this pop here, we continue to climb higher. Tesla bloodbath. Let's take a look here. It's been bleeding, and I don't know if it's continuing to do so. It looks like it's starting to bounce a little bit here, so we'll take that. I told you I'm waiting for a half decent bounce, maybe to 300. So yeah, being a little bit patient. TTD, all right, the trade desk, someone asked us for. Good one, something we don't look at from a day-to-day basis, but guess what, guys? Nothing new here. Following the broader market. Nice strong opening drive though, not liquid in the pre-market, but a nice strong 5-minute opening drive climbing to a high of 62. I believe they reported last week as well. So the trade desk just following the cues here. We are getting a pop, which isn't too bad, and we'll take it, but trade desk not looking to participate just yet. Please take a look. Let's see who has tagged me. Joseph, please take a look at PAMP. Okay. I thought that was a 50 Cent song here for a second there. Well, I know I know what that is. They're Katina, man. I can't even pull up PAMP, so I'll pull up IT. Pardon me? Oh, I thought you said it's the other word, like the 50 Cent song. Was it Fabian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Katina, man. All right, so I just heard it was really close to me. Not even liquid whatsoever. Not even liquid whatsoever, so I'm not going to take too much of a look at this name on IT. Not even Gardner Inc. Not even familiar with what they do, but I can pull up and look at the market cap, etc. on IT. So let's see. Oh, that's not it. Oh, that's not it. No pun intended. So let's see what we got cooking up, guys. 35.4 billion delivers actionable objective insight to executive and their teams. It operates through the 3-segment research conference. In consulting, the research segment delivers independent objective insight. So consulting firm maybe sounds like on this name. I mean, hey, from a daily standpoint, it's not too bad, right? Did they do some? No. So yeah, I mean, not from a daily standpoint, it's not too bad, and I've never actually heard of this name before. Let's take a look at how it's performing year to date. Probably not too good. Oh, okay, yeah, down 5%. But we did construct an all-time high here around the 5th of February. So last month, put in an all-time high and now giving it back, moving down with the broader market. I'll go over one more name before we send it back to Sharif and see what everybody's up to. Mara, okay, we'll take a look at Mara. I'm assuming it's not going to be trading very well considering that it follows Bitcoin quite heavily. We are getting a pop in the market, and we're getting a pop in Mara too. Bitcoin heading into some key resistance levels. Let's see if it can break through. We only got about 10 minutes left in the show, but 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the trading session. So Mara hovering around the lows of day. Let's take a look at it from a daily standpoint. Still down here. You're not going to get the nod from me on this name. Bitcoin miners not doing so good and continuously not to do so. Think about how long we've been trading in this range here, guys. Back to July of 23. If I keep going, this is in April of 23. If I keep going, we're at the same level of October of 22. I don't like the miners, Sharif.
All right, man. Yeah, neither do I. The miners is such a hard play.
Yeah.
I'd rather take the pure play or go through the ETF. It's such a nuanced game because of the whole halving cycle and the issues that come with the profitability of those. It's not like a commodity, regular commodity. Like oftentimes you always hear market analysts, they talk about, do you want to own the commodity or do you want to own the company that takes the commodity and then makes a physical good out of it? Because there's a margin there to be made, obviously. Most people, I'm not saying all, most people want to trade the company or invest in the company that takes the commodity and then produces a physical good. I would submit to you that mining, Bitcoin mining, might be one of those ones where you might want to rethink that kind of philosophy because it's just so nuanced and really nobody's taking Bitcoin and making anything out of it, right? In the sense where like, you know, you can kind of package different ETFs and stuff like that, but you don't actually make Bitcoin into anything in the way that you do with gold, in the way that you do with oil, and all the other commodities that we all know exist out there. So my thinking here is I want to be involved directly. If you want to call Bitcoin a commodity, obviously it's not. I'm just giving you kind of a parallel example. That would be my thinking. Get directly involved in the name itself. Forget about the miners. They got good beta when they run, but they're a bamboozling bunch. I'm quite happy with the trade here on PAY. We just took 45 pennies, quick as you like. It was a very predictable trade, a pullback into the volume weighted average price on PAY. I got in 29.95s and we just wet the beak there at $3.40. So I'm happy with the execution on this trade. Definitely looking for another move up. Now the high of the day on PAY is 31.13. But let me make my case to you guys. I feel there may be an area of resistance coming soon. I'm talking about that $30.50 area. Look how many times we came into that 30.50 and we bounced. And look at this long, very prolonged period of consolidation between 12.35 until we dropped into VWAP at 115. So that could be a bit of an issue there. PAY, great move off the volume weighted average price, which also overlapped with previous price action resistance. I'm talking about the top end of this bull flag. If you're not familiar what a bull flag looks like, essentially is a flag, right? You got a big move up, that's the pull, and then you get sideways consolidation. That's kind of the flag or the pennant. And the top end and the bottom end of that pennant or range acts as areas of support and resistance depending upon where the price action is. So we come back in to this predictable area over here at 29.80, say maybe a little bit higher, 29.90, and we bounce. So that's what got me into the trade. I just want to make that very clear. Now, RAY is one that we've been talking about all morning today. It gave up the ghost at 2. That was my concern, that we had that double top at 233 and that was going to be as good as we could do, that 233 pump, and now we're below $2. Well, the first time on the day, not the first time on the day, the first time since 1250, so the better part in an hour, we've been at the 20 exponential. And now here's the look. As you can see, I've drawn a support trend line over here where basically the price has very much been respectful of this trend line. So this trend line bottoms out right now. It looks like at $1.90. Now that $1.90 is a previous area of resistance. Remember we were involved in this one. 185, 190 was rejecting. So this trend line could be an interesting pickup area if it does dip down. I would basically, if you were going to get in at 190, my area stop would be below the volume weighted average price. So I'd risk like 10, 15 pennies on RAY if I was to get involved, which I'm not because there's only 7 minutes left on the show. So I don't want to be nursing this one while I'm at the green screen. The point is, price action support has been respected with respect to the price action that basically bounces off this trend line. That currently takes us down to about $1.90. Let's see if this one wants to bounce off that $1.90. RAY, the biggest name in the market on the day, obviously being $2. It's not saying much, but right now bouncing right back off into $2 again. Wow, price action support coming in fast and furious there. Doesn't even touch the lower trend line there into that $1.88, Joseph. So we're going to watch to see what the situation is right now with RAY. Let's see if it moves back above 233, topping tail candles, double top, but looking to basically shadow that consistent pattern it's had of higher lows. What do you got?
Yeah, we got a $2 super chat. Extend the 2 on there. RDDT, put option bearish. So we got this one ready. The thing is though, that this is my mindset, right? We're at extreme lows. RDDT down closer to 50%. 53% off of those all-time highs. Do you want to be chasing a put option down at these levels? My opinion, no, right? Slightly oversold, so you don't want to be buying at or selling at the lows when you can get into this potential squeeze territory. But there are multiple things that you can do in order to construct a profit. If you're looking to create some passive income in RDDT, I'm going to pull up my options chain for you right now, and we can start putting together some trades. All right, so this is what I'm thinking on RDDT. If you are still going to remain bearish, right? Because I don't know how much longer we can remain bearish when we're continuing to plummet. I mean, down 50%. That's a tough look. I don't know necessarily what you're going to be looking at. So 1 second before I go to Adara, if I'm looking at the money calls, we're going to be paying with a 3-day expiration cycle. No, we don't like that. If we're going to be buying something, we're going to go a little bit farther dated out, and that's going to be April. That is going to cost us $14.05. All right, to continue lower at the money put. But what we can also do is find a nice support level or resistance level and start selling some premium if you want to remain bearish. Okay, so you can go to 556. All right, so you can go to the 155 call and create a bear call spread and collect roughly $150. $110, we'll call it, that expires April 25th. So that's 45 days from now, opposed to just buying at the lows here. And that's not necessarily what you want to do. There's ways you can manipulate these contracts and benefit from them. But let's see what Adair is up to.
I think it's worth noting again here. Once again, keep an eye on Tesla. TSLA trying to break out right now. Pretty consolidative and holding some of these higher lows. With regards to Tesla, I know I'd mentioned earlier that there were some comments made in the White House press briefing just now with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about Tesla and if Donald Trump would be getting a Tesla. Caroline Leavitt ended the remarks and the conference by saying, "You might see the president in a brand new Tesla later today. Goodbye." So TSLA literally ending off this conference here, worth noting here, just keep an eye on Tesla potentially being purchased here, very likely, it seems like, by Elon Musk ally Donald Trump. Back to you.
Got your money on a Cybertruck, Model S, Model X, Model Y, or Model 3?
Saib.
Saib?
Yeah, I would want a Saib.
Not you.
Oh.
Donald, was he rolling in?
What's he rolling in today? Yeah, I think he comes in a Y.
A Y?
Yeah, or an X, right? That's
new
the
Y?
butterfly.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
He's not coming in a Cybertruck. Sorry, I thought you were asking me. I was reading it.
He's coming in a Cybertruck?
Oh, he's got his money on the side. No, I think he comes classy, man. I don't think he's coming in the Cyber.
I'm just thinking, if he asked Elon, what would Elon want to push the most right now?
To him?
Is it the Cybertruck or is it the new Juniper?
Probably the June. No, you want something new, no?
Best-selling car in the world.
So there you go. I'm going to say, we may
I don't
as
know.
well make it a little bit
But
better
he is
and give it to
Trump,
Donald.
after all.
So what do you think he's going to
El
come side?
Presidente. Does he just come in a regular Model Y?
I don't know. You think he comes
like
side?
a common man car, though, no?
Yeah, coming. But I mean, he's for the people, right?
He's for the people.
He's
That's
for
a
the
good point.
people, right? He's for America. So he wants
a
to
good
show
point.
America that, hey, it's
Definitely the Cybertruck. I want to hear what the chat has to say. Does he even show up? Maybe he shows up in the new Roadster that we've been
the
hearing a lot
Roadster.
about.
Yeah. There's no
You know
chance
he's putting rockets on that bad boy?
Yeah, well, let's one step at a time here, maybe. You know what I mean?
We don't even me making it up. It's him saying it.
No, I know it's him saying it, but he's also saying a lot of stuff too. Like we're getting the cheaper $20,000 car.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on the Robo fleet.
He's not going to put like
you know what I mean?
real
Like,
rockets on there.
No, but he's going to put.
I think he's putting plasma rockets on there.
So-
The whole point is to get it from 0 to 100 in under 1 second.
So
whether he actually does that?
So what are they rechargeable rockets?
Yeah, you're probably
I
gonna
guess?
have to put plasma every now and again, every time you use them.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
so-
assuming.
No,
At least it's not like a control.
I'm not. Mine and Elon's relationship right now isn't too healthy.
That's okay.
Yeah.
The guy did nothing other than try to serve his country and just get crapped on.
Hey, man.
Anyway.
Hey.
Guys, we're breaking down here on RAY. We're coming into that predictable level of support. I'm talking about this trend line right here. This could be an interesting pickup right here, guys. RAY definitely off the highs into that 120 area. That 233 area now back down into 190. If I was going to continue to trade for another hour, this would be definitely a trade I'm looking at with my area stop being below the volume weighted average price. It's shown its disinclination to want to respect VWAP. I made the joke earlier that VWAP looked like the line of best fit, but it's shown its inclination to respect, for whatever reason, this higher low situation with this trend line being respected. So that $1.90, I'd be getting long if this were about 15, 20 minutes ago. I'd be able to, nurse it maybe into that $2 area, but it is now 2 o'clock. So we're going to send you to Obi because Sean's not there.
We can hold off for a couple. I mean, you didn't watch it.
Yo.
There we
What's
go.
going on? Thank you guys. That Tesla zero to 100 in 1 second. I'm more concerned about like the whiplash that might be associated with that. So I don't know what's really going on there, but we'll see what the president rolls out, and I'm curious to know. And yeah, throw it up in the chat. I want to know what you guys think here as I pull up the chat for myself. I was going to say for you guys, of course, as well. But some solid, absolutely nothing that happened during the midday in terms of price action when it came to the tickers I was looking at. Intel pretty much sideways here. Market did make a fresh low, so that's a little exciting. More selling kind of stepping in. We were talking about during the morning session, like, okay, well, if we're looking for continuation, we want to see where sellers potentially come back in on the day. Now, not really coming in across the board, but we were talking about one ticker that was distinctly different in the morning.
Ooh.
And that was Microsoft. Microsoft was the only one that was pushing its highs, pre-market highs, prior day consolidation highs, and it made a high of 385.99 all the way up. And take a look at that. The market definitely comes in. What is that? This red candle here on the Nasdaq is coming in at 10:45, so that means about 11:45 our time. And you can see right here, when Softy starts to break down and get weaker on its VWAP, that confluences heavily with when the market kind of made that lower high, could not break through that 19.5, and then flushes down to make a fresh low, testing or printing that 19 to 200 pretty clean, therefore a bit of a pullback up. So the question now becomes, do sellers step back in a little bit lower? We have been getting lower lows and lower highs pretty much all day, Sean. So.
Yeah, great luck over there. We were just been back and forth. So I was a little late there. We got the tire. We settled for some Pirellis, so we're gonna put those on and get those going. So
tired business really tiring you out. Huh?
That's what I said to Randy. This is tiring. And no. You know what?
But you got to sort it out. You got to sort it out.
Yeah, you could always get.
It's all aligned.
You could always.
Right?
It's all aligned.
Yeah.
That's a good one. It's all aligned. No, but the thing is like, I like looking around. Like, so when I have something to do, like I like looking around to see like what's available, what are the better deals, what can get done. So I just, at the end of the day, you save $100. It's not the end of the world. It does, but it's kind of like fun to do. So we wind up doing that. I got a guy local. So that's really nice. To have. Thing is, like I went to Costco, their prices and their warranties and guarantees, like you get lifetime like wheel alignment, tire repair, like all this crazy stuff. But the thing is that it would take a couple of days. I can't even open this stupid coffee. Take a couple of days to get those tires in, and I don't got that much time. But all right, hold on a second.
Nice. How's that?
Brought to you by coffee.
How's the Timmy's taste?
It's all right. It's all right. You might notice this is a large one because I use my free one.
Let's go.
When you're gonna use a free one, you must get the bigger one.
Yep.
All right. Here's me making some notes about some tires, by the way, as well.
Nice.
There we go.
Some of the best ideas in the world.
Yes.
Came off
hence the
napkins.
sticky note. Hence the sticky note coming through. But yeah, no, we were last long here on our last trade is Amazon. Amazon's going to be my number one P&L name today. And I was talking here with Obi for a little bit, and it was just about, where to take most risk and where you can put stop orders that will allow you to take more shares and things like that. We did real good, man. Like we were long here off 195. Eventually when it broke right there, we got out. It goes down to 193, and then Randy and I went to get a coffee, talk tires, this and that. And we discussed some new segments. We're gonna have some fun ideas coming up hopefully in the next little bit as well. But yeah, Amazon, I like the stock today. Only up 0.9, but as opposed to the market, which is just getting back to flat, I like the stock. I like where it's moving right now. 82,000. I think there's I agree with a lot of people in the chat there. There could be a big bounce incoming here. The TQs just got up to VWAP, not a bad spot to short it. But I might be looking the other way here into the afternoon. Remember, we have CPI coming tomorrow. That's going to be that number. I just don't know if people want to be short CPI. There's so much negativity in the market right now. If that number comes either as expected or a little bit cooler, then I think the market really rallies and we get back a lot. Not a lot, but we'll at least get something back in the market. So that's sort of my rhetoric here into the afternoon, seeing if that will wind up playing out as being true. So right now on the TQs, I'm almost debating going long right now against this level right here, 59. So we're getting pretty close to that. That's the 200 period moving average. I'd rather it fall back in, but I think that's going to be my next trade, going long the futures. So as we get ready for Sharif, let me know in my ear. I think he's ready. We'll throw it over there. But okay, so that's going to be my play. We're going to think about going long the futures right here against 59. More like this, like 58.60 level here, this kind of bottom. We'll see about going long against that level. So, all right, the midday again, a fantastic show, and a segment that they have is what to ask us. Yep. So right now we're going to go, it's called The Rundown. It's my favorite bumper, and it's with my favorite guy over there. So let's run it.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join us during the midday show on How to Trade and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us in the chat to vote. So make sure liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs, guys. Well, we're still putting those lower highs, but we're definitely off the lows. Down still about 1/4% on the NQ, faring the best here. The Russell and the NQ only down about 1/4 and 1/5 respectively. The ES down 0.8, really getting hit hard with the Dow the worst off, almost down 1 1/5. The Dow Jones really being kept down by Apple today. Big move down for Apple. Here's Alibaba, one of the few groups in the overall market that's actually green on the day. Chinese ADRs, they're getting a nice big bump up there as the Chinese stimulus continues to come in. And this article here from Benzinga says the smart money is betting big on Alibaba options with a decided advantage to the bulls over here. 56% of traders were bullish, only 31% showed bearish tendencies, guys. So Alibaba off the highs, but a good look.
Hey, Baba, I mean, first of all, look at this, man. We're already 30 handles in. on the futures right there. So shout out to all of us trading on this one. Let's take a piece out. Bang, right there. As quick as, here's a line from Sharif, as quick as you like. Right there, long at 59.15s. We just put that spot on right before we threw it to Sharif, and there it goes all the way to the upside. That is a banger. Obi?
Yes, sir.
Alibaba.
Baba.
You have anything important to say about Alibaba?
I mean, we were talking about this one
I mean, it doesn't have to be important.
a little bit in the morning. I mean, I wasn't really watching it. Pretty much sideways action after we gapped up. But then again, you got to remember that it wasn't just Baba that gapped up. It was the whole. It was pretty much the whole Hang Seng kind of trending up. We saw XPEV have a pretty solid move off of the open. So not the only ticker that was moving around. But yeah, let's see why people are interested to ask us about this ticker. Maybe it's been doing something on the higher time frame. Again, we know that not that indicator. We know that Chinese tickers has been the Chinese market has been trending up since about 2024. It would seem. And kind of we talked about that lick grab that kind of happened, and a pretty strong uptrend here as well. Strong pullbacks on the way there as well. But yeah, pushing into this 140, but you can see since about the middle of February, we've been in this consolidation range, 146s to 126s, a couple tests on both sides. So let's see where Baba goes from here. If the Hang Seng continues to trend up past those stimulus bid highs from earlier on last year, I think this could be poised for that 150 test. But what do I know?
You know a lot, man, and I told you about that earlier. Stop discounting yourself, you know.
You can call me Jon Snow because I know nothing.
Okay, I like that one there, and we will not. I wasn't. That's Game of Thrones, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at least I know the reference. Okay, so look, we talked about stimulus coming through. I heard the guys in the Midday talking about it. We talked about it at 8:30. We talked about it now. So yeah, I think the Chinese name's completely different. I mean, the U.S. market seems to be the only major market that's crashing right now. Europe is up. Actually, I don't know about today, but over the last little while, Europe was up 13% year to date, and that's just general Europe. I mean, different markets are different. Japan up, Hang Seng obviously up as we continue to look at some of these Chinese names. So, look, man, Chinese doing it better, doing it cheaper, doing it, still with Nvidia chips, but it's Alibaba leading the way. There's been a big name. We know Charlie Munger's been all over. I know he's passed away, but it was one of the names that he was last talking about, and that's what kind of got me excited, to be honest with you, in it. But it's still pretty choppy on the daily. I would leave this thing alone, man, until you either make a new high through 145. But right now, you're literally in the middle at 137, bottom of 130, top of 145. That looks like 137 to me. So that's where we are right here. If you're looking at a daily chart, I would say look out below rather than take the top off. You're up 4%. If anything were to go wrong, I think that we could crash through here. And then you have a gap fill down to 133. I'm very, very careful about that one. We are now 60 handles in the money. We just put this on, Obi. So look at this futures trade. We talked about it. I said that this would be what we talk about going into the end of the day with the CPI. It looks like it's working out so far. So, all right, 82,000. It's MicroStrategy time.
Up 6% after issuing a filing yesterday for $21 billion in preferred stock. You guessed it, to fund more Bitcoin. That is a older headline from yesterday, but still one that will have reverberations for the stock into the coming days. Guys, up 6.17.
I can't believe I called it MicroStrategy, man. This strategy ain't no micro anymore. We have that official name change. Yeah. This is now an official strategy, you know. And the strategy is to use your money to buy more Bitcoin for Michael Saylor, so when it rips up, then he can get all the credit in the world for being a Bitcoin hodler. It's very easy to hodl Bitcoin when it's not your money, and I'm sure he's taken enough out that no matter what happens to Bitcoin, this man will be fine. Will we be fine is the other question. So up 6%. Of course, it's up 6%. Yesterday, we went down with a low net number in Bitcoin. We saw 76, 77 overnight. Nice to see a little bit of a bounce. I have no idea what this little drop was all about, but at the end of the day, we always talk about looking at past days. I know Sharif has talked about closing prices obviously being pretty important. That's well documented. So is support and resistance. So yesterday's bottom there of 230 seems to be playing again today, 232 to be exact. And there we go back up to the upside. Whether or not you like the strategy or not, this is a levered Bitcoin ETF. And if it continues to go higher, great. It makes a lot of sense. You could overlay, not with that split happening there. Unfortunately, our charts are what it is. You could overlay Bitcoin. It's going to look very, very similar to this. So I would say, hey, man, If you like it, options are available in this name. I like MSTR here. I like Bitcoin at these levels. I almost feel like it's been showing good down here. Holding 80, I'll take it. You know, yeah. Pirellis, yeah, not bad.
Hey,
so,
nice.
Well, the guy didn't take a deposit or anything. He's just saying he's gonna call the wife. He's gonna go there and gonna get those Pirellis. Yeah, a pretty good tire. Yeah, good. Okay, Randy giving the thumbs up to that. All right, thanks, Randy. I was messaging him, letting him know that was the final decision because we were just talking about it. The funny thing is about all that stuff, you go crazy over these things. I think Sharif is kind of the same way, like looking for the best deals out there, looking for the best this, and it's fun to do that. Like if I'm looking for a new car, I'm looking at this deal, like I'm looking everywhere to figure out and part of that is fun. At the end of the day, if you save a little bit of money, I don't think I did, but I had a fun time doing it and took up way too much time in my mind. But MSTR, look, I like the stock. I'm pretty happy with how Bitcoin's holding these levels. We've been going back and forth about that. If the market, the Nasdaq's at the 200 period moving average, so is Bitcoin. So if you do have a bullish attitude moving forward and maybe think we've seen some lows, I think you can stamp MSTR as a buy right here.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of just watching this, looking back at the chart. I see this aggressive move that we did kind of top out on MSTR, and I was just like, ChatGPT, was there any catalyst on that day? And I think that might have been that gap up day that was a little bit playbooked there last year. But we've been pretty much downtrending since that high has been put in. And yeah, I think if I just say from here, from 116s to 550s, but pretty decent pullback. Yeah, about 57% pullback off of those highs there on MSTR. So yeah, maybe a little bit more room to go if we're looking for some of these prior resistances to turn into support. But yeah, pretty much a bit of a chop here, and been downtrending as well. Again, with Bitcoin, there goes Intel. All right, so with Bitcoin kind of pulling back from its highs as well. Obviously, a company that deals solely in holding the Bitcoin, definitely going to be experiencing some of those fluctuations as well. But on the day today, breaking out of opening range highs and midday highs as well. Bit of a double top action, just shy of that 250. Currently trading at 254, so a little bit of a breakout. Let's see if we can get to yesterday's midday high there at that 260, just about 5 more points away. So strong closing, or not really closing, but trending strong into the close is MSTR right now.
Yeah, so just real quickly, off the 200 period, it is the futures. We're now 100 handles in the money as it continues, 90 handles. I just want to ask this, we got a super chat and then we'll throw back to Sharif. Stanley Game says, what do you do if you see your son trading meme coins? I just said congratulate him. I mean, what's wrong with trading meme coins? I mean, I think it's a good idea. You got to get in there, no regulation. I think it's fine. I think you want to trade meme coins. I think it's fine. I mean, I think trading anything is fine. I just think you got to do whatever you do, but you know, it depends how old your son is, first of all. Like if you're talking about a 40-year-old guy in the basement trading meme coins, maybe I'm a little bit more worried about that. But if you're just chilling out and your son's getting renewed into the game, I think it's fine. You know, I think we all go to school. We all pay thousands and thousands of dollars to go to school and learn questionably nothing. Now, I mean, I would just say,
you learn how to learn, basically.
Huh?
You learn how to learn in school.
Is that what you do?
That's
Okay,
the
good.
biggest
Well,
thing
maybe I
I've
should
learned.
go back. But then the thing is that, you know, at the end of the day, a $500, $1,000, something like that to learn how to trade a little bit, learn the risk and rewards, learn disappointment, honestly, learn those emotions of trading, I think it's completely fine. So I say stamp that, man. I
like that.
I would love it if my son came to me and said he wanted to look at some coins and look to trade it. I mean, it's a good educational opportunity and it's a good time to learn and to get into the game. Yeah. I think, you know, and then graduate up to stocks. I mean, I like it. So for me, you may be asking the wrong guy as a host of a trading show, but honestly, man, I talk about stocks with my kids all the time, and it's a wealth generation machine, right? So that's why we talk about it. And I think the earlier you get into investing, our schools are failing at teaching children finance, proper finance, personal finance, and especially investing. So I am 100% down with getting our kids some real life education as long as it doesn't cost that much. I mean, hell, I spend $1,000 on these kids weekly, it seems like, and that's not even a lie. So, you know, that is what it is. So I think it's well worth it. So congratulations, Stanley Game. You got a good one over there. So, all right, over to Sharif.
Breaking news out of Europe, guys. It looks like America and Ukraine have agreed on a 30-day ceasefire that will precipitate the U.S. to start sharing intel with Ukraine as well as refinancing them for the war effort there. Here's a look at Apple. Apple decidedly down on the day, 3.1% in the negative, and it's off the lows as well, guys. It's trading overall lower with the market, but there was this headline, actually a positive catalyst. iPhones after iOS 19 will feature a very different look that is expected to be launched at WWDC in June, guys.
All right, well, Worldwide Developer Conference is like, what would developers do? You know, like you mentioned a joke about it earlier. It's like Apple's going to release one new feature, maybe two.
Yeah, maybe,
and then
exactly.
And then we expect it to bump up huge on that.
The people go wild.
Yeah, so, by the way, I see a lot of people agreeing. And I realize trading meme coins, I'm just talking about getting in there and trading and whether or not you're trading the Trump coin or not. I don't know if that's advised, but all right, back to Apple. So look, I had Apple written down here, and we can't always talk about the sticky note and not focus on it especially when it has the wrong way. We wrote down long. Now Apple's going to be my P&L number 2. It's slightly behind Amazon. It's a good day. We actually hit our one-day goal with just Apple alone, and that ended at 956. So just trading it early, it was fantastic, and it was our exact level. It bounced off 224. Our best trade was actually off 223. We got it back up into 225, 226. Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit here to show you. There it was. We averaged it in. It was falling back down. The good thing about it is early we found this wick down there at 223. So we took the long. We took it to the upside. We took it again until it eventually broke that bid. So right into there. Obi talked about it yesterday with Intel breaking the $20 bid, or that there was a $20 bid and then breaking it early in the pre-market. For Apple, as soon as we broke that pre-market bottom, we got out of it. So it's 1 day worth of risk for me. We made it, bang. So if you were trying to graduate or you're looking to make a certain amount of money, we made that on Apple right there, one day, and then we left it alone as it continued to fall in the rest of the day. The funny thing is Apple had its worst day yesterday since 2022, and that was down 5.08%. I mean, you're down 3% right now. That's 8% in 2 days. That's pretty juicy for Apple. I know it's a big part of a lot of people's portfolios, and it's just like the rest, man. There's nothing really right now that you can do about it. Apple is one of the greatest companies of all time. They have the largest consumer satisfaction rating of all time. Apple just continues to impress, but right now it's downside, man. And I don't know what they're going to do to change this thing around, foldable phone or not. Google Pixel has a foldable. There's foldable Android phones out there. Yep. I don't know if that's changing the. I mean, I don't know. What I'm getting at is I don't think Apple releasing a foldable phone is like anything that's really going to turn.
It's not going to take it back to all-time highs.
Yeah, it's not going to turn. But I don't know what's going to take any of these stocks back to all-time highs. Yeah. That's the thing. It just has to be good deliveries, and then hopefully a little bit of an improvement on. We talked about how bad Siri is, so hopefully they can get that all sorted out at the end of the day, right? Like Gemini is really great. Look at Google's stock. Yeah. You know, like a lot of these things, look at Grok, look at all that, well, Twitter's not public, but if it was, right? Like all of these stocks continue to get beat up regardless of what's under the hood. And I think you just got to sort of hold out on this for Apple. I like the stock, and I think this is worth nibbling at these levels, down 8% in 2 days. I mean, the market's averaged 13% over the last 23 years. Yeah. So 8%, I think you take a nibble here.
No, I think that's definitely fair there. And another thing about Apple is you're 100% right there. It's the only one that's really been a lot more muted in the selling that it's had, right? We take a look at some of these other names that are a lot more volatile and maybe, move around a lot more. They've pulled back up to 30%, some of them even 50%. We just saw MSTR down 60%. Apple's down about 16% off of its highs at 260s, right? So it's like, all right, so you know what? Even though if you've been with us here pretty much every day, you'll see that a lot of the days, a lot of the other Mag 7s have been selling off, but Apple pretty much holds its own and kind of just is not as aggressive in the volatility relative to the other names. And that speaks to people really believing in the name and kind of, holding on to it a little bit as well. But in terms of today, definitely sellers on board. You can see very clear and clean trend. I was actually looking at Apple on the 15-minute? Oh boy, yeah, 15-minute chart earlier, and I was like, okay, this is some consistent selling that came in. You can see yesterday some strong volume that came in, aggressive selling. So this was definitely distinctly different for Apple. I think it's not very often that Apple will drop down about 4.5% within the first hour and a half of the trading day, but we make a base. We make a little bit of a base just below that 225 on top of 224s. Coming in on the day today, we attempt to push up a little bit higher, but then just using that prior day support as a resistance, then confluencing it with that VWAP. You can see sellers kind of coming in and around that VWAP area for that extension away from VWAP going into about 1 p.m. But a bit of a reversion here. This is what I was looking at on the 15-minute chart. You can see that it was pretty clean, relatively clean. You just kind of, point A to point B right there. Pretty clean for majority of the day, and we finally kind of broke that trend a little bit around 145. Now we're catching a bit back up into VWAP. Now the question becomes, going into the last hour and a half of the day, do sellers step back in at VWAP? If we saw sellers there below prior day low, and then at VWAP off of the open, at VWAP during the midday, now going into the end of the day, are sellers going to stay dominant at that VWAP? This aggressive bidding, I don't know, but let's see. I'm going to be watching to see if those sellers step back in. But you got to keep an eye on the Nasdaq as well. You can see the Nasdaq also attempting to push towards its day highs, almost about 50 points away from there, trading 19,550s with a high just above 19,600. So let's see if sellers step back in. But absolutely beautiful price action on Apple over the past few days.
If you're just joining us, guys, it looks like there is an agreement right now between the U.S. and Ukraine for an immediate 30-day ceasefire, which will allow Ukraine to start receiving intelligence as well as aid again from the U.S. Likely the reason these markets are moving up. So good news coming there after Marco Rubio and the National Security Advisor did meet with the Ukrainian delegation in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. So good luck there. Tesla up 5%, continuing to put in higher lows. No specific catalyst on it today, but it was shellacked yesterday. So a nice little rebound. Donald Trump saying that he's going to buy a new Tesla today. And Carolyn Levitt ended her White House press conference by saying, look out for Donald Trump in a Tesla later on today. Question is, which one, guys?
Good trade.
I'm hearing the same thing. So good update there, Sharif. Thanks for that. I'm hearing that in my ear right now about a possible ceasefire deal. So we'll look over that. But at the end of the day, boom. I mean, this futures trade just went right into 60.50. I'm going to get that out if we get up there, and then we can just regroup it because that was a good trade. 60.35. We could take 130 handles here just for fun, then let's just do that. I mean, this is a good trade there. So we're going to do that again if it just comes back up, and then we'll regroup. And if it continues to go higher, fine. I mean, this is what I'm learning about the trade. We did have some crazy news hitting in the last couple of days, obviously. So the futures can turn on a dime. All right, we got a super chat in there. I know, Sharif and Randy been looking to test drive a few of these different models right there. But here we go. Has anyone on the show tried the Tesla version 13 FSD? I don't, you were in full self-drive, but that was a couple months ago. Yeah, so that was number 12. So Sharif's been in 12.
I've seen some videos of the latest updates to the FSD.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
It's doing some pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah, okay. So we heard the same there, Paul, as you. And that's why I said it hit up Chef Joe. The guy just got a Cybertruck and was all about how great that was. If you ever see Chef Joe in there, I know he's a big guy for all that. So definitely. And again, it's up to your own person. Like, if you're driving it around, it's great because it just upgrades itself, right? It's not an extra fee. Is it there, Sharif? You can go from 12 to 13? Yeah, so great stuff. Yeah. Look, we always thought, I don't think anybody sitting around here or anybody at home really thinks Tesla's a bad product. I mean, come on, the Model Y is the #1 selling vehicle, and it's not like it's super cheap, right? I mean, it is it's a higher quality vehicle. We like the Model Ys around here. I see a lot of them around Toronto. I'm sure you guys see them, a lot of them around your city. It's just Tesla and its head honcho there has just lost a little bit of their way. We saw that. I did that research. There we go. Bang. We got that fill right there on the TQQs. So that was a good trade. We'll talk about that after. All right. At the end of the day, we saw this, I think it was back, we did this math before, I think it was back into here of 2023 or so when he was looking to buy X. We had quite the pull down on that. I think it was with Neil, we looked it up and when it was, or maybe it was even with you or Joe, but we, once the leader of any company sort of gets sidetracked a little bit and we know about it, this is what happens. He tweeted out yesterday, don't worry, Tesla will be fine. Obviously, that's great to hear from its leader. We're talking about Elon Musk, of course. But at the end of the day, it's been really hit, man. It's down 50% from the bottom. And we could say, I thought right here was going to be support. Now you're looking and trying to figure out, is 217, is 220 a good level to buy? I would say if you like the stock at 400, you probably liking it a lot at 230. I'm not sure what's changed other than the fact that there's a lot of people now that will refuse, honestly, it's crazy to think this way, and I don't think this way, but I was having a beer at one of the coaches' houses for baseball. We're thinking about, we're getting the lineup right. We're getting the lineup, and we're talking about the next year, and we're just talking about cars, and he's like, yeah, isn't it weird now that if you buy a Tesla, you're going to get those, I don't want to use the words, but, people calling him a certain kind of way there, Germany and this and that, right? And it's we've seen all that vandalism. So I just think that that's going to take a minute to regroup from, right? We saw Disney when they were having their issues as well, when people didn't like, some of their policies. We saw Disney get hit for a while. So I think on Tesla, you just kind of got to let the smoke settle. I would love to hear him kicked off a Doge and then just back into here, not because of the job that they're doing, but just because as a shareholder, part of the reason you're investing in Tesla is because of Elon Musk. Yeah. And if people feel that he's not committed to the company, then this is what's going to happen. Yeah. So regardless of your political take or not, you'd always like to have such an amazing gentleman, honestly, when you think about what he's developing, Starlink and Tesla and all of this, the power sources and all that, you'd like to have him at the helm. And right now, I'm not sure that he is. So
no, of course. I think he, again, being a little distracted, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta believe. And I think one thing he is committed to is excellence. So I think we can kind of bet on that. But Tesla itself on the day today, a little bit of bit of a sideways chop here. And funny enough, we were talking about all those lines and the whole again. So here I'll go to the higher time frame. Okay, never mind.
Didn't work.
I typed 3 hours into my order book. And it's
nice.
It's telling me that there's no stock named 3H. 1 second. So yeah, so 3 hours right here. So let's go to a higher time frame again. We kind of recapped this a bunch of times.
A 3-hour chart, interesting.
Yeah, I like 3-hour charts.
You do? Okay.
So right here. So a little bit of technicals going on there, right? Chart? Now here's the thing, Sean. Here's the thing. I don't have.
Oh well, that's why you like a 3-hour chart. Look how clear that is.
Yeah, that's so obvious, right? Okay, so funny enough, there's not many horizontal lines here, and this is just again just random. But take a look at this. Go back down to the shorter time frame, Sean, and maybe some of these lines meant something, because when I throw those right back on, look at where this range has pretty much tested in between on the day, right here. A little bit of significant support, a little bit of significant resistance, and we've just been pretty much shopping the range in between these two prices here. 222s, I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. I was like, oh, I have that as a little bit of an interesting level. The fact that we came back into that, but again, we're just kind of consolidating sideways in and around VWAP with a bit of orbit. So I don't know if you want to range trade this. Again, you'd probably have to have some of these levels defined from before, but we've been pretty much trading a little bit tighter going into the end of the day here. But if you took trend breaks there, I think that there were good opportunities here just for quick scalps on Tesla for sure. And the other thing is I was talking about this morning for the continuation. I was like in my daily plan, I was like, if I want to continue the short on Tesla today, I want to see it trade below that 220, which was yesterday's consolidation end of day or low a day as well, and we basically lick grab that. We false break that price, bids come right back in, and you break the downtrend that we've had from opening range high. I think that's a strong reason to buy. Sure, it doesn't take you all the way up to day highs, but it gives you a decent probability for a reversion to VWAP, in my opinion. But when you lick grab something like that, I think it's definitely worth taking a look at. But I wasn't necessarily involved as I was looking at other things. But Tesla definitely giving us opportunities on its way down. So let's see.
No main headline today on Google, but there was this little tidbit here. Waymo now offering 24/7 ride-hailing service in Silicon Valley. That's going to include places like Mountain View, Palo Alto, Los Altos, and parts of Sunnyvale. We know that one was a good driver for them late last year, guys. So nice little headline today from Waymo, but still down 1 1/4.
Oh boy. Yeah. So there's the out on the TQs. We didn't quite show it, and I'm just tweeting it out right now. Out at past highs, right there. I mean, we talked about getting out at $60.31 for some reason. So we got hit there, out, and bang. So thanks, Sharif. All right, so here we go. Google. Look, I honestly, like, I told you this was my highest, most held stock or most invested name. And it is, and it's been an absolute shit show. Straight to the downside right now. Like many of these names, we cracked the 200 period right there. We tried to get back above it, and now it's back to the downside. So I throw my hands up in the air and I wave them like I don't care, but I really do care. And the thing is like, are these stop zones? Are we going to look back in 6 months and be like, geez, that was a bottom? And just like we're looking back right now and saying that was a top. So I like the names. The PE now is 17 on Google. Like, I don't think you can go wrong down here. We like Waymo. Waymo's like 1% of their revenue. Like, it's not even a drop in the bucket. I feel like they could spin that off. And I almost want them to spin that off. I mean, let's spin off YouTube. Let's just get this all rocking and rolling. I like Google. I like the stock. It is a big part of my portfolio. I'm not sure it's the largest percentage weighting now, but at the end of the day, I'm the boss. Oh, YouTube is my boss? No, incorrect. But okay, so at the end of, I could start doing this on Twitch, and then we'll get 500,000 subscribers probably, or not. But there it is down there. So we like YouTube. I like Google. Down 1% is a little shitty, but at the end of the day, just kind of following the market. I think we get back upside now, up 0.2%. Maybe there's a relief rally coming in Google. Look, it was up, like, I don't know what's going on. We had that Chrome discussion. It was up 4 days in a row heading into this move. And in what's erased in 1 day took 4 days to go. So yeah, obviously we're disappointed here with what's been happening on Google. Not happy times for that stock at all. Yep. I think it's a buy.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about an interesting price level on Google yesterday, Sean, and that was that 166, 164. We're still kind of trading still within that area here, but I did want to point it out once again. We'll go back to the 3-hour chart and we'll take a look at a higher time frame. This trend has been holding. We might even need a higher time frame chart. Sean, so
definitely go to 3 hours, no matter what.
3 hours, yes. Okay, so cool. So this trend right here, that's the one. Forget about all these. These are ones I put in intraday, and I don't really take them off. I need to do a little bit better with that. But look, this trend that we've been holding since March of 2023, so about a 2-year trend that we've been holding on to, was tested yesterday, so prior day there, and take a look at this. Right now, as of right now, we're kind of doing a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of a chip chop underneath this prior trend support. So I don't know. I don't know how strongly I want to weigh this kind of this trend, but it is a trend that's been holding relatively well for the past 2 years, and today or this week is the first time we're seeing some bit of a weakness, again, along with the rest of the market. So maybe that's an indicator as well. I even mentioned yesterday that, I don't know, but I definitely want to keep this trend on Google in mind when it comes to even using it as an indicator for the rest of the market as well, right? So it's like, all right, cool. So we're coming into some significant areas. Do I see it respecting? Does the bid come back in? Well, clearly the sellers have been dominant over the past couple of days. I'm going to continue watching this level on Google as the week continues, as the month continues. If we cannot reclaim, because you got to remember, even if it's trend support and resistance, things could still false break. A trend support and a trend resistance could still false break. We can drop down, break the trend, consolidate a little bit lower, and then reclaim as if nothing happened, and then the bid catches back on, right? So it's like, I think for myself, I think it's important for me to just know that this is here and continue to watch it to see what price does in and around this area going forward. So that's my take on Google. As of the intraday today, similar story to Apple here, kind of selling, coming in at similar places where it did yesterday. You can see a little bit of a double top from the midday to the end of day, coming in at that 166 level off the open. Guess what? Same kind of area where sellers step right back in and then now trend off of VWAP. So again, back to VWAP like a few of these other names. Oh boy, Apple actually kind of sold off of that VWAP like we were talking about earlier. So maybe Google's next to follow. I'll be watching some of these Mag 7s going into the last hour and a half of the day. Let's see if 220 holds on Apple. I did like the short at 221, but didn't really get involved. I did pull it up here on my chart. As you can see, I was watching KSS pretty much all day, and KSS was probably one of the top ideas for me in terms of my playbook all day because it worked out a lot better than I expected it to. So let's take a quick look at KSS while we let Apple do its thing here. So KSS earnings report. We talked about this being at levels and prices it has not seen since 1996. So a little bit of a sell-off, a little bit of a breakdown happening on a larger time frame. Yes, look at this. Right off of the open, we come in, we attempt to push a little bit higher, but we fail some of those highs and make lower highs, trending cleanly for a push. Let's see, you know what? Realistically, I'm probably not getting in until a little bit later where I have a little bit more confirmation, but we're 15% down from this lower high that we made on top of VWAP around 10 o'clock. Now, I was watching this and I was like, oh boy, that's about 13, 14, maybe even 20 pennies worth of risk I'd be willing to take on a $10 ticker, and I was a little aversive because of that. But I think looking back at it, kind of and being like, all right, realistically, if I did want to get involved on the idea, which places were there that I could have risked pretty much minimally and look for the trade to work in my favor almost right away, risking probably nothing too crazy. I think there are a couple of points that kind of stand out. Opening range lows, this kind of session, this 948 low. So that would be the first or the second 15-minute candle low, or even this pre-market reaction low right here at 980. Once we break that 980, we basically only bid back up to 982. So giving you a little bit of room there. But again, this trade worked out really, really well. And another thing was throwing that anchored VWAP on here, kind of very similar to that VWAP. So a little bit of confluence happening there as well. So strong move on Coles today. And again, let's just go back to the weekly and take a look at where these prices really are coming from here. You can see straight up quadunk to the downside here, strong selling. And these prices, we go all the way back, Sean, and we haven't seen these prices since 1996. Let me even if I adjust the chart. Okay, so you know what? I should have adjusted the chart a little bit. So chart adjusted, I stand corrected. We have seen these prices in 2020. So we're actually testing what do you call COVID lows. Sorry, yes. I'm blanking it out because I'm like, how could I have not seen that? I'm like B-sodding a little bit here. So I'm just like, okay, well, that low is definitely coming in, maybe a little significant. That low is 839 here, current day low sitting at 875. So it didn't quite get that low just yet, but maybe some significant levels incoming on Coles in the coming days as of right now. But yeah, I can't believe I missed that. I do got to adjust the chart and make sure I'm calculating properly what the actual all-time lows were. But yeah, Coles, solid opportunity, did not really get involved. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for, Sean. And the next trade seems like it might be on Apple, but again, I'll take a breather. We've sold off pretty aggressively for majority of the day, and the bid is finally coming back in. And we kind of talked about this morning. Sellers are kind of stepping in a little bit every day, some days more aggressive than others. But today, sellers were in for majority of the morning and the midday. Buyers are finally coming in at the end of the day. So I don't know if I want to short this action right now.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm. Like, we almost got in. We were waiting for the TQs to come back into VWAP, waiting for the market to come back. That did not happen. I want to go long for sure. Like, I'm debating breaking this 98. Well, if it breaks 98 there on AMD is a good trade. I really wanted to go long, honestly, Nvidia, but it's like it's at the high of the day. And I just wonder, breakouts really haven't been that great, but what about a break of 111 and then just using 110 as our out? I mean, that could be definitely something there. With the 50-period moving average, I would much rather have a pullback into that level right now. I feel like I want to be long, man. Bitcoin's starting to run upside as well. Let's have a quick look at IBIT. Like, I'm happy getting out of that TQs because it did pull back and it did give us an opportunity, but now it's even higher right now as the futures are we're at day's high, right? No, not from the open, right? So we're getting close. We're getting close again. Wow, okay, we're starting to tick higher right now as well. That's too bad about Amazon because Amazon was an absolute monster today and we had that. Why did it do that? Why did you slap all the way down there at 195, 194? Now you come up into that level again. How could she slap? 198.
How could she slap?
I mean, 198, 196. Yeah, it's like, so what I'm dealing with now is risk management, right? And that is like trying to make sure that we can find an in where we also have an out. And it's just like, is there a name that you guys maybe is setting up that you want me to have a look at? Uber to me looks like a short. Uber's underneath VWAP, and I want to go long. I already told you, I think tomorrow's number is going to be pretty good. I think the market rallies tomorrow a bit. It's already doing it right now. The Nasdaq was down 1.3% or something at the lows. Now you're up 0.6, so a complete turnaround, absolutely. Yeah. This is what VWAP looks like right there. I mean, we're underneath it on Uber, so to me, it still looks like a short, but again, trying to get relative strength, maybe it does bust through. It's down 2%, right? If you think Uber's going to go, it has a lot of room back up to the upside. All right, so that's interesting right there because on the futures, we do get that little tall wick. Did that come with any volume on the Qs? No, so we just wicked that top again. That could give us that short. We've been playing short, so this is what I'm stuck between. I like the short into the afternoon every day so far. It's been huge. By the way, what's up with your fruit salad? You're not enjoying that fruit salad?
Oh, I should be, yeah.
Show the people.
Yeah.
You showed this fruit salad at 8:45.
What has changed? What is
absolutely nothing? I think you maybe had 3 strawberries. Are you a raspberry or strawberry guy?
Strawberry.
Me too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think raspberry's a little overrated. Overrated. Raspberries are good on desserts. Cheesecake raspberry.
Oh yeah.
You know, raspberry cheesecake.
Yes.
A little bit of a pie action on that. Yep. Raspberry maybe topping on like an ice cream or something. But as a fruit, strawberry wins that for me.
This market's really right.
Yeah, I know.
Intel's back at 20, so oh boy, that reversion. I mean,
feel sick to
my timing was off, therefore I was wrong on the trade. But oh boy, some of these bottoms coming in really aggressively, and this is what I meant, man. I'm like that. The 19.2. We went all the way from 19 halves to 19.2s.
When moon.
And ripped right back up, and this aggressive bid coming in begs me to question whether or not there's some news going on here.
Yeah, there is news.
So I gotta check for that one there. But yeah, no, aggressive bid coming in on the market there. Spider is pushing back towards its highs there. Wow, Softy, what a recovery for Softy there. So definitely something there, and I think we are going to send it off to Adara to see what's going on.
I do not believe so yet.
Okay.
Yeah, not yet. Okay, quickly, there's talk about John Carney. New Prime Minister John Carney's in right now talking tariffs as well, but we got Adara.
That's why.
I'm not seeing any headlines as of right now about Mark Carney, though I know there were some headlines on him earlier. But here's the NASDAQ. There is one headline of note that I think is interesting. So Doug Ford of Ontario, Premier of Ontario, saying that they will be suspending the 25% surcharge on exports of electricity, saying that he has now, I guess, in agreement to meet with Howard Lutnick, which is the U.S. Commerce Secretary. They're going to be meeting there on Thursday. And apparently during this meeting, Doug Ford will be discussing a renewed USMCA ahead of the April 2nd deadline. So some tariff talks here ahead of that April 2nd deadline between Doug Ford and Howard Lutnick, according to Doug Ford himself, guys. Back to you.
Ooh, according to Doug Ford himself. Okay. Yeah, and again, we're talking about Mark Carney, which is going to be the new Prime Minister of Canada. Well, is, I guess, the appointed Prime Minister, not elected, as they elect the party, and then Trudeau stepped down. Wow, these futures, man. Go, Gadget futures.
Boy.
You ever watch Inspector Gadget?
Of course.
Okay,
I grew up watching
Inspector Gadget. I know if you're a little too young for that.
No.
But yeah, go Gadget futures right now as they continue to go. They continue to go to the upside, man. Right there, we are dead on that, man. This is now huge in the money. Unfortunately, we got a little I'm upset that we got out of it, but okay. Nvidia took 111. Oh, close. See, this is the thing. Like, I'm loving a pullback into 110 if we can get it. All right, forget about it. It's going meme crazy now. Again, it just broke 110 as if it didn't, or 111 as if it didn't even matter. So we'll go long here at 12s. One unit to start. It's not like Randy Johnson, the big unit here or anything like that, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening. A 1 unit trade. Let's get out of a third of it up here at 30s if we can, because at the end of the day, I want to average this in, right? So if we can just take a little bit of profit, that high was 21. I'm looking at the 50 period moving average. Look at it, just ride this thing all the way up, man. I mean, it broke it there at 130. That's maybe when the futures, that's 1 o'clock right there. Futures break a view up at 130 and it's off to the races. So giddy up, man. New position alert. I'm not going to say diamond hands because I don't know how long we'll have this, but it's an idea that we had. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with said idea, and it's an upside play for me. So we'll wait to see if it goes. I am bidding more, but I don't want to get too crazy with it. 10-7. Oh, here it comes. Okay. So again, just 1 unit. Like, we're not. I want to risk some here, but at the same time, I don't want to risk it all, right? I mean, we talked about the rhetoric of getting long into tomorrow's print. That's what I'm thinking. But then we also know that the futures have faded off many times this week, and it could happen again. So I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch or anything like that. So we will get a little bit out here. If we can get it out at 30s, we'll take 28 cents or 18 cents, on it, and then average it back in, man. Like right there, that's going to be a spot for me to get back in. And again, remember, we're trading here on a prop floor, so we can make multiple trades, and we're trading equity. We're not trading options or anything like that, or CDRs or anything. So we have to have the buying power to be able to do this. So I'm going to use the 50 period, whatever it is, once we have our full position, whatever it is, that's going to be my out. And I don't think this is required a full position, by the way, Obi. I just think this requires patience. If it does fall in, we can change our mind. If the futures absolutely crank to the downside, then we'll be long, and we'll be long around here, man. 1050. So 1050 is the spot for me. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. I just put another, I guess I can cancel my Amazon bid at 195.50. That's probably not coming in. We'll cancel our Q's bid at 59.50. That's not coming in. There it is though, boom. So we get it a little bit. It's a little bit of this. You know, we'll put a little bit in our pocket there. We're still growing this net here a little bit. So there's a quick out for us on Nvidia again. We missed the 111 punch. That's really what I'm pretending I have, although we have 111.12s. We'll see if it can get a little bit higher than this though, right? So here we go, Nvidia. We're on board. All aboard. Okay, all aboard is right. Let's get going here, Obi. We're just trying to show people that this is possible. And there it goes. It's a nice move to the upside again. We have one red name today, and it actually is Nvidia, and I'll find out why that is. But right into there, let's use 111.50 while we're right here right now. So maybe that could be one of our outs as well, 111.50. That top that we had made earlier on in the day, that wick top is basically 112. So that's where the players dwell. So we want to definitely get out there if we can. It's up and away, man. It's an oh boy moment for us here, Obi, as the market continues to go. And oh boy, we just got that fill as well. We got our 38s. Now let's put an offer at 40s. Again, it's 1 unit, but for me, the 1 unit is fine. We always like to have more, Obi. We talk about that.
Yeah, some trades you don't need to put on.
Bang, there it is, man. It's another 40 cents right there. So we'll say, I don't want to get canceled, you know. I don't want all of my US friends there. I mean, I think I'm a pretty nice guy. I think people think, generally speaking, Canadians are nice. But you know, hopefully we play a little bit hardball with these tariffs. No, we don't want that. But okay, so here we go. It's Nvidia, man. So the only trade that we had today for you in the afternoon was this TQQ trade, which is an absolute monster. I mean, this long at 59, it's at 61 and change. Unfortunately, we cashed out of it, but we did get back in to the long with my long friend. I'm going to get another piece out here at 40s, which we just did, Nvidia. So I'm holding half now of the position. Yep. So we're holding half. We just took some out there. We took it out at day's high for Nvidia, and we're pretty happy with it. So let's just do that. We'll run the gauntlet here on NVDA. Oh, just because it's not going to be a sticky note thing. I want to show everybody my puppy right here.
Is that a new puppy?
No, not a new one. No, she's 5 years old.
Okay.
I think we got her just before COVID. Actually, did you see this?
Nice.
So I tweeted this out yesterday. This is actually from, I think it's from an account. I should have given the account credit. I stole it from the account. I'm not trying to pretend this is mine. Salt Bay. So here's the 6,000 views. Why, thank you. Thank you very much. But it was just before this. Here we go. So we went home last night, right here. I said, what a wild day, crazy market day. But you get home, she's staring at me, wants to go for a walk. There she is right here. She's a cockapoo. There it is. What's up, Belle? How you doing, Belle? Here she comes. Anyways, that's it. So if you want to hear me talk all doggy voice and everything like that, go find it there on Twitter. But now it's... just wanted to show that. You know, the thing is you got to have those relaxing moments.
Yes.
You know, at some point. If you go home and stress out, not great.
Yeah, no.
Let's go, Nvidia, man. We ride that bull, man.
Oh.
You do good things happen. Here it goes, man. 65 cents in the money. Let's go. We're starting to take this out, man. We're on one again, Obi. We love trading. We're here. I hope Neil's enjoying his time in Dunedin, Florida. I hope you're enjoying your time beside me here. We've got Joe ready to go the next couple days. You're going to Miami. Sorry about that. But right now, here we go, man. It's a nice move to the upside for this market. So let's go, man. Nvidia up to 170.80. We take another piece out. We're now in 40%. Every piece out now 10%. Let's get to the upside, man. I wish it was a 10-unit play, but it ain't. PLTR broke 80. Okay, Charlie Taff, I've got bread to butter right here. Boom, it's Nvidia. So we'll go long on that one, my guy. So you're still short Intel?
Yeah, because, I mean, here's the thing. Like I said in the morning, I might be a little anchored to this $20 level. And I was this morning, but I was anchored in the wrong way. And maybe I am still. But again, there were sellers there in the morning, and I was like, all right, well, if we come back here, I do want to sell kind of against that and be willing to try a couple of times there because I did make the mistake of not necessarily doing that in the morning. But like I said, if the futures are going to blast through some of these highs, then yeah, I'll get stopped out, but not really putting on as much risk as I was in the morning session. Sean just talked about it. Yeah, sometimes trades you want to put on some more risk than others, some less risk than others, really depending on how your playbook and your perception of their probabilities plays out. But let's see what Era has to say.
Keep an eye here
Wow,
on Tesla. We have Donald Trump here making some comments, speaking to reporters at the White House on his way to buy a Tesla, saying, quote, Tesla is a great product. So TSLA currently pushing into day's highs. Just to be aware here, Donald Trump talking about the quality of Tesla as he is on his way to purchase one. Back to you.
This guy reads tape just as well as anybody else. I think it's one of my strongest points also. And I was saying, and again, it's just staring at the level for level 2 for 20 plus years. At the end of the day, if you rewind this tape, when it was breaking, it was heading up to 111. I said the stock is going meme crazy. And what I mean by that...
Nice. I like that. Let's go.
What I mean by that was you can really start to see this thing go. It pulls back, then it goes... Was that Ramin? Okay. I know, it's interesting when Fabian's like, yes, behind her back, and Ramina's like, no. Okay. Sorry about that, Fabian, if I just sold you out there. But, okay, at the end of the day, and I just said to Obi, start looking at Nvidia because this one, look, it went up, okay, but this had a feel to it, man. And again, we called the NASDAQ there. We liked the move, man. We tweeted it out. The NASDAQ is like literally just stair-stepping, man. Ever since we got out, there's been like 4 red candles. Nice move to the upside, man. We just bought that live here on the show. Right when we turned on, man, it was 205. We went long. I said, I'm going long futures here at the 200 period. It's blasting up. Not only did we talk about going long, I gave the reason why there. I thought tomorrow's CPI, I don't know if people want to be scheduled short for it, but Nvidia, just to give people a rough idea, we're out of the majority of this trade. So it broke through 112. It got really excited. We talked about where the players dwell. And there it is, man, 112, 112.20. So I have about 20% left of the trade. So just giving you guys a little bit of an update. And actually, now that we're underneath, I'm going to put an offer at 93. Oh, there it is. So we just got picked up. And there it goes. You see, it's still happening where it goes down and then it just, someone markets the thing up like 15 pennies. There's so much volume. This is 275 million shares. It's not supposed to move like that, right? And so you could tell it, but it is getting a little less now. So I wouldn't punch the long now for everybody else that's looking to say maybe, hey, is it too late? I think yes. At this point, let it settle down. We could pull back. We just got another piece, 15% left right now on Nvidia. So yes, I like the stock, and I think we traded it really well there today. Why was I red on this stock before? Okay, let me just have a quick little look at that. Oh yeah, that's right. So for sure, red. Like, it doesn't look like it, but this early trade was pretty good. It fell all the way back in, and I don't know if you can't see me right there. So that's 109 breaks. So the average in there, that's 109.30, that's 109.10, 109 breaks and falls down. So we get out, and then we battle it again, out here again, out here again. So it was a cup of coffee, but you could see the difference there, right? Like, here's the break. Excuse me. Here's the break to the upside, and, so again, just erasing all our past demons, taking that out. I just really wish, man, dude, oh my, this futures trade would have been fantastic. But, it's about crying over spilt milk. Like, we already made the decision. We got out at that high. We were uncertain of the future of this market, of course, as per usual. So, yeah. Let's just continue it going, man. I'm really happy with the performance today. We're actually at one of our highest spots. I was looking at the month. We're actually done pretty good this month. I think this is going to be one of my best days. So we're really happy with it so far. And we just topped it off with you guys, right? And so,
you've had some solid trades pretty much throughout the day. So I think I've been watching you take some of those scalps, man, absolutely solid. And we were kind of talking about some of those partial fills as well. I was like, yeah, I really resonated with that. It's like sometimes you get a partial fill, and it's like sometimes that ends up being such a good trade. And it kind of makes sense because it's like the demand is such that you're not even able to get some. So it's like if you're adding liquidity, it's like you probably need to be removing liquidity in that situation because of how good it is.
So we could tell. I was just showing him like we just got a part of this fill. Like, that's why I was telling you one unit. Like, we were trying to get more, and we got part filled. Yeah. So what I mean by that, what a part fill means, if you're looking for 50 shares, you get 15, or you get 2, or you get 5, or you get 28. But it's not filling your full order. And sometimes that happens. Yeah.
No, my question is, if you see that happen, do you get into like a bunch more, being like, oh, this is going to be good because I didn't even get filled for part of it. And then instead of adding liquidity and being posted, what is the situation in which I'm going to be like, all right, I feel even more confident in getting this trade and being like, okay, I want to push in. So yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but yeah.
No, I mean, you've gotten part fill many times, and I just think it's.
But you're right; it doesn't happen very often.
No. You have to like the trade at the end of the day, right? The fill that you get is the fill that you get, and if you really like, I didn't love it there. We were still, as I point to the screen, we were still a little bit away from the 200 period. So I actually had more bids down here. So trying to fill it up using, again, the 50 period as our stop. So we were trying to get a unit, or more than that. We only wind up getting a unit, maybe like 3 or 4 units, and then down into there, and then down into there to get the full position. But it never happened. So yeah, I'm okay with it. At the end of the day, we're here to trade, and we made that trade right there. So, all right. Someone mentioned to me Palantir, and again, I think it was Charlie Taff, was at $80. Look, we wrote this down on the sticky note. I've liked this trade. $80, bang. $80, bang. It's given you $4 every single time it's been here. This time, you don't stay in this, right? The note that I wrote down on the sticky note was actually get out if it does break, right? So we didn't want to give this more than 50 cents. We've been sitting there in Palantir. You want to talk about a stock going meme crazy? I mean, we heard Kathy Wood yesterday about 79,000 shares, I believe, of Tesla, probably something similar of Palantir as well, probably more due to the price of it. And you just don't want to stand in the way when those programs are on, and that can really ruin your day. Like, you go short here. Look, first of all, it looks like a freight train going all the way back to the upside. That basically has no stop. So this is a 1 minute chart. In 6 minutes, it went $1.
Yeah.
So it's just straight up, maybe 7 minutes, straight up there. And then, now we look for a little bit of a pullback. So I think if you're looking short now, maybe this is the play. Short through $80 again, and then using some of these highs as your out, right? $80.30. I mean, we could try it. I don't know if I'm going to, but that's not a horrible trade. All right, so 15% left of Nvidia. I'm going to take the opportunity now to get another piece out here at 57. Hopefully oops, you show the chart there. Okay, there we just got filled. At 57, so we just took that out there again. As we do fall back, 10% left now as we're taking out 5% tranches. Not a bad word, tranche. I was going to actually flip over into a Herman Miller. You okay over there? My guy's pretty cold over here. Cold as ice.
It's a little frosty.
It is chilly. I mean, there's the justification right there. I mean, this is why I actually threw. I don't know. I should have kept that coffee. I'm fine, Brendan. Actually, I was just doing that for dramatic representation there. But Brendan just went to turn it up on the thermostat. But anyways, okay. So quickly. That's cold as ice. That's on purpose. Oh, it's icy.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. I thought that was a bad. I thought that was a bad.
I see that.
You and Adara are supposed to have that.
Oh boy.
Man, what's the word I'm looking for? Pun.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
All right.
Adara's like, yo, come at me, dog. Adara's a punathon.
Punathon.
Punathon. Yeah, punathon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, we don't want that smoke. I don't know, but all right. So here's the thing: we were just talking about tape and tape reading and some interesting. I don't know who that is, but
wait a second. You don't know who Tate McRae is?
The name sounds familiar, but I have no idea. Come on.
#1 album right now on the Billboard.
Yeah.
And Canadian. And from Calgary.
I don't know. Okay.
How do I know this much about Tate McRae? Yeah, Calgary. Yeah, I apologize. I should not know this much about Tate McRae.
I have no idea who that guy is, but what I do know.
Plus, you think it's a guy, so.
Well, here's the thing. What I know more than this Tate
if
guy
I showed you Tate
was
McRae,
the guy who was sitting at $20 on Intel. There was 3,000 lots that came in on Intel. That's the guy I knew.
McRae guy is
well,
really
maybe I didn't know him, but it comes in. You can see what happened here on the chart. I can kind of zoom it in here, but I have my stop at was it just if we cross 05s, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna punch out. Like I said before, I didn't get in as much obviously as I wanted to because I'm like, all right, well, end of day, let's see if this works really good. It comes in, it actually comes in, prints the size above that 20, and then insta flush with the market pulling back in. So it's like, all right, cool. I get right back in when I see that, and I love to see that because I'm like, all right, now I'm even more confident. There was a seller there. We took that seller out. It was a significant volume. You look at the volume bar, it is an elevated volume bar, and then you cannot trade above, and it's a place where sellers were there before. Let's see if there's
news. Trump's tariffs. Adara.
There is some news. What's up, Adara?
There is, in fact, news about Trump regarding tariffs. So basically, Donald Trump is still commenting here, waiting for his, to go make his Tesla purchase. He said, quote, the markets are going to go up and down, but we have to rebuild our economy, and saying that, referring to tariffs, that the U.S. had to do this. So saying that he had no choice but to impose tariffs and that the markets can go up and down, though he did note that he respects Ontario's decision to suspend its 25% energy surcharge. As mentioned earlier, Doug Ford just announced that this afternoon that they're going to be doing that. Yeah, just some positive comments still, though, about Elon Musk and Tesla. But other than that, really the main thing here, saying that even though markets will go up and down, he stands by his decision for these tariffs. Guys, back to you.
Adara, we were in a little bit of trouble there with Nvidia. Came back into the 50-period moving average again there. And we got stopped out. But we went long again. I don't know if this is going to work, man. I mean, we heard the tariff news. Like, I'm hearing all this stuff in my ear. Like, comes down in, like, really hard into the 50-period moving average. We just averaged it in right there. So we wind up taking about a 30-cent hit. Then we just bought it right back there off a wicked bottom. And now it's really working out for us again. So, we do have, oh, boy. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day again right now. I'm just buying these dips, man, has been a pretty good opportunity here. I think Canada does hold, and not just because we are Canadian or anything like that, but I think Canada does hold the key to this market rallying a little bit here. I think if Carney can get involved with Trump and all this kind of stuff, and they can sort of just, Trump already feels pretty good. Justin Trudeau's gone. We've sort of been calling him governor and everything like that. So I think Trump will probably maybe consider that a win, although I think he was out of there but even before Trump won the election. But at the end of the day here, if we can talk kindly about this, reciprocal tariffs coming off, and then maybe a little bit of a pause on this energy talk, we know that helps everybody. And at the end of the day, Trump is a self-proclaimed deal maker, and if he can get one done, then let's just get one done and move on. So here we go. Let's go Nvidia, man. Let's go President Xi. Let's get this going here. Let's see if we can rally this market. Oh boy, Obi, 71 cents in the money. We back, baby. We Tate McRaeing this market. Here we go. It's a nice move to the upside. Let's keep going to that upside. Let's ride this market like a sports car. That's her number one hit song, Sports Car.
Oh, it's a woman.
It's a woman.
Nice. Okay, Ramin saying search it up.
If you search it up, you will never forget who Tate McRae is again in your life. She was on Saturday Night Live a little while.
Good music. I'm assuming she makes good music.
For Obi.
Okay, cool.
You know what I mean?
I will.
For Obi.
Sure. Yeah. Come on. For who else?
I mean, she comes on the TV. I change the channel, but I'm saying for you.
Yeah. I get another monitor. No, I'm joking. So we're getting a bit of a shake and bake here on this market. Again, I don't know. It seems like this tariff news is coming in. There's stuff's changing by the minute. It's almost as if we have to assess real-time probabilities as new information comes into the market. It's kind of what we're supposed to be doing anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
it's interesting stuff here nonetheless. But
I mean, you're still short intel. Do you still like that play?
I mean, here's the thing: we are catching it. Like I'm watching Nvidia here as well. We could very well easily get back to 20. I'm more than willing to be wrong on the trade. I have you know what I mean. Like we were talking about this. I think sometime last week. It's like one of the bigger improvements that I've had over the last year was getting better at losing.
Yeah.
Right? And as traders, we have to be the best loser. And I think Tom Hogard, you heard of him?
No.
He has a book called The Best Loser, and I think that's an absolutely beautiful book. Definitely worth a read there. But yeah, it kind of reflects on the kind of mindset and stuff you have to kind of assume to continue to strive to be a better trader. And I think I've been kind of learning a little bit from that as well. Still on the journey, like I said before. Still a guppy in this ocean, but
You're not?
We'll see. But trying to be the best loser, Sean. I'm okay with
the more you believe in yourself being a beginner, the more you're going to trade like one, right? I think you should up your level a little bit there and get a little more confidence. All right, there it is, man. Let's spin that money around one more time. There's now Nvidia, dollar in the money, Obi. You are 10 times smarter of a guy than me, but here it goes. Nice move to the upside right now. More than $1, $1.20, $1.30. Let's go. We're starting to ramp this trade up again. And again, Obi, you know what it begins with? Confidence. And we talked about what we wanted. We wanted longs, right? We picked on the futures, bang, they're at highs. We pick on Nvidia, boom, it's at day's high as well right now. Well, 112 is the day's high. And we nailed this. We nailed it once, we nailed it twice, Obi thrice. So there it goes. Nice move to the upside one more time. And I really appreciate everything that you're talking about, man. I mean, it matters a lot to hear what you're talking about, spit some ideas back and forth, and then you're giving like real life situations and how you feel, right? I mean, and that's, to me, that's what it's all about, and that's why I'm just trying to be, as honest and honestly, like just looking at different stocks, trying to figure this out, talking about tape reading with you, and looking at different things. I mean, if you wanted my opinion, I mean, I'm not going to look at Intel, but you're already on it. Okay, let's look at Google. I mean, that was a name that I felt like did have some runway to it as well. Good job right there. We talked about this with Sharif when he was on, and just looking at, again, that VWAP break, right? You and I, how important was that talk that we had earlier today? We talked about what's VWAP going to do. If you break VWAP in the afternoon, to me, that's a go time. Obi and I had mentioned that we had said, let's look at some stocks that are looking at VWAP in the afternoon. That's why we went over there to the futures. And I just thought if we were going to start to really rally up, it had to hold the volume weighted average price because the market wants to go long. We need to have shorts offside and we need people to start to cover. Man, this frog in the throat. Oh, hey, remember yesterday when we cheersed water?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think we really don't have too many losers since we've done that.
That might have been bad luck.
So, salute.
Cheers, guys. But
all right. Let's go back. All right, we are going to go to Adara with some more breaking news.
Some news here on both Tesla and just comments from Donald Trump as a whole. We'll start with Tesla because I saw this one first. We have TSLA on watch. Elon Musk just saying now that Tesla is going to be doubling its vehicle output in the United States in the next 2 years. So Tesla looking to double its U.S. vehicle output. We also have comments here coming from Donald Trump when asked if he's going to be looking to reduce the Canada's on tariff. He said that he probably would, and he's looking at it. So there's a potential here for Donald Trump to reduce these tariffs in Canada, or at least he's considering that possibility. So keep an eye on that. He also commented that interest rates have come down, and so have the price of eggs and gas. So some comments from Donald Trump. I think the most interesting, though, potentially cutting tariffs in Canada, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Those eggs are getting a little expensive here.
When's the last time you bought eggs?
I honestly don't remember.
Exactly. All right,
well, technically, I got a burger and it had an egg in it.
That's actually a pretty good topic.
Yeah, I love
when the yolk is dripping.
Oh yeah,
down.
yeah. Oh boy, indeed. And speaking of the yolk dripping down, it seems like this market's taking a little bit of a pullback here. As of right now. So a little bit of a chip chop. So let's take a quick
25% left of Nvidia just for everybody. Yep.
Let's take a look at which ticker out of the mags is actually taking the strongest pullback here. I was looking at that Apple trade earlier. Apple, I was like, oh boy, maybe some VWAP sellers on Apple. Guess what? Apple snappled those VWAP sellers here, and I was about to type in Snapple.
Snapple.
Yeah, you just snapped through them. That's what I'm trying to say right there. So it's right there. So we did kind of reject
Powerful
initially
stuff.
right here, but look at that. Breaks right back out, trading a little bit higher here, and then that's, I guess, it's kind of finding some pullback here. Okay, so Intel's kind of coming in as well. I'm curious to know, do we pull back into that 19.5? We kind of talked about that 19.5 being a potential area. Again, it showed itself in the pre-market and a little bit in the morning, maybe an area of equilibrium. Maybe, let's see if we can pull back into that going into the close. I have no idea. Maybe we do kind of bid up into the close as well. But Softy kind of pushing up against its daily highs. Amazon as well. So it's going into the close. Some of these tickers have reverted a decent chunk of the selling that we've had during the morning or the midday session. Look at these beautiful V-shaped recoveries on some of these tickers. This is Amazon right here, pretty much giving us the leg up, coming back in, and then all the way back to the highs once again. 200. I wonder if Bezos is still sitting there. And remember, prior to us breaking, that was a resistance level, and then it became a support level. Now we're trading below that. I'm curious to know whether that 200 stays a resistance level, because that was pretty significant sometime last year as well with the Bezos lid, as we called it there. And the other ticker right here is Softy. Take a look at this one. Pretty much strong V-shape there from the midday session. 11 o'clock, that selling comes in. We break that pre-market low, opening range low as well, and then a strong bid right back up towards highs with only about 45, just over 45 minutes left in the trading day. And so Nvidia obviously trading at its highs. Meta as well. We kind of talked about that one there. Meta kind of chopping it up to 615s right here. So we did attempt to break those day highs, but still holding back as of right now. So no idea what's going to happen. Again, tariffs are on the horizon. Let's see what Adair has.
No, not yet. Just real quick. Yeah, just quickly. If we break the 50-period moving average, I just want to give people the out for Nvidia. So I'm going to give out just a little bit under 111 right now. We're scalping some out. What's up, Adair?
And speaking of tariffs on the horizon, as Obi just mentioned, we do have some more comment from Donald Trump on tariffs, saying that he's looking at backing down on the 50% duties on Canada, specifically with regards to aluminum and steel. These are actually just teased properly this morning. Now Donald Trump says he's considering backing down on them, and he will, quote, let us know if the 50% tariffs are going into effect. They were supposed to go into effect tomorrow. Now it sounds like they might not be happening. So keep an eye on NUE and names like Alcoa, anything involved in steel or aluminum. And right now they are pulling back a little bit here, guys. As Donald Trump says, he will let us know if the tariffs set for tomorrow are actually happening. Back to you.
So
a little bit of a shake and bake there.
A little bit of a shake and bake. You like shake and bake?
I like shake and bake.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it.
Had it like maybe once or twice.
Yeah,
Very long
yeah.
time
I think
ago.
it's like an 80s thing.
Yeah.
All
Back
right.
in the 80s, I think I might have had some.
Yeah. 80s baby. All right, so we just broke that again. We had less than 20%. We were talking about, we actually, as we went there, we were getting some more outs there in the 30s, and there it goes, it breaks lower. Remember, our average price was 68 down into there because we actually got that trade first, and then that trade second. So we were playing off some 68, so we still take about 20 cents on the last 20%, or about, I think we had about 18% left, something in that range right there. So let's check out Nucor. I mean, I really like this steel name. I've been in this name before. I need to straighten out my portfolio, man. I just had so much stuff going on recently, so I'm not even sure what I'm in anymore. But this name is definitely something that I'm in, Nucor, and or was in the past. I like the stock. This has had a huge move down. We talked again, it looks like there won't be or will be tariffs, or won't be tariffs, will be tariffs, won't be tariffs. So I think you want to let this thing settle down again, man. But Nucor, nice little move there. Just to look on the daily. I don't really want to trade a name that's this volatile now, because you're going to get a headline and it's going to like wick one way or the other. U.S. Steel would be the name that someone in the chat said. So is Trudeau done now in Canada? Yes, he's not going to have any kind of a.
Does he get like a retirement package? Or?
Yes, of course, man. He was our prime minister for like, how long was he prime minister for? 11 years? Trudeau, 10, 11 years?
Yeah, almost 10.
10 years? Okay, yeah. So October 2015. So there you go. So yeah, right there. So almost 10 years. So, he's been here. He's gonna go down at, not going to say the best, not going to say the worst prime minister, but he was well liked for a while. And then, of course, you can't have someone in power for 10 years. Like, the policies get stale. You look back, you're always going to make bad decisions. They're always going to come back and haunt you, so on and so forth. So whether or not you like the guy or not, he is now gone. So people in the chat said, do we have to worry about him anymore? No. So it's this Mark Carney dude that will happen, and then we'll wait. We're hoping for Parliament to get their stuff together and actually go back to work, and then announce an election. So hopefully that will be either summer or fall, and then that's where, I don't know, the early polls, I believe, show a conservative government, but we'll wait to see as we'll go through all of that. So that's what's happening here in Canada for the time being. All right, Tesla. Again, nice move up, man. I mean, Adara's been reporting some positive things there for, again, we talked about Elon Musk, we've talked about Tesla, and yeah, it broke to highs right there in the afternoon. So nice trade there for Tesla, as the market did as well. I believe this is a pullback buy here. We've been pretty negative on Tesla over the last month or so, more than a month. But now maybe it's turning that corner. And again, you can always cherry pick levels, but maybe this is one, man. The 200 is a pretty nice area there. Joe was talking about options and whatnot for Tesla. I think there was a $100 call that you could have got premium on for writing earlier on today. I don't think that's probably existing anymore. What's up, Adara?
More comments here from Donald Trump and now Elon Musk as well. So Elon Musk basically saying that he plans to remain the CEO of Tesla. We know that his CEO-ship, for lack of a better term, of Tesla has kind of been in question because he even said that he was having, quote, great difficulty managing his businesses during an interview airing yesterday. But now apparently Elon Musk saying that he does plan to remain the CEO of Tesla. Donald Trump, when asked if the market concerns him, said, quote, nope, doesn't concern me, saying that some people will make some great deals during the current market sell-off. So not worried about the sell-off, saying it could actually provide some opportunity for deals, saying that he also does not see a recession at all, and quote, the country is going to boom. So some questions or some comments from Donald Trump on the market. Back to you.
Things are cheaper.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's
the art of the deal.
The art of the deal. I mean, that's all that matters, right? We're making, every time you buy a stock, someone's buying, someone's selling. You're coming up with it.
I just find it funny that everybody likes to blame price action on something. Like, it does. To me, it doesn't really matter. Come on.
Well, I mean, the market.
Just take the trade.
Right. Yeah, that's true, right? I mean, it's well, they say the dog that wags the tail or something like that.
Something like that.
But at the end of the day, yeah, you need to pick the right stocks, right? And I think that what we always look at, I want to make sure that everybody does obviously hit that QR code right there for real trading, and make sure you figure out what platform we're on and what we're doing. But we also have a watch list that goes out every single morning with many. Sharif works on, the whole team working on it besides me, I think. And it's a great piece. It's literally the tool that I use. I come in here every single morning. We build the sticky note off of it. It's a great piece of research information. It's our watch list. It's completely free. I think everybody should go in the link in the description, sign up for that, because we had Tesla news on there this morning. We have some low float runners on there at the bottom every single day. I believe Google was on there. Some of the Chinese ADRs were on there, which made me write down FXI. Let me just check out to see what has happened.
Yeah, what's going on?
Okay, so we actually, I think it was 36.40. Oh no, we didn't have FXI on here. We actually talked about it earlier. I liked it down here into, maybe it wasn't 36. Oh yeah, it must have been. It was the 200 period. Yeah, so 36.40. So yeah, that level, I mean, we didn't trade it today. Hasn't really held. It looks like that bottom of, like the reason why I'm kind of doing like a little bit of a stink face at it, it's like I have to see a reason, like why would this bottom be significant? It's not really. I don't really see too much here. So I'm going to leave FXI alone, but at the end of the day, up 1.36% is nice, but still down on the day. Alibaba, I believe, we did this with the rundown. I like the break of that low. You could see though, even though the market's at days, well, it's just pulled back, we never really got to 141. So maybe Alibaba, some of the Chinese steam is maybe pulling off a little bit here, and some focus maybe on some Canadian names. The US dollar, this is UUP. It was going to the downside earlier on, and I believe it still is pushing that way as well. Yeah, a big move in the US dollar today, man, down 0.6%. That's not great. It's obviously it's going to be good for some of these multinationals, but excuse me. Nice move to the downside here for UUP. So you've seen a strong dollar. And then a pullback there. I don't know what this gap is all about right there, but nice pullback in right there again. This is just, okay, more news notes from President Trump. Oh, same thing that Adair just said. Markets are going up and down. We have to rebuild our country. He respects Ontario. Boom. Basically the central hub of Canada as far as economics are concerned, naturally, right? But there is big energy in the West, so we don't want to discount Alberta and whatnot as well. But it's nice that they're talking Canadian here. Okay. He still wants to put the tariffs into effect, but he does respect what's happening over here. Okay. Ooh, Trump now talking the R word right now. He says
reversion?
Reversion, yeah. No, he's saying he is.
I mean, it's reversion. I like it. Which way?
Okay, so he's saying no interruption to Social Security. He's saying he does not see a recession. Adair's going to confirm all this in a minute, I hear. And also, let's throw to Adara.
So when asked about a recession, he said that he does not see, Donald Trump says he does not see the chance of a recession at all. So just keep an eye on Tesla here, because not only is Donald Trump apparently currently in a Model S vehicle, but he did say that he will be acting pretty harshly here if there's any violence against Tesla dealerships. We know that there's been some issues here with regards to Tesla facing some protester actions. Now apparently that violence will be, I guess, dealt with here, guys. Donald Trump will not stand for it. So keep an eye on TSLA. Donald Trump basically saying that he is not being okay with the violence that I guess we've seen here in some of these dealerships and the protesting. He also said, quote, "We'll have the greatest markets we've ever had." So those are some comments here from Donald Trump on the markets and a lot on Tesla. Back to you.
I guarantee you we're not having the greatest markets we've ever had. I mean, in the next 4 years, I can't predict the future, but
for day traders,
I'm not getting that feeling right now that this is going to be like the booming, the roaring 20s here.
The roaring 20s.
Again, but maybe it's the roaring 2020s and we keep going right now. Hey, it's possible. So it's nice to hear that. Yeah. I don't know about all that Tesla talk.
That's a little disappointing, but...
The thing is, Bitcoin is like the little bit of an undercover runner right now. I mean, we're not really talking about it. We haven't looked at IBIT. I haven't really looked at IBIT all day. I shouldn't put words in your mouth, but I don't need no advertising. All right, here we go. Only advertising I need is from the show. Okay, so there it goes. Nice move up, 83 and change. So yeah, it looks like right now crypto well off. Again, I look at a 5-minute chart because I chart the same on both these charts. 50-period moving average, 5-minute moving average. So 50 and 200 on a 5-minute chart. But yeah, crypto right here, if you're looking at a possible top, It does look like 83.6, 83.5 or so here as a top for Bitcoin, but that's been a nice little bounce back, right? So we talked about looking at Coinbase. And again, we told you Adaro was busy. It looks like it's not going to stop. What's up, eh?
It looks like it won't. So this is actually not a comment from Donald Trump, but it is adjacent to Donald Trump here. Basically, keep an eye on IRBT. This is iRobot. This one getting its largest volume candle by far today, as Axios reports that apparently the Donald Trump FTC, or the FTC under his administration, the Federal Trade Commission, has told CEOs when the agency will be, quote, getting out of the way on M&A. We know that a lot of these deals have been blocked for companies like iRobot. That was on watch. We also had Albertsons and Kroger. We had Capri and Tapestry. So keep an eye on any of these M&A related companies, or companies that were recently rocked by M&A related announcements that were no longer allowed to go through. We actually have IRBT. I looked at all of these, having the best move by far on this report from Axios that the Trump FTC is going to be telling CEOs when the agency will step back on mergers and acquisitions. Back to you.
Right. You're going to be going back to Adara in just a matter of seconds now, because when she reads the next news headline, she's going to call for it one more time, because he's now talking all about Russia. He's talking about Putin. He's saying that Russia's not really feeling any deals, all this kind of stuff. So so as soon as I heard that, and again, I'm just getting ready to throw it back to her at some point, but Morgan Stanley, whenever I hear that about more deals possible, we do know that Morgan Stanley should be the benefit of less regulation, as, again, the investment bank, Morgan Stanley, and then Goldman Sachs has been the other potential beneficiary of less regulations, as these are the guys that are brokering those deals and underwriting and so on and so forth. So could relate to more IPOs coming through. And again, you don't want to IPO your stock in this kind of environment. So you want to wait for some more certainties, especially if you're coming to market. You want to get bought out. You want to have that possibility of doing that, especially as an IPO. So we'll wait to see if there is some movement there. I was just looking at SMR, and we looked, tired of winning yet? Well, we're tired of losing, so hopefully winning will get going there. That's not the greatest picture. I mean, this guy looks great. I don't understand how some of the energy that Donald Trump has, like when he was over there talking to Congress a couple days ago, it wasn't the State of the Union, but his address to Congress, like the guy was still going strong, man. He was on that podium for like 2 hours. Yep. I saw people in the audience, like even his own members, like I was falling asleep. Like, a lot of people. This guy has a lot of energy for 80, is he 81?
Yeah.
78, Adara said.
To be honest, man,
that's just a lot. Like, to be up that much, doing all these press conferences, all this kind of stuff, like,
a lot of it.
I don't know, man. I hope I had that much energy at 78, 81, whatever, however old he is, man. This guy is all over the place, whether you like him or not. I mean, Joe Byron was like, that guy.
That's what I was about to say. It's like a little bit of fresh air, and we can kind of understand the sentences.
Yeah, so I mean, there was that, like that guy, anyways.
He's definitely got some energy.
Whatever, at the end of the day. 12 Diet Cokes a day will do it to you, yes, the guy says over there. By the way, like, I wish I could roll this up, but I still have like half of this left. You know what?
You can still do it.
Yeah, forget it. I'm for the people.
Yes.
All right, new segment alert. Roll up the rim to lose again. Okay, you ready?
Yes, let's go.
This one, it's harder to do because
What is that?
You know what it says.
Oh, okay, yes. Oh, boy.
When it starts with the word please, I can't win at all.
What if they have one where it says, please come into the main office, you've won a Tesla?
No,
you've won it's not a Tesla.
No, it's that ID Buzz. It's
Volkswagen.
Well, unfortunately, this one, now you made me double check that again, just in case that is possible. I'm just playing around. It says, please play again.
What if the one that actually wins the car, the sentence starts off the same way? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Randy again.
We'll see if Randy wants.
Randy's that. I think
he has a high hit rate.
Oh, by the way, we did have the smart card down there. It was 20. It's a 2017, I believe, the smart car that Randy tried to start, and it was in a parking spot down there. Ramin was going to roll it over with her truck, and now it's gone. So we've got it. We've got it out of there now. It's out of there. So maybe there's a parking spot for Ramin.
Is it like a car heist? Like what do you mean now it's gone?
Oh no, the battery, it wouldn't start.
Oh, okay.
So it's been sitting down there for a while. Randy replaced the battery, obviously not successfully, and yeah, I know. But I mean, Randy tried to boost it and all that kind of stuff. So it's on a flatbed. It's out of here. It's back to the Mercedes dealership, and now. I know. I heard the whole story, Ramin. She wants to buy the car. She wants to fix it. She wants to put it in the back of her pickup there and get out. She has a Dodge Ram down there. It's like the big. What is it then? It's a. Oh, GMC Sierra. My bad. Right there, it's a huge vehicle down there.
She's like, no, it's not.
She's like, how dare you? She used to have the Explorer. What happened to the Explorer?
Yeah.
What happened to the Explorer that was down there?
Wait, what's your dream car, Ramin?
Look, a collision. Were you driving it? Oh, okay. Oh, her car is totaled. Her other car is totaled.
Oh, no. Oh, she was
I'm not clarifying
driving.
anything.
Okay, I was going to ask,
okay,
like,
so
what did you do?
Here we go. Ramin wants to make sure that it is quite clear that she was not driving. Or at least when the police got there, she wasn't. Right. Okay, all right, so what's the...
She fled from the site? What did she say? Side of the
Obi,
scene?
you're the one.
I have no
at
idea.
This point,
you know what? I'm just trying to focus on some of this action going on, and guess what? There's like no action happening right now. We did pull back off of some of those highs we were making here, but
if you guys are liking the show, we're really
crazy.
enjoying ourselves, man. We put on some good bangers here this afternoon. We're having a lot of fun here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe.
Trading is fun. As hard as it is, it's definitely a lot of fun. So
yeah. Okay. All kidding aside, no, everyone's okay. I didn't even know that, Ramin. So I hope everyone's fine, and as we go on there, so. Okay, so that was about a month and a bit ago. So December, a couple months ago. Yeah. All right, that's it. Where have I been? Like, I'm just like, where's your truck? It's been a while, and it's been a couple months. All right, so let's move on. All right, what's up with SMR today? Like, again, nice little bounce back. You know, we're looking for these days, up 10%. Different. There's various other names. We looked at Oklo as well coming through. So let's just see what's going on. Oklo is the uranium company as well, right? Yeah, up another 9% there today. There's NNE, I believe, is another one for nuclear there. So they're all getting that little bump today. Must have been some kind of a story about this.
I think there was something yesterday.
I believe I've missed it.
Something about. I don't know if
this is what
correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's one of the mags said something about ramping up their SMRs for powering, and I think it might have been Google.
Okay, well that makes
sense.
Not
100% sure, but again, something yesterday did come out. But I guess they caught a bid today because I was looking at them yesterday. It didn't really make too much of a move on the catalyst yesterday. But that could be a potential reason.
I mean, I like just thinking about. We talked about robotics. We actually had Michael Noss on yesterday's after show, and he was talking about JC Peretz, which I think we'll be having. Maybe we'll have him back pretty soon on the show. But he was talking about speaking with JC, and we had Raider Trader on before as well, and they were liking. It's the first time I heard other than Raider talk about robotics. Ooh. So he was saying that because I'd asked Michael, like, is there any segments, is there anything that you're looking at right now? Because I asked him about that XLF. Oh, I forgot to ask him about the relative volume in the morning on JP Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
My bad.
I did go through a lot. It wasn't just JPM.
Right.
It was on a lot of different tickers. So I was questioning. I was like, what if this is just a glitch? But it wasn't on every single ticker.
ARKB.
That's what I was kind of thinking. And I'm like, all right, well, it could have just been. What was interesting to me, Sean, was relative volume was really, really strong.
Yep.
And in very high multiples in the first hour. And as soon as that 10:30 mark hit, the RVol just drops as if somebody turned off some algos at 10:30. So they only ran them for the first hour. I don't know, maybe tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit.
Yeah.
But the RVol dropped significantly after the 10:30, and I'm like, all right, well, somebody just did some business, buying or selling.
ARKQ.
No idea, don't know. But those prices were definitely interesting. And we kind of traded a little bit lower off of some of those day lows from yesterday, but a little bit of a sideways chop. We did take a breather today, it would seem. Spider's kind of sideways. You can see the market's kind of sideways as well. So not as aggressive as some of the selling that we've been seeing coming in over the past, earlier on this week and over the past couple of weeks as well. So.
Not sure if we just had a call or not. If we didn't, though, come over to the screen just real quick, and then I can throw it. This is what I was looking for, ARKQ. Okay, so this is the ARK, which is Kathy Wood, of course, her robotics ETF. So, holding, I guess. And we can go look. She's very... they are at ARK, very open with what they're investing in, what they're looking at. So we can go find out the names that are invested here, and you can pick and choose those if you do like. But this is the robotics ETF and some of the stuff that we look at here. If you like this name, this is also at the 50-period moving average. So definitely some potential there if you are interested in a robotics ETF. And I was just playing around with my good friend there. Raider trader, and I didn't even look to see what the ETFs have been doing, but he had liked it, and it has dripped down a little bit, as many stocks have, into the 200-period moving average. So if you are looking for a little bit of strength somewhere, maybe look at the robotics. I mean, like I just told you, there's a couple people that we know that were interested in ARKQ. Maybe not this one specifically, but definitely the robotics space. So you can have a look there if that was something. Yeah, Rich Tech Robotics was another one. You had mentioned
we
that.
looked at that a little bit
And
earlier.
I know there's been a few Canadian companies. We had, I forget the individual's, right, I forgot the individual's name that was here last week, but he was talking about some of the ideas that they had up there in Collingwood, and they had their get-together of smaller ideas here in Canada, and some of the names on there. I'll have to get them for you guys, but that was talked about definitely as a robotics play. So definitely in Canada, some names popping off as well. And if you were interested in joining, us here and look at the same software that we're using and talk stock, you could join Real Trading with us right now. The campus program is back on. If you are located outside of continental US, you can sign up for this. There's a program structure, and it's just about learning how to trade, man. You go through phase 1, learn about all the markets, the bid, the ask, very, very simple stuff like that. Then get introduced right there into our platform. Level 2s, things like that, trade activity. This is about 2 weeks. Phase 3, get into our simulator, right? And start hitting those goals. Once you make those goals, then you can get turned live into phase 4, as seen on the best trading show ever, Trader TV Live. And do you have what it takes? Hit that apply now. I think it's completely free. I should probably double check this, but I believe it is. Apply now, get all that information. I'm going to ask right now if that is true. But again, over 60 plus markets. They are curating US stocks right now, so that's going to be an interesting list to look at. If you are interested in trading with us, please do so immediately and sign up. And I'm going to get more details for you guys because it's actually not in our, I should maybe follow the read that I'm supposed to do, but I've already read it. I don't think there's anything about cost. So I'm going to double check and get onto that right now. What is up with your Intel trade? It looks like it's.
I mean, I'm watching it. I'm watching it a little bit more, not necessarily for the rest of the day, but I just want to know what it does relative to this $20 area going into tomorrow. So I don't know. Maybe one could argue that I might be anchored to this price over a multi-day time frame, but the fact of the matter is, over the past few days, the past couple of weeks, I think it was 21, there was supply on Intel, and then now 20 became a bit of a significant level, a bit of an over-under, it would seem, and then now we're kind of pushing back, magneting back into it. And I said it this morning, that's why I was trying to get that reversion back into that 20, and it's just confirming my bias when I was like, okay, there was a lot of volume traded at that $20 level. It seems like there's a lot of liquidity there. I wonder what price does when there's a lot of liquidity at certain blocks of price, and I wanted to know if it would magnet back into it. I kind of misinterpreted some of the price action in the morning, didn't really listen to what the chart and the price action was telling me off of that 20. But again, it seems like it still kind of wants to interact with that 20 and kind of pushing back into it. We did see some strong volume on the push back to that 20 here on Intel. Now, again, this is an American chip maker. So that's why I am very interested in it. With all the tariffs kind of going around, I do want to be familiar with the price action. And another reason why I'm kind of watching it and getting familiar with it as well is because in a market where let's see what the VIX is at right now. In a market where the VIX is at 26s, it was at 29s a little bit earlier today, maybe pushing up towards 29.5s. Things can be pretty volatile, and Intel. It is more volatile as relative to the VIX being a little bit lower in the past, or relative to its past. But again, it gives me a look to be like, all right, this is a little bit slower moving. It's not as volatile as, say, like an Apple or like a Tesla or a Softie, even though I'm definitely seeing trades happening there as well. But I kind of want to look into it a little bit more because of the liquidity as well, because it's like if and when a good trade shows up on Intel, I'm starting to get the feeling that I can size in pretty effectively for that trade and really put on that A+ kind of size when it comes to it. Whereas it would be a little bit more difficult getting in to your full size on something like an Apple or like a Softie, something like that, right? So you'd have to maneuver I'm assuming you'd have to maneuver a little bit differently there on some of those tickers relative to something that is so liquid and not as spready here, and maybe not giving you as much slippage as some of those other names. But yeah, I like Intel. I think it's one to keep on watch. It's been doing some interesting things on higher time frames as well. That's why I've been trading it a lot more often. But yeah, no, I understand I'm missing out on some other playbook trades as well for myself. Like, for example, this was, I guess I can show you guys, I mean, it's the end of the day, so I can show you guys what my morning plan was here.
Oh, my market's coming in a little
I'm just like, all right, morning plan. I'm pointing out what the VIX was at in the morning. I'm like, all right, VIX is at 27.30, so, you know, manage yourself responsibly. And I was like, look for midday continuations if we are holding VWAP, because that's what we've been kind of doing over the past couple of weeks. And we didn't really necessarily do that today, so I kind of disregarded that a little bit. I did take some shorts on Intel, but yeah, Tesla closed at low day. We talked about this one. Look for continuation below prior day low. And then VWAP hold. XOM didn't really do what I was looking for. Oracle did do what I was looking for. Asana did do what I was looking for. KSS definitely did do what I was looking for there. Hood and XPEV, not really. So that was kind of my morning plan. Nothing really worked out that well. But again, I got involved in stuff that kind of showed up. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on these markets. We do have some comments coming from the finance minister's office in Canada. They're saying that if the U.S. does move ahead with imposing these tariffs on March 12th, just to recap, would be doubling tariffs on aluminum and steel, Canada will in turn be ready to respond, quote, firmly and proportionately. It's also worth noting that we did have comments coming from Donald Trump earlier when he was looking at his Teslas that he's not even sure if we will get these tariffs coming through for Canada tomorrow. He said we'll have to wait and see, but potentially here 50% tariffs for U.S. for steel and for aluminum. Canada says if that does come to pass, they will be responding. So back to you. And also we are brought to you by eSignal. Before we send you back to you guys, traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, because our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predicted with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. So do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
I don't want to skip anything that we get from our viewers. So thank you, Nimrod, right there for 10 gifted memberships. And then also a super chat. Unfortunately, I know Sharif talks often about IBKR. I've never used any basically trading platform other than what we have right here, which is Pro 8, which is proprietary to this company, which is Real Trading. We've talked about that a couple times as well. So someone says Robinhood, but he's saying for non-US citizens, so just joking was in there for crypto trading in his region. Okay, yeah. So I don't know where you're located, but if there's anybody, maybe you can put that in the chat, Nimrod, as well, and which country you're located in, and then if there's anybody else in that country, which I'm sure there is, watching the show, they could potentially suggest a broker for you or a trading platform that would work, right? I mean, I think fees are so important, especially if you're going to be an active trader, so you want to watch out for that. But yeah, definitely double check it. And then customer support, also pretty important. So I feel like there's good reviews out there. Canada news.
Ooh, what's happening now?
Oh, nothing. Canada's ready to respond to tariffs. That's all. Okay, so, all right. So just quickly here, $80 for Palantir. I know there's some talk about it. A lot of traders very interested in trading Palantir. It does move a lot, so you got to be careful with it. But yeah, that $80 seems to be a good little level there. It's only $3.42, so there's not too much time left in the day. Yep. We have Pfizer, Suncor, Coke.
What is that?
It's Canadian. Why don't I know what TRP is? TC Energy, that's right, it changed its name. All right, Schlumberger, Ford, AT&T, Kinder Morgan, Pinterest, New Bank there, New Holdings, Carnival Cruise Line. So they're all here. We don't have NASDAQ until 350, so that will update as well. A couple buys, a couple sells, seems relatively irrelevant right now. Pfizer doesn't really move. Pfizer's been an interesting name, the biotech. We saw some healthcare names going upside yesterday, but this is not a healthcare name. This is more the biotech style of it. Yesterday we had J&J and some of those plays moving around a little bit there as well. I think that was close to a positive sector. For me, XBI, the The last time I bought some of this was near the bottoms, but that bottom has made new lows since I bought it, and I'm staying away. Like, I'm just really buying the S&P 500. The last time I bought this was in this area where I thought maybe we would hold. It doesn't look like we are. So 88, 89 for XPI. I feel pretty good about it. If it comes into 82, 83, I may pick some more up there. Again, population is what it is. I like the biotech space. I thought that with AI, we could get a boon in new inventions, new medical discoveries, things like that. The process of testing vaccines. We saw mRNA, whether or not you believe in the vaccine for COVID or not. Apparently they had that in under 48 hours or something. So, I mean, I like it. I think it's a positive for cancer treatments, dementia, things like that, Alzheimer's, things that there really is no cure for, that will continue to work towards a cure. And I like XPI. So, you know, especially with lack of regulations, there's a lot of these companies looking to get bought out as well in some of these indexes. So that could be something there for XBI. All right, so I hope some people are helping out Nimrod. I can see that there's some chat there about that as well. So yeah, so far XBI is what it is, and we'll go from there. So what else are we looking at, just real quickly? I mean, I wish Nvidia was moving a little bit more. I was sitting now at 345. I don't think it's necessarily responsible to get involved. We've seen these things move dollars on these imbalances. So with this barcoding, this is where I get in trouble, because I'm like, let's go long there, and then it breaks and you lose 10 cents, and then it goes up and then you get mad and then you take the long and then it breaks and comes back. So right now the trend is definitely your friend, and it's not trending. So I'm going to stay away from some of these names. We can look at what AMD is doing, and we can look at some smaller names as well. I like DraftKings down there at 37. If there's something, my eyes are always going up because I'm looking for different alerts. All right, PayPal just came across as well. This is brought to you by eSignal. This is an alert right here. 5-minute chart right there at the 200 period. So also near VWAP. So there's an alert for PayPal. We also got one for Shopify. You know, again, this would be a good long for me, you know, coming into support. I would think long on PayPal, but, you know, with 4 minutes until imbalances, I think that's a little silly. Now let's just check out Shopify and see why that was triggering. Again, another Canadian name right on top of the heap there in Canada. Celestica is a good tech name in Canada as well, if you're looking for some exposure there. And there it is again. The VWAP scanner hits again right there. So, yeah, some good names to trade, but I'm not really into anything. And the market, look at the futures. We made a great play on the TQs earlier, right there when it floated into it didn't float, it floated up, but into that 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. Nice move into past days high, or level anyways, level high. And then we took out the day's high. That was a nice trade, but what am I supposed to do? Like, you're not going to go long the futures right now. It has to either be at VWAP or at the 200 period moving average. So we'll sit on our hands. All right, what's up, Stevenson? Let's just go in here. You tagged, see a proper tag. Obi must not be in the chat, or maybe you are. Okay, so
I just saw it.
That tags you. Okay, no, I just don't know if that tagged you. At Obi, that's pretty cool that your name is just Obi there in the chat. All right, can you guys touch on what it means for the SPY? Since we touched 10% down, yeah, that just okay. Just wouldn't mean it means correction territory, not bear market. Yeah, no, the bear market never started, so that's 20%. So generally speaking, when you talk about a bear market, unless my definition's off, we could just use ChatGPT, but it is a 20% move would give you that bear market move. So that's what we talk about when we do talk about bear markets. So if that's what you're looking at, Stevenson, I would just say a move down in the SPY. I don't really look at it 20% down, 30% down, whatever the percentage points are down. I just kind of look at it as, where are we as far as the 200 period moving average? That is obviously a huge move down in the SPY, and we've already cracked through once it loads, we've already cracked through the 200 period right there. So for me, I would let it settle down a little bit. I've been buying this dip, it's been incorrect. So a 20% move would be 611. So you're looking for $120 off of 600, right? That's your 20% move. So 480. So you still, what? Oh, wait a second. Am I doing that math right? 60. So 120 off of 610. Yeah. So we have a ways to go before we're anywhere near that. In fact, we're just at that 10% now. So that's a good call right there. So yeah, I like to buy the dips. I don't think it's a horrible opportunity, especially if some of these tariffs get figured out, right? So, yeah, thanks for hitting us up there, but you're not quite in bear territory yet. You know, we talked about it earlier. When you start getting your barber, significant other that maybe is never really concerned about the market starting to ask you about the market, that might be when you can sense a bottom potentially.
Yeah, information has, dissipated enough at that time, probably, maybe. I don't know what that is, but
Video News says there. So I just paid about $350 or so a tire. It was a 9-tire day, so congratulations. I have no idea. Was it, those micro machines? I mean, those tires aren't that expensive, but hopefully right there. Thank you so much for Video News for the $10. And a big congratulations to you as well. Look, man, whether or not you're up 1 tire, 2 tires, 5 tires, 9 tires, down a couple tires, at least as long as you're not down a huge amount today. Me and you talked about risk management and exactly how important that is, right? It is hard to share size on days like today because you never know the dramatic move that may or may not be right in front of you. Okay, Obi, I'll throw it back to you in just a second. I just want to get ready to go because we only have 15 seconds until the imbalances. So this will all update. Let's just do this. Let me call up Nvidia here just so you guys can see the kind of movement that can happen when imbalances hit. All right, so we are now moments away from the imbalances. So here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Nvidia's at 110.90. And there it goes. 110.40s we just saw. 110.50. This is why we stay away. So bang on telling everybody to stay away. Nvidia right back down in again with that. There's a 3 million sell share imbalance. So that's good. That means that 3 million shares have to be paired off. It looked like it came out about 11 million. We've already paired that off immediately. Amazon with a little bit of a sell pressure as well. What's wrong with my Amazon quote there? Oh, I didn't log into the new system. I should probably do that. There's Amazon pulling back. Let's just have a quick look at Nvidia. Nvidia pulling back. This is probably a buy spot for Nvidia, to be honest with you. Pulls right back into support and holds. So good on you. All right, Ford, Amazon, XOM. We talked about possible strength earlier in the day. You actually talked about an XOM break earlier on in the day.
It never came.
Never came, yeah, exactly. I was going to say that to you. Down 2% there. SMCI, another trade that maybe traders are looking at. That came with a bid imbalance. Wow. Look at SMCI today, man. Puff, puff, pass. We slept on this one. That's a nice move there for SMCI. Up 12% today. Oh boy. That's actually back to $42 where it was before that earnings was 60.65. They dropped the earnings announcement, comes right into the 50-period moving average.
Nvidia 3 million sell.
SMCI might be a decent opportunity there. All right, Nvidia still feeling pain there. I believe this gets reversed. As it gets closer to 355, I'm going to go long Nvidia. I'm going long Nvidia around 354.30. Let's hope it works out.
All right. No, I'm kind of watching it as well. I was like, I held on to a piece here, watching that Nvidia as well, and coming out with a strong sell imbalance there. And then, Intel doesn't really do much. So, it kind of drops. It was reserving 1990s here multiple times over. You can see since we broke through it actually. Where is this candle right here? So about since 320. So for the greater part of the last hour here, we were holding that 90 as a bit of a reserve level there, and we kind of broke through that. And seeing that, I did post a little bit there on top of the at that reserve, being like, all right, well, if I post on a gate, which is more likely to get filled last, then I will have some confirmation that this might take a little bit lower here on Intel going into the end of the day here. But there's some strong sell imbalances there. Wow, did Nvidia actually grow? It went to 3.3
and look at it, man. It's
million here.
Lows.
Oh boy. All right, so maybe we will trade Nvidia into the close here. 110's coming in here on Nvidia. VWAP's all the way at 109, guys. So let's see if this sell imbalance could very well pair as well. The pairing event happening at 55. So going to be patient, going to watch that one there. But some strong selling there. 3.5 million, that is shares of Nvidia to be paired off just yet. I think 8.3 have already been kind of paired off.
It is
and 3.5, 3.6, a little bit to the sell side. Sometimes though, we come out with a strong sell imbalance and then we bid up. So, that's I still got to work this one out. How do I really trade this NASDAQ imbalance? But it always reminds me that one time on Apple, we had that 30 million. Was it a buy imbalance or a sell imbalance? I forget what it was. I think it was a buy. We did. I got to remember when that imbalance was. But that was crazy. That was some outlier stuff, and it just shot in the direction of the imbalance.
Was it on Was it on a rebalance day?
Don't think.
Must have been something happening.
Something
there, for sure.
happening. It was just an outlier move. I gotta ask. Well, I don't know if ChatGPT would know what day Apple had a crazy imbalance, but I think I remember the date.
One way to find out.
There, and yeah, I just gotta go back and check there. We did talk about it in the trading pod, so I just got to check some old messages there. But that was the one there. But yeah, let's see. Nvidia still kind of trading at that 110 level. Let me pull up the tape for you guys here as well to see 110's just holding as of right now. 1990's holding on Intel as well. And this is what I said.
It just grew.
Remember I was like 19.5 on the NASDAQ? Maybe I should just trade the futures. Because I'm like, if that's equilibrium and I expect price to revert to there more often than not, and I can position myself and execute for that effectively, then I'm taking off 19.5s, long, short, doesn't matter. I just want that price.
I see. I'm sort of starting to like morph over there with those ideas. I've been trying to. I always say on the show that I'm like the only one looking at futures. I think Neil doesn't prefer them, which is fine. You don't have to trade futures. They are pretty tough, but I like them because I almost do the exact same strategies, except for I just apply them to the futures, right? I mean, I don't know. All right, 109.79. I'm into Nvidia long. We only have 5 seconds. There it is. Okay, well. Maybe out of Nvidia right now, and there it goes. So it does not flip over; it stays the same. So we just took a 20-cent hit there on Nvidia, very, very small. We were just playing for fun. If it were to go back up to the upside, I said Nvidia would flip, but the problem is, as you identified earlier, it grew. It actually went the other way.
Yeah.
So it grew bigger. Normally you do see that flip. So right now, Nvidia has a little bit of explaining to do to the downside. I mean, if that gets into a bid, then fine. What this is telling us is that there's going to be 1.4 million shares to sell at the close. And if there's not enough liquidity, like right now on the level 2, right? Each one of these represents 100 shares. So there's definitely, Obi, not enough liquidity to support that. So, yeah, this could flush into the close. And this is why I was saying before, very, very risky business, man, to be trading the NASDAQ-related names into the close because, like, out of nowhere, obviously the futures also fell down, which probably has something to do with this. It's just, there it goes. Like, if you... Yeah, 50s, wow. So, again, just showing you sort of the ability to get in and out of that real quick.
Oh yeah,
real quick.
Tesla's dropping as well.
Is it Tesla? Okay, let's go back over to Tesla.
A lot of things are tanking, but yeah, that Nvidia, Nvidia give you 50 pennies off that 110 hold break. Absolutely beautiful there.
I almost feel like we were right there when we talked about trying to play some of that rhetoric there into the close, right? I mean, Tesla like shorting all afternoon. I don't know. I mean, if you started shorting, you probably would be fine. I mean, the market, Tesla's a different beast altogether, but the TQQs, I believe, is probably underneath right now. Yeah. So the short, forget about it, man. I was talking about like people holding out hope that maybe tomorrow's CPI would be a little cooler. Yeah, they're still selling, man. The market is still selling. So if you went the other way around and went oppo of me, you're back in right now. The market has faded out. So if you just averaged into the short all afternoon, you're right. And part of that is Nvidia, man. Nvidia down to 109.50 now after we just cleaned out at 112. So pretty good for us there today. Thank you for joining us here. We do have the market recap show with Sharif and Dara coming out here. As I'm going to go get, I guess, a filling. Promised is supposed to be no needle. So I'm going to hold the dentist to that. Yeah. Oh, it's a funny thing. My dentist over there, actually young guy, he talks to me about meme coins.
Oh, no.
So he knows.
When did he start doing this?
Yeah, exactly. He knows.
I'm curious.
Yeah, probably a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay.
He's into it.
Okay.
So yeah, he's not just like throwing stuff to the wind. He's actually pretty aggressive with it. And he talks to me about it. He knows. He says, "Oh, did you see Trump coin and this and that?" He talks about that. But
nice.
yeah, so just a funny story there about what we've been talking about. All right, so Nvidia is still bleeding here into the close, as is the market. Join us tomorrow. We'll probably go on air about 8:29, a little bit earlier before CPI, so that we can have that read and have it for you live. So we'll definitely be on air a little bit earlier there tomorrow. So join us at 8:30, a little bit prior to that, and we'll be live for that CPI print. I'll be trading the futures throughout there. Obi will join us one more day into Wednesday. Then he's heading off to Miami. Have a great weekend there for sure. And then Joe and I will hold the fort down for Thursday, Friday before the man, the myth, the legend himself, Neil, will be back in the booth on Monday, I believe. Yep. I'll have to double check. Is he? You're not.
I haven't been told that.
Okay, so yeah, he's probably back
he
here
should
on
be
Monday.
back, yeah.
Oh, sometimes he comes back Sunday, takes Monday off. So we'll double check it. But anyways,
If that's the case, I'll see you
if
guys.
that's the case, that's the case. Yes. So anyways, all right. Thank you guys again for watching. It's been a hell of a show with only 1 minute left. Obi, you covered your intel.
I got out of it because I was like, I was posted at 1925. I see you, Sebastian. Sebastian's telling me to be like, look at Hood at a buy wall at 36.5. So I'll take a look at that one there as well. But yeah, no, I just punched out because I was like, all right, well, the book's getting a little thick on both sides. I don't know if it's going to drop down to 75.
Quickly before I go, I did confirm a long time ago, the campus program is completely free.
Boom.
So I was talking about other prop firms charging you a couple $100 just for them to put you in training mode and say, go for it. Absolutely free, completely free, real trading. Make sure you do scan that to get our watch list. Fabian, what's going on,
I think it's a great opportunity to,
seconds.
put in some reps, learn
it's
about trading, learn how to make some moves in the market. Definitely a great opportunity there.
All right. Again, thanks again for all the trading here. Oh, we don't want to miss the countdown.
108. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, there it goes. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia absolutely falling down huge right now. It actually just flipped over to a buy. We now have 10 seconds. What's up? There he is. Fabian there. He's looking at that Nvidia imbalance as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it.
And what did it print?
What did it print? You tell me.
No, it's moving way too fast. I gotta go here.
Nvidia
76s, I think.
Okay, yeah. Oh, there. Oh, I just saw it.
76s.
Yeah. So good little call there.
110s to 108.76s.
Look at that, man. 112 actually just about 30 minutes ago for Nvidia. Finishes the day down at 108.50. So absolutely destructed there.
Beautiful.
At the end of the day. So yeah, there it goes, man. I guess the positioning might be short. The NASDAQ, who's over there? The NASDAQ actually finishes down on the day, man. We were up 1+%, Obi, right there, only to have the typical finish to the day. All right, I got to get out of here. Thank you so much for joining us again here, Obi. Great trading day. As we go, we'll keep talking about that. We'll be joining you guys tomorrow as well. But for now, it is Sharif, and I believe Brian Shannon's coming through as well. So that should be a great guest. It's Sharif and Adara, and it's your market recap show. See everyone tomorrow.
See ya.
Market recap show. What a day it has been on these markets today. Adara, unreal.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a recovery. Let's call a spade a spade. We're down, technically still on the NQ, down about a fifth of a point, but it was a lot better than what we had yesterday. We sold off aggressively, though, Adara, to end the day. So we couldn't hold that 20,000 point area, nor could we hold 19,500. We're actually at 19,400 right now. So yet another area gives way there. The only one of the four major indices that's actually positive on the day is the Russell 2000. Closed up marginally higher, 0.12. The Dow got smacked today, about 1% negative, likely as a result of Apple, a big Dow component there, decidedly right on the day, but holding 220. The ES managed to kind of hold above that 50 area, but giving up another 100-point area, Adara, 5,600 with the NQ, as we mentioned, down a quarter point, but not a bad day. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and the SPYs casually at least 1 point flirted with, dabbled in correction territory. They're down 10%. Though Donald Trump says that in terms of the market sell-off, nope, not worrying about it. So to quote him, so yeah, it looks like that's not a huge concern for the administration. Those comments are basically echoed by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt as well. So it looks like this is not a concern for the administration with the markets because they think long-term there will be some strength coming back. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I think interesting regardless. Earnings super light. Just Stitch Fix. All right, let's talk about the major names that we've got today. Some of the headlines that we had. We had Tesla in focus after dropping double digits yesterday, about 15%, finding its footing again today, but by no means retracing some of the losses we had yesterday. So Tesla closes up about 3 4/5. There wasn't a whole lot in terms of headlines today for Tesla. We heard some rumblings midday. Donald Trump's going to buy a Tesla, and Caroline Leavitt ended her White House press conference there, saying, look out for Donald Trump. He could be pulling up in a Tesla sooner rather than later. We had a little bit of a joke here on the floor about which one of the models he'd pull up in. I still got my money on the Juniper. We'll have to wait and see how that all works out. Oracle also reported today, a tough report for them, down 3%, but off the lows. They definitely defended that 140 area on ORCL, missing basically on the top and bottom line in terms of the current quarter with respect to the future quarter. Oracle also
also guiding a little bit light there. Bitcoin recovering nicely today, but like by no means up into that $90,000 range. IBIT up 5%. Likewise with the coin itself, trading above 83,000 for the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that. Apple, the big loser in Mag 7 world today. Likely the reason the Dow is down 1%. Apple giving back quite a bit, giving away that 230 level. You know, we were at 255 not that long ago.
That's crazy.
Sorry, 250 not that long ago. So a bit of a drop down today. And there was really no bad catalyst today for Apple. In fact, we heard about iOS 19, supposedly the biggest change that they've had since 2013. So we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out. That is expected in WWDC coming up in June. K-Web, or Chinese ADRs at large, having a nice little rally recently. K-Web finishing up 2.25%, but there were many very strong names, specifically the EV sector in the Chinese ADR world, with XPEV, NIO, Zeekr, and Li Auto all closing in either double-digit or high single-digit territory. So fantastic look for the Chinese EVs and for the overall ADRs at large. Today, we got more word that stimulus was coming in, targeted stimulus, not specifically with respect to companies, but more with respect to consumer. They are looking at stimulating consumption. The first time they've done that in a decade. Delta also reported today. Very, very bad look for Delta as they basically cut guidance and say, you know, they're having very weak demand for domestic travel, but it looks as if, you know, some of the first class and international travel could be picking up the tab there. It didn't matter. The market still, they're down. They closed down 7.25. The exact opposite story here for Love. Southwest Airlines basically announcing today that for the first time in their history, they will be charging for checked luggage. And that was basically as a result of a lot of pressure from Elliott Management, who had secured 5 board seats on their board, and they got their way today. But the market definitely did like that, up 8.33%. So good look here for Southwest. We also had Palantir and Hood in focus as a result of Cathie Wood buying up a Storm or selling yesterday. What do you got, Adara?
I do have Stitch Fix earnings out. I just wanted to put that out here. So Stitch Fix here, SFIX, reporting net revenue at $312 million. Apparently that's down 5% year over year. I'm going to compare here what I have in my notes. So I was seeing estimates of 295 million. So it looks like we did beat, but like I said, I always like to be careful because sometimes the estimates I have aren't the same ones the market's going with. They said their active clients dropped by 2.6% year over year. Okay, so the numbers was a beat there for sales. 312.1 mil versus 298.04 mil. GAAP losses of 5 cents per share, better than the expected loss of 11 cents per share.
Yeah, fantastic. EPS there, 5 cents negative. The street was looking for negative 11, so good. They were able to shore up costs. Up big here, Adara, 22.5%, but we are also looking right now at the algo spike, so there will be a lot of volatility. But there are local highs here to look at for Stitch Fix. Looks like we topped out there at 550, 560 back in mid-February. Good night, Katina, man. And then KSS, I also want to mention this. Kohl's reported as well, and that is not a mistake there on your chart. That is down and to the right. It is down almost 24% on the day. Very bad report today for Kohl's, and the market making them pay aggressively here. Back losing $10. In fact, it lost $9 at one point with an $8.75 low. Those are the headlines that we started out with today, as well as Meta. Meta was really, I don't want to say a nothing burger, but they did announce that they are going to get involved in the creation or the design of their own silicon AI-specific chips that will be manufactured by Taiwan Semi, looking to lessen their reliance on Nvidia chips. So a decent day for Meta. It was able to reclaim that $600 area at 605.70 with a 614.93 high. But wowzers, yeah, that is not a mistake on your chart, guys. 740 we were trading at on Valentine's Day with the low there, Adara, 585 low yesterday, lost 20%. So well into correction territory for Meta.
Yeah, Meta that's not a great look at all there. I guess they weren't having a lot of love for Meta after Valentine's Day. All that love kind of ran out. But I have a couple things I want to say. So for one, I'm just seeing comments now come through from Donald Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, is saying that there will be no 50% steel and aluminum tariffs on Canada. So we've had quite the whirlwind going from getting these today to now not getting them in the same day. Also, Donald Trump just posted 2 minutes ago on Truth Social a video of himself and Elon with Beba X, and they're looking at Teslas together. He's just basically saying that Elon has been treated unfairly. So yeah, I'm just looking through on, I only exclusively got Truth Social just to look at Trump's post. But yeah, I'm trying to search through here to see if Trump still has his post up about these steel tariffs, because I'm pretty curious here, Sharif. But yeah, that's the main news I just wanted to share. Also, Stitch Fix, stronger than expected guidance for Q3 revenue.
And continuing to go.
Yeah. 311 to 316 million they're seeing versus estimates of 278. So that is like a crazy beat there for guidance.
Not bad at all. Good look for Stitch Fix. So just to give you some context at what was going on there with the Ontario Premier, who threatened a 25% surcharge on all energy leaving the province of Ontario and going to 3 specific states. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it is New York, Michigan, and Ohio. Could be wrong on that last one, Ohio, but certainly New York and Michigan. So essentially, it was going to be 25% more for American customers to buy Canadian energy. And that had Donald Trump respond today quite aggressively by saying there's going to be an additional 25% tariffs on imported aluminum from Canada. It wasn't specific to Ontario. And so that got the two gentlemen there, the two leaders who have now struck a deal. I think Donald Trump was also quite gregarious about what he said about Doug Ford, saying he actually liked him. So, which is interesting there, because I didn't expect, someone who's challenging Donald Trump on tariffs to get such a nice little compliment there. So
yeah, I was pretty shocked too.
Yeah, kind of excited about that. All right, guys. So that is the look right now. We're going to have Brian Shannon in about 5 minutes. As we mentioned, Stitch Fix, really the only earnings report that we've got on tap with that 530 high. Adair gave you guys all the details there with respect to the earnings report. So they're looking at full year revenue of 1.22 billion to 1.24 billion, beating the estimates there. Q3 revenue, though, they're looking at basically 311 million to 360 million. Not a bad look. We already mentioned full year 2025 revenue. Let's go down and see what else they gave us there in terms of data. So yeah, they beat handily on EPS, as Adair mentioned, 5 penny loss. Their suit was looking for an 11 penny loss. So a handy beat there as they were able to shore up costs. Yeah, Bitcoin, as we mentioned, guys, trading back above 83,000. It was able to reclaim that $80,000 level after dropping. What did it drop to yesterday? 73?
I think the low for Bitcoin, I think 76 halves. 76 halves.
Yeah, so basically up about nicely there, about 5,000. I can see that 78 and change on that day, 76.7 yesterday. So a bit of a move down. We still have a decided downtrend though on Bitcoin, guys. Ever since it lost that $90,000 level, continuing to make lower lows and lower highs, with yesterday's low a bit lower than the low that we put in on February 27th. So a bit of a tougher look there. Anything you want to add, Dara?
Yeah, I mean, just in general here, I put this in the chat, but just so you guys know, we have more comments coming from Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro saying that, yeah, again, in case you missed it earlier, he did confirm that there will be no 50% aluminum or steel tariffs on Canada tomorrow. Donald Trump earlier said, maybe we'll have them, we'll see. Now it looks like they're not having them at all. And just to clarify, Trump initially hinted at these aluminum and steel tariffs in a Truth Social post that came out 5 hours ago. So in 5 hours, we go from aluminum and steel tariffs to apparently none. But again, we haven't heard this from Trump himself. We've only heard it from his trade advisor, though, again, it is worth noting he earlier, like an hour ago, kind of hinted he wasn't super considering these tariffs anymore. Anyway, Peter Navarro also saying, though, that we're not going to be really getting any more tariffs until we get reciprocity on April 2nd, which is when we'll get the reciprocal tariffs. So it sounds like for now, we will have no more tariff announcements until April 2nd, though again, we're going to have to wait and see on that one. It's pretty funny too, Sharif. Like I was saying, it's kind of funny it's April 2nd, not April 1st. And Ramin had said at the time, it's probably because he doesn't want to do it in April Fools, since Donald Trump has confirmed that is the case. So Ramin called it, and I have to show that out there.
Fantastic
Thank you,
look there. Let's talk about SMCI. What a fantastic day SMCI had today. Well, I believe over 11%. Good look for SMCI. Looks like there is a headline here. They were partnering with Eviden to expand distribution of AI superclusters. So Eviden, which is a unit of information technology firm, Atos Group collaborates with SMCI to distribute the company's AI supercluster with Nvidia's new GPUs, the GB200, which is where they pair the two B200s. The GB200 comes in clusters of 2 for broader infrastructure services. So not a bad look. The market certainly liking that, decidedly in the green. As we mentioned, a lot of strength in Chinese ADR world. Leading the pack here is XPeng. They're apparently going to be going into the robotics industry. So not only are they in FSD or like looking to basically mimic full self-drive technology with their own, but yeah, they're doing quite well over here. And I was looking at this chart on the daily here for XPeng, and I remember a buddy of mine, Alfred, basically picking up this monster back in during the pandemic days, and it was decidedly higher where it is right now, about $32 or so. So let me flip to the monthly chart over here. We can have a look at where XPeng was back in July of, or yeah, right around that $37 area back then. So we're certainly breaking out from the highs that we put in July of 2023. So XPeng at multi-year highs with today's close above that $26 areas. We have not been above this area since July 1st of 2022, so we're going on 2.5 years. Fantastic look for XPeng. Not to be outdone is NEO, even though market definitely not liking this one as much in terms of market cap and basically where they are near highs. It did have a better percentage on the day, percentage move on the day than XPeng did, up 17.5%. So good look for NEO there as it finds some support here at that $4 area, was able to close above 5. ZK, Zeekr as well, having a fantastic day, up big 18.22%. And this is an all-time high for ZK. For Zeekr Auto, we've never been this high. This only got into the market back in May of 2024, and we opened up at the time at around $30 and basically went straight south. Now, with this $32 close, this is an all-time high for Zeekr Auto here. Not a bad look. Last but not least, Adara, Li Auto, the last of the Chinese EVs, having basically the lightest day of the 4, 7.15%, and well off the $33 area that we put in not that long ago towards the end of February.
It's interesting. I'm working on an infographic right now on these Chinese ADRs and how they've been performing, and I'm going to actually pull it up. I haven't posted it yet, but stay tuned probably tomorrow. As of yesterday's close, Sharif, as you mentioned, XPeng extremely strong. It's up almost 100% on the year, and that was as of yesterday's close. But then you've got names like NEO, which is up only 2%, and Zeekr is actually down on the year. So it's really interesting just the diverging performances of these Chinese ADRs. One thing that you were just kind of reminded me of too accidentally when you were talking about Zeekr Reddit, an IPO that's now about a year old, Sharif. I still remember we were screaming about this one on the midday. And so this one is down 50% from its highs, but it rallied today. And this is the 15-minute chart on Reddit, so you can kind of see what I mean. Really interesting one here, up 10% on the day after pushing back. Apparently, analysts were saying it's oversold. Yeah, high of this one, all-time high, I believe above that 200 level. So it looks like just around 230. Currently, though, around 122, and it looks like it bounced off that $100 level like a glove. So RDDT could be potentially a name to watch for tomorrow, I guess, just given that strength today, because I realized we didn't really mention it much today.
No, and another industry that was quite strong, a sector I should say that was quite strong, cybersecurity. Big move up today for CrowdStrike, Adara. Crowd up 6 3/4, well off those highs though that we put in not that long ago. Back February 19th, guys, we were at that 455 high, and quick as you like, we are now down to 305 on CrowdStrike. What a volatile name. I say this all the time on the midday. If you're going to be involved in these cybersecurity names, they are high beta, and you have to be able to basically deal with that. That is a big move down for Crowd. Pandub also catching a bit of a bid. We also saw Net, Cloudflare as well, up nicely there, as well as Zscaler and Fortinet, both up 2.5%. So not a bad look today for cybersecurity names. There was a specific catalyst today for CrowdStrike, right?
It was actually for Snowflake, but I think it was a catalyst for the space anyway, because I mentioned it when you were talking about these, because this catalyst, it moved Snowflake a little bit. It was a couple hours earlier. Then you had mentioned the strength in cybersecurity. So basically what happened was According to the information, Google and Anthropic are talking about some AI data security deals with Snowflake and Databricks. Snowflake specifically apparently is in talks with Google to have its own Gemini models available securely for customers to build AI applications. So some very specific AI and security related deals on watch for SNOW. But you're right, like CrowdStrike, I think, had a better, more sustained move than Snowflake anyway. So
no doubt about it. And another name you just mentioned, Reddit, 15%.
Yep.
What a move up. Defending that $100 area. We didn't quite get there on Reddit, but I believe back on the 10th, which was yesterday, we did dip down into that 102 area on Reddit. Nice move back up, Adair. Wow, what a move up. This is high beta name as well. Back up into that 123.48, basically closing out at the highs, guys. 123.49 was the high. We're at 48 right now. So Reddit, fantastic look down. But when you look at Reddit prior to that earnings report and how far we trace back down, 55% off the highs that we put in. Yes, not that long ago. February 10th, that is literally a month ago. It's lost 50% of its value in a month. That is kind of tough to stomach, especially the run up. Yeah, I mean, kind of a tough look there for Reddit. So we'll keep an eye on that one, see if it's able to recover. Reddit's been kind of an AI story. They don't deal specifically with AI, but they have a plethora of information that these large language models would love to salivate, basically, to train their models on. We're talking about pre-training. It gives them a lot of organic raw data before the filters are added on. And, it's kind of made available to the public. So Reddit, a good day today, 15% really bucking the trend today on that front, Adair.
Yeah, we have some SMCI news that just came out. I'm just seeing this right now populate on Benzinga. So Supermicro unveiling new Intel Xeon 6 powered servers for enhanced AI with 40% more memory, 144 CPU cores. So shout out to Obi, who I know has been trading some Intel. Looks like we could be saying some more oh boy tomorrow, because Supermicro here with this Intel Xeon powered servers. Also, just wanted to kind of show this graphic. I debuted this earlier today, but this is as of yesterday's close, mind you. Sharif, less than half of the NASDAQ is green on the year.
Wow.
Which is pretty crazy. Palantir, which was up an insane amount earlier this year, now only up like less than 1%. As of yesterday's close, Meta, same, only up about 1%. But yeah, Gilead, Amgen, Vertex, PDD, of course, T-Mobile, all really running the pack here when it comes to these names that are up on the year. And a lot of these names in that, I guess, snacky consumer space are doing really well. Mondelez, Starbucks. We have DoorDash, which I would kind of put in that category. Monster Energy, I'll give myself some credit for that. And also stuff like Pepsi. So it's a pretty interesting look. There's not a lot of tech names on here other than Micron, but again, that's as of yesterday's close. Also, Groupon just coming out here with earnings. Way larger than expected loss per share, $1.20 loss per share here versus 4 cents expected. And then sales coming through at 130.4 million. Fun ways to say numbers, versus 127 million expected. So slightly higher there on revenue, missing on EPS for Groupon, which I did not put in our earnings calendar because I did not have a specific time that it was reporting. But look at that.
Another sector that was quite strong today, Darren. I didn't actually see the headline on this, but uranium, all decidedly green. Whether you're looking at Cameo, Corp, CCJ, shout out to Canada, up nicely 2 1/3%. But when you look at the downtrend, obviously it's been selling off. As well, UEC, Triple U, URG, URA, UROI. All these are uranium-related names, as well as SMR, obviously, with their nuclear focus on energy, NuScale Power, that is, up 10.5%, reclaiming that $16 area. Uranium decidedly in the green today, so good look. We've been talking a lot about this. We've been seeing the nat gas trade unfold this year, kind of like a secondary play for AI energy. It was really nuclear running up prior to that, so a good look there. We also had weakness and a bit of a distributed trade today on energy. We had the barrel, the oil, the futures contract up 0.8, but when you look at some of the equity names foreshadowing that oil barrel, down 2.2% is XOM, CVX also down 2 1/5, Occidental Petroleum also down 2 1/5. But you had companies like Devon Energy, for whatever reason, ended up closing up 0.5 percentage point there. So we'll keep an eye on the barrel, the oil barrel, that is, as it continues to defend that $66, $65.5 area. This is the 4-hour look here on oil. And we were talking about this, Brendo and I, a few days ago on the morning show. Back last year when oil was trading more towards that mid 60s, high 60s, low 70s area, we kept seeing the Biden administration look to replenish the strategic oil reserve every time it dipped into that level. We're not saying that Donald Trump's going to do the same thing. I have no idea what he's thinking, but the price action right now is speaking that the same is being followed every time we dip in to 66.5, 65.5, even low 67s. We're seeing a bit of a bump up there with oil up 0.83% on the day. So not a bad look there, Adair.
Yeah, I think, sir, I'm trying to look here for any news on uranium. There's always some kind of catalyst or another on uranium. Apparently, though, this might be of interest. The UN Security Council is going to be meeting here over Iran's near bomb-grade uranium. I have no idea if that's what's moved it, but worth noting that's just one catalyst I saw from earlier today. I find usually these uranium catalysts are pretty specific. Also, guys, Brian Shannon is on his way. There's some technical issues that we're having, so we hope to have him on very soon. Thank you very much to Brian Shannon of Alpha Trends for coming on with us tonight. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see what names people are looking at here in this chat. Bitcoin 99 or 89,000 tonight, says Tash. We'll have to wait and see here. Let's see where Bitcoin closes. Yeah, right now here around that 83,000 level. I will say MSTR and a lot of these crypto-related tickers were really strong. So that's a pretty interesting look. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. I'm just going to have to sign back into the Zoom, Sharif.
No worries. Netflix as well. Another good name today. I know you were involved in that. Maybe you can tell us about your trade in a little bit. But yeah, good move up. It tried to take 900, ended up closing a little bit below 900. It looks like we're at 895.07, but we still did move up 3.25%. The high of the day on NFLX, about 910. But you can kind of see this 950, 960 bottom that we were defending for a period of day, basically from February 25th onwards. So we had that flat bottom break March 6th. Though if we do move up, definitely look for some resistance around that 960, 950 area. And it's an area that we also had trouble with initially before the earnings report came out January 21st, subsequent to the earnings report coming out January 21st. We certainly defended that 950, 960 area as an area of support before making all-time highs into that $1,065 area. Down we go, though, below 1,000, below 900. So NFLX will be certainly on watch, bucking the trend today. Tesla was another one of those names that we mentioned to start the day. It's been a very, very bad time for Tesla as of late. Over $800 billion as of yesterday, I don't know about today, wiped out from Tesla, basically subsequent to the election.
Yeah, I think some people are probably E short instead of E long in that one right now. Possibly, though, it was up on the day. Also at Netflix, I think what was pretty cool is I put an AVWAP on this one. Shout out to Brian Shannon. From that drop we had on Thursday, March 6th, we actually closed above that AVWAP today, just barely. So that could be a level of support right now around that 895. I've talked about this in the past. I think I really like to see a spready ticker respect $100 level. Netflix is not respecting 900, but it really likes 895, Sharif. So we'll have to see how we respect that tomorrow.
All right. It looks like we got Brian Shannon ready to go. So whenever we're ready, just let me know, and we'll bring him in. Lots of questions for Brian today. So we'll wait for that. So let's talk about what else is going on here. Uber down another 3.25% today after basically taking that $80. He's ready? Okay. All right. Let's talk to Brian. Hey, Brian, how are you? Good to have you on the Market Recap Show again.
Hey, good. Thanks for having me here. Sorry for the late arrival. I was having some tech issues. Kind of seems to be a theme for me.
Not a problem. It's okay. It happens. It's live TV, so no worries. So I had a question for you today. So I read an interesting piece over the weekend about the Trump 2.0 trade. Now we were all really well aware of what Trump 1.0 was. He was fixated about the market. He kind of looked at the stock market as validation for his presidency. A lot of people saying that might not happen this time around. In fact, it might be the bond market that he's quite interested in. The reason is he wants to bring down the debt payments on some of these treasuries that have been issued to no end through the last 4 years to basically finance the U.S. government. If that's the case, Brian, do we have a funneling of money from the stock market into the bond market? And if we do that, do we kind of stagnate a little bit? Maybe we don't sell off and break 2024 lows. But what's your look on that? Do you kind of buy that premise? And if you do, how do you trade it?
Yeah, good question. I mean, a lot of people would claim that those are his insecurities. Looking at the stock market as constant validation of his approval, and since it's not working, he's kind of abandoning that. And if he's looking at the bond market, I just saw that our neighbors in the north are threatening selling some of their bonds, or they filed to. So he's just created a mess of everything, I think. The bonds just came up to the 200-day moving average and got rejected. They're right now back down to the anchor from the election. So, we're in critical territory for the TLT is what I'm looking at here. And that's this right here, the 200-day moving average. And orange is not only that anchor from the election, but the 20-day moving average. So we're kind of in no man's land, but if it's going to turn bullish, you might look at this as a shoulder ahead, and maybe we're forming a shoulder that could break out if somehow, all the foreign entities don't sell their bonds and, try to punish the U.S. in that way. So it's really tough. It's case by case. It's stock by stock. And, my main rule is if we're below those declining 5-day moving averages, then it's just guilty till proven innocent. And that's what we're looking at here on, the SPY, the Qs, the Russell, the SMH. They're all below that declining 5-day moving average. So I'm not ready to buy for anything more than a day trade in here yet.
All right, another quick question for you. When we have aggressive declines like this in the NASDAQ in correction territory, some of these other Mag 7 names all well over 10% off their highs, what's the move here specifically to kind of gauge whether or not it's going to be a more prolonged sell-off or whether we find areas of technical support? I know that, we can identify areas of support for each individual name, but is there a specific indicator or a setup that you're looking for to say, no, there's probably more downside?
Yeah, I'm looking at the weekly charts and I'm not liking what I'm seeing there. When we look at, what has been the leader of this market has been the semiconductors over the last several years on all the legs higher. And it's looking very similar to what it did in the first quarter of 2022, that we're breaking key support. We're below the 100-day moving average, the 150, the 200-day moving average, and we've made lower lows and a lower high below those. So I'm looking at rallies as right now we should see some nice bounces. Maybe we'll get a 10% bounce in the semiconductors, but I'm still highly suspicious. We'll trade those rallies, but I think it's going to end up being possibly a longer term problem for this market.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being here with us today. With regards to crypto here, I know you posted that dip buyers were in trouble in BTC as of Sunday. Do you have any levels on Bitcoin right now or any other crypto names?
Yeah, if I can stop this share and share the other screen real quick. I know we're running low on time, but here's our chart of Bitcoin. Hopefully you can see that. Yes?
Yes.
Did I share it? Oh, good. Great. Okay. So on the daily time frame, we undercut the low that we saw at the beginning of the month. And then we started to see a turn. That's right at the anchor from the August of 2024 low. Now where we are on the 4-hour chart, I tweeted this today that if you bought for a bounce, be aware that this anchor right here, that's when we had the news release for the strategic Bitcoin reserve. And since that, since we just, it sold off from there. Now we're right up against it. And this is a level where we've seen prior support, which also has the potential to become resistance. So, I'm warning people that if you bought for a bounce, just be really tight with at least part of your position. If it can build a higher low, then it, had the next level of interest on the upside is the anchor off of the prior low. That's that green level on the daily and on this 4-hour chart. But I'm a little suspicious. We're below all the key moving averages, below all the key anchors, and I think it's likely that this might give back the whole Trump rally here from the date of the election.
All right, Brian, thanks for coming on, and hopefully it is a more positive day in the next few days for some of these markets. Obviously, it was tough for some of us yesterday who hold long-term accounts, but hey, that's what we're day trading for. Volatility equals opportunity. Thank you for being on.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, everybody.
All right, guys, that's it for us today. Adara and I obviously will be back on tomorrow, so we'll see everybody bright and early at 8:30. Take care, guys.
Thanks. Woo.